et qu'au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Welcome to the EML Finals live in the Blast Studio here in Malta, where we have the three best teams that the Europe MENA region has to offer here with us, playing this competition for the final weekend. My name is Ed, I'll be your host for today, and joining me in this wonderful studio, we have Alfama and Fresh. It's been a great week so far with, getting to see the island, having some good food, good company, and now it's finally time for some good siege.
Yeah, we've had time to visit a little bit, eat some good food. We went to restaurants.
We have.
We've been loving Malta.
We've been loving Malta, and the sun came out for us today as well, because, it was a little bit rainy the last couple of days, but today it's nice and sunny. It knew the siege was starting today, so everything's looking up.
Every series has a beach episode, and we'll have that here today, as well as we're in the middle of our EML Finals. So we'll have a look at the brackets as well, really seeing where we find ourselves so far. We've already had that first week of competition last week. We started with 6 teams, we said goodbye to 3, and now we have the best 3 here remaining.
Yeah, we do have the best 3, but we wanted that underdog story. We wanted a 0-to-hero run from one of our teams. Virtus.pro, as you can see, were the closest team to doing that, until they fluffed up their map veto against Team Secret and ended up losing it 0-2. But that was the one hope we had. They didn't make it. In the end, Leo, what we're left with is genuinely the 3 best teams that we've got inside of Europe.
Yeah, as always, and VP losing to Mavito, yeah, that would be something that we know and are used to. I will say this, the big 3 is never disappointing, especially in EML. It leaves us with this schedule, Falcons versus G2, the upper bracket, obviously. The 2 teams that have been the most complete out of EML, the most coherent and consistent throughout the year.
Yeah, and the loser will play against Secret later today. And if you're looking at the schedule for tomorrow as well, you'll see that we have our best 2 teams that Tier 2 of Europe has to offer with us, as well as they'll be playing out that Tier 2 Grand Final here. So much on the line for them, right? We'll talk about Challenger Series, we'll talk about the SI Advanced LCQ stage as well that is on the line for these players. And playing on stage once again is really good for them.
Yeah, these guys have played more lands than some of our EML teams. They were over in Canada just a couple of weeks ago, now they're here, but great experience for those as well.
Do you think they deserve it? They disappointed me. They went to NA and they lost to an NA team.
Yeah,
That's just,
we can't be having that, actually.
Yeah,
they need to prove they're not embarrassments
This
tomorrow.
is where we're supposed to hype up like our own region.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Yeah, well, we have a very exciting region, I guess we can say, of course, and it's always good to speak to our players as well. So we sat down with them earlier today as they are arriving at the venue. Welcome to Malta. I'm just wondering, how is the preparation for an event like this?
It's been okay. Could be better. We've had some winter flu in the team, so we're not feeling the best. But it's fine. So I'm looking forward to play. Hopefully there'll be some good crowd here, some small group of people. But I like the event like that, and the stage looks sick, so I'm happy to play.
Yeah, I heard a little bit about that. Of course, Stompen having a little bit of an illness now. You may be feeling not so great as well. Does that change the way you're preparing for an event?
We feel a bit bad, but it's whatever, right? Everyone goes through it, I guess. So if you still need to do your job, still need to turn up and do your job. So yeah, hopefully it doesn't affect that much, but we're ready to play. It's going to be exciting.
Julio, good to have you here with us in Malta. I'm curious, for an event like this with the EML Finals, what was the preparation like for you guys?
I think the preparation was the major, basically, because we played well at the major, we reached the finals, so we just maintaining what we had there. But since I think all the 3 teams are qualified to SI, it's more like a chill tournament, but at the same time, everyone want to win,
Of course, winning is always important. Now, speaking about this specific matchup against G2, they haven't been able to beat you guys since stage 1. How are you going to make sure that stays today the same where you beat them again?
I think like you said, they didn't beat us, so we are really confident against them. And the map pool against them is always good as well. So yeah, just another match, and it's gonna be fun because we always like here in Malta, you had fun. Like, all three teams was like different from like other tournaments, you know, because even that we are friends, of course we chill together, but here is more like everyone like together. Was really nice.
I feel like that's definitely the vibe that we're hearing from the players here. We're seeing it on socials as well. They're taking this tournament with a lot of fun. I think that's really important as well. They've already proved a big thing inside of Europe that they are the top 3 teams that we have to offer.
Yeah, and they also made it to SI. So really today, it's about training, it's about seeding as well. The reality is that the champion here at least will guarantee that he's not playing another regional champion in his group at SI. Yeah. So for example, if you win here, Falcons win here, for example, maybe FaZe wins or Furia wins in SAL, they know they won't be in the same group. That's a good news. That's making things a little easier when you come into SI.
That's the tangible, of course, the prize pool as well. But also, there is a little bit of reputation on the line. Yeah, getting to the final, we might see teams play a bit more fast and loose. But when they get into that grand final, they're going to want to be kings of Europe, and it will get very real for them.
Yeah, and you want that title. You want to be the kings of Europe, especially coming through and coming into SI. You want that title to your belt. You want extra stage experience where you feel like you can win a grand final, not aiming at any team here in particular.
It's the bragging rights as well, of course, for these teams. And we'll have a look at how these teams exactly got here as we'll take a look back at stage 1 of EML all the way back in June, July. At that point, it had been 8 months since we had any competition inside of Europe MENA region. And what we're looking at right now is a league table for the group stage. And I do feel like we see these usual suspects at the top of the league every time.
Yeah, always the same top 3, but I think I have a different story. At the beginning of stage 1, I think we saw Falcons struggle a little bit. It was a bit of a wake-up call for them. At the same time, it was G2 bringing in Stumpin, and we were discovering this new American genius, Jack.
And also the same with Secret, you know, bringing in Mowgli, bringing in Noah as well. These 3 teams were not necessarily established as the top 3, even though they, they'd been to the Invitational, whatever. They had work to do. They had points to prove, of course, as you say. And in the end, it did end up with G2 winning it out, Falcons being there. And I think realistically, it wasn't too much of a surprise, but it was just about all of those 3 teams proving to us their qualities and the moves that they'd gone for.
Yeah, and even underneath that top 3 kind of, this is where Virtus were looking really good, and they had a great stage 1. And then when we look at stage 2, they had a bit of a fall off going into that stage there. But other teams in stage 2 were kind of picking up the pace that Virtus Pro left.
I mean, Virtus Pro, they tried the generational run last week. It didn't quite work, and they fell off. It cost them in stage 2. Realistically, there's a good chance we don't see them at the 6th Invitational now. But like you say, BDS, they managed to find the playoffs for the first time. Wolves managed to find the playoffs and play in the playoffs, even though they've been relegated from the league.
Yeah, there was a redemption story. And even for Fnatic, right? Every team where we had a little bit of hope at the beginning of the year, they dropped hard in stage 1, where they came back in stage 2. Some great stories. Wolves, for example, for trying to give it a good fight. BDS also making it to the major. It was a beautiful run, and it showed that we still had a lot of potential, not only in the big 3, but also in the mid-tables of EML.
But yeah, the more it changes, the more it stays the same, with Falcons, Secret, and G2 competing out in the big matches once again.
Yeah, it happens time and time again. Are we just happy to see those champions from stage 1 and stage 2 in our first match here today? We're talking about Falcons, we're talking about G2, and as I mentioned, of course, G2 not being able to beat them since stage 1 is a big thing for them. However, the positive thing when we're looking at G2 is that they can play with their lineup as they intended to. Everybody's here and feeling good enough to play.
Also, they've got the perfect gameplay and the game style to play in these kind of events, right? They love to play loose, they love to play aggressive, they don't like, I guess, facing the pressure and just going a little bit more aggressive. If there's one team that can go and play chaotic and play really well, it's going to be G2 with the amount of gun skill that they have on that roster, and that makes them extra scary.
Yeah, we saw it last week in the game against Gen G, where they kind of just turned up, and it feels almost a little bit disrespectful saying this because they will have prepared, but they turned up, they played loose, and they played just to their strengths. They played with confidence, they weren't worrying about their opponent. If they've been disrupted by a little bit of sickness, a little bit of, disruption with the players not being able to practice whatever, will they, won't they, in terms of who they're going to play with, actually, their game plan today will just be turn up, have fun, and just put on the best showing. And like Leo says, that makes them very, very dangerous because G2 are a very unpredictable team at times. And if they don't know what they're going to do, how are their opponents going to know?
So what I'm hearing is that despite us talking about these teams over and over again, and we know them through and through, and they know each other through and through as well, we can still see a very different G2 than what we expect today.
Yeah, well, yeah, for sure. And I think, there's clearly, although we speak about that top 3, there is clearly a hierarchy still. I feel like Falcons is the favorites. They're the ones that make it to the grand finals. I think G2 and Secret are the contenders. And the reality is, out of the 3 teams, 2 teams have an international title this year, and G2 is still missing 1. And they have that pressure on themselves, They failed in Munich. They want to go here. They want to win a title, and they want to make it to SI. Out of the big 3, we need to prove, and G2 needs to prove, they can still win a title.
It's not an easy opponent to go against, because when we look at Falcons, they knocked down Secret to that lower bracket, and they would like to repeat that here today with G2 as well. Coming into this game, they said they learned a lot about, Munich, and that's kind of their preparation going into this event.
Yeah, I was actually really, really impressed with their professionalism, coming out of the Munich, and it would have been very easy post-Munich for this roster who, they did lose another final. That's got to add its mental toll, but it would have been very, very easy for them to just come up and turn up and play last weekend. They didn't. They turned up, they prepared, they played really well. They beat Secret in 2 maps. They got themselves here quite comfortably, and to back that up after the disappointment of Munich, I think speaks a lot to where their mentality is at.
And I think in reality, I think the defeat in Munich I perceived it as a victory for Falcons. I felt like they faced their demons in that grand final. I felt like they approached it in a very different way. They were competitive across every single map. They had 2 different overtime losses. I think that roster could have won Munich grand finals, and they proved to themselves that
2 rounds.
That mental block was not there, I think, in Munich. And I think they've problem solved this. I still think that, speaking of hierarchy, Falcons are the ultimate favorites of anything in EML. And I think that, obviously, coming in here from the upper bracket, they're the team that are supposed to win that title, but they're taking it easy. They're taking it, with natural chemistry, trying to use this as a big training ground for SI and win that title to come in with full confidence.
I think that's actually worth saying is all of these teams, yes, there is things on the line, but this is almost the ultimate warm-up for them for SI. Get some really, really high-quality competition in a LAN environment as well, will set them in a good stead.
There's a few things different, though, I guess, as soon as we start talking about maps as well. There's a few things that we won't see very soon. I mean, we're talking about a Skyscraper, for example. It's now known that Skyscraper will be leaving the map pool. Do you think we'll see a lot of Skyscraper at this event?
I think so. I think specifically from these 2 teams, both of these teams love Skyscraper, so I imagine there's a world where it's in the veto, but I think maybe even Secret might bring it in just to try and, there's nothing to lose on it now.
No,
if you've got any
threats.
tricks up your sleeve, you're probably playing it for this weekend, because afterwards, it's done.
And the reality is you do want to save strats on an event like this. You want to win the title, but also, you're playing the most important tournament of the year in only a couple of
You
weeks.
don't risk anything for SI.
Exactly.
No, but Skyscraper would be a perfect map even in this situation as well. So we'll have a look at the map feature to see if we'll be going to Skyscraper and what other 2 maps were selected inside this best of 3. It seems like we're going to Bank. I feel like this is such a fitting map for these 2 teams.
Yeah, of course, you think of Bank and you think of the 2 best teams in the world on it, and you think G2, Falcons. Falcons had an amazing run. G2 was the first team to stop that run against Falcons. And the last time they played it, they went all the way to 15 rounds. Falcons taking 8-7. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah, I will say both of these 2 teams love this map historically. Like, that's what I want from this series, is I want all of these teams on their best maps. G2 have now done that. Falcons picking Nighthaven back into G2. Very similar story, because both teams absolutely love this map, Leo.
Absolutely, and then if we move on to the next one, Labs is going to be, a good one for Falcons, especially. I remember the Munich Major. I remember them winning 7-0 against W7M.
Yeah,
winning 7-2
on it
against FaZe. Winning 7-3 against G2, actually. It makes sense for Falcons to pick it.
G2 are no slouches on it, though. They tend to win it, again, unless they're against Secret or Falcons, though. So, And then going through to the decider, we will, of course, see Skyscraper. It was inevitable, really. This map's leaving the pool, as you say. Both teams absolutely love the map, so there's no reason for either team to ban it. That's why I'm not surprised to see Skyscraper as our decider.
Yeah, another important thing that we have to mention in this situation, right, is that, we're playing Skyscraper still. It's a big thing here. We're also playing on the patch that we started the EML Finals with, right? So the previous season, technically, to make sure that no new things happen inside the middle of our EML Finals. But now that we have this information, we have the team's information, I would like to hear from our analyst, starting with Leo, who's standing right in front of Falcons. Why do you think Falcons might win this matchup here today?
I mean, these guys have beaten G2 3 times in a row. They've not lost to G2 in like 4 months. They've reached every single grand finals in a row. Like, these guys are just on a roll, and I want you to pay attention to these guys. Look at them. Do they look stressed? They're having fun. They're just laughing. They're just having fun. They're just joking with each other. They're absolute demons. They don't need to try hard to win this. The reality is they're the big favorites of this matchup, and I don't see any world, Jack, where G2 beats them.
That was a pretty convincing spiel, but I'm going to go for a little bit of a different approach. Hands up. And you at home, hands up if you love Rainbow Six Siege, because I love Rainbow Six Siege. Also, keep your hand up if Leo, my good friend over there, is a liar, because G2 are never going to lose to Falcon. Get off the stage, go on. We'll keep our hands up. Hands up if G2 have the best North American player, the man behind me, Stompert. Yes, they do. Do they have the best Brazilian player? The second man behind me, Loira. Yes, they do. Do they have the best UK player, Doki? Yes. Of course G2 are going to win. They've got the best players in every single role.
All right, well, of course, before our analysts get into a physical fight with each other here about what team really is going to win, we'll let the teams do the talking, as we'll send it to our cast as we're joined by Ace and Des.
Thank you very much, Anne. Indeed, you shall. Back to get things underway, Tim. What a dream map, because all three of the teams that we have got left in the competition, Secret, G2 and Falcons, love this map. I get the feeling we're going to see a lot of bank this weekend, and what a brilliant map to kick things off on.
Yeah, it's a great start for us in what's going to be a top-tier matchup. Well, we've seen these two play each other not quite countless times, but an awful lot across the years, let me put it that way. The most important stat that I think I've come up with when looking at all those historic matches before today is that Falcons currently are on a 3-win streak against G2. That seems the most relevant. So as these current rosters, they've played each other 5 times. G2 got off to a good start, winning the first couple, but it now stands 3-2 Falcons with them winning those last 3. So, you know, looking good for them overall. Best of 3s have been 2 of those 3 wins as well for Falcons. So I think G2 have got their work cut out for them today. Falcons, I think, had a better Munich overall as well. So I feel like I'd give them an edge coming into this one.
There's a reason why they've finished, you know, over the last 18 months, second place at Lands 4 times in a row. Well, not quite in a row, but 4 times either way. It has been a very close affair multiple times. And you don't quite have that level of quality that consistently for that amount of time without being favourites to win this whole thing, I imagine. But G2, they also want to make sure that they've got a point to prove themselves ahead of SI. See it as a little bit of a warm-up for what is to come in a few months' time, but also that accolade of being the best team in the region is a pretty big one to be able to hold over your rivals. Let's get into it then. Down in the basement, had our bans come through, Tim, with a half ban in towards our usual hard breaches on this map. Typically see Ace and Havana being taken away for that white corridor upstairs, but here it's the Monty and the Ace going away, and on the other side, Doki spoke before about just how strong 2 Route is on this map. That was the first ban, followed up by the Mirror.
Yeah, we can see Doki straight away relocating himself on that Azami. I think he'll be playing in and around open area to begin with, at least. And immediate pressure, really, from Shaiko. Going to be sending the drone in. He wants to get in here. He wants to take this fight. You know, he's going straight for it. Has a look at the angle through copy window. Just going to double-check his drone. Knows it's unlikely to be challenged because of where he left it. Doki doesn't want to expose himself to any of those angles. Shaiko thinks he has a bit of a read here on Doki's position, but I don't think he's got it quite right. I think Doki's just slipped through the net a little bit and managed to get himself just a little bit further round than maybe Shaiko's expecting.
Yeah, I mean, Shaiko and the rest of Falcons will know this G2 team inside and out, just like the back of their hand, Tim. They know they like to play aggressive. They like to play a lot of the map. They're very rarely going to be all sat playing full turtle. They are now. We've got about a minute through the round, but you're going to see players out and about, and sure enough, they've got rid of Stomping very easily here. You might argue, held on just a little bit too long, and they're going to be after G2, snapping at the heels every step of the way. And what I love about this match in particular is G2 bring out the best in Falcons. They make them have to play aggressive, have to play a little bit quicker than maybe what they would do ordinarily. So it makes for a really exciting matchup. And so far in round 1, although it's only been the 1 kill, it's starting out exactly how I was expecting it would.
Yeah, good clearance coming in from Falcons, forcing Doki back as well now, so they can start thinking about the rest of the map. How about that, though? Doki fighting his way back into server. We've seen him play this position previously on the Azami, and he's done very, very well in there. Locks himself in behind those server stacks, gets the Kiba barricades out, and just makes it a nightmare for those attackers to get on in there, and it looks like that's what Doki's going to be playing. It's interesting, you know, to mention Doki had a great tournament in Munich. He's been, you know, we always know he's this kind of up and down player, not always bringing the consistency, but having those huge moments, whereas at Munich it felt like it was every game somebody they could rely on. And if you pair that with Stomping, it could be a real deadly duo building for G2. As it stands, he's taken Shaiko down, he's got himself back into sight as well. G2 3 versus 4. Falcons have a little bit of time on their side, but definitely possible for G2 to hold on as Doki does it again, finds another great headshot onto Solotov, Alamau as well, and just like that, G2 have the advantage.
And the real danger now is those 2 players on the side of Falcons who are still rotating around, playing on hatches, for example, and now left in a 2 versus 3. Maybe a little bit keen from the 2 players on the side of Falcons who are already trying to slip around site to see what kills they could pick up, because all it's done is give G2 a chance to fight their way back in. And she's all there for a second. Doki has repositioned himself here, giving another issue for Falcons to have to work through with not enough time in which to do it. Doki onto a 3K. Doesn't matter that Bride got one back because Alamar was there to secure round 1 going the way of G2.
Yeah, good stuff from G2 there. I'm going to pick up on it. It's something that we picked up on throughout Munich. We know that Falcons have been doing that work to, try and improve the energy and maybe just the overall kind of mental approach within the team, particularly when they're playing, these moments of having lost a round or being under a little bit of pressure. I know we're only round 1, but it's just good to see them coming in and continuing that. All smiles from League. Good energy in the team. You know that they're going to be keeping it competitive throughout. G2 doing great there, losing that entry death, Stomp and taken down early. Doki chased back to site. They kind of had it all stacked against them. They were, 4 versus 5. There was plenty of time on the clock for Falcons to be able to work with. But Doki's work, both in and out of server, was great in that round. He's got the kill onto Shako to fight his way back in. It also frees up his man on blue stairs a little bit and gives them some options. But then when the pressure gets too much, he recognises that. Back to site, finds another kill, but as soon as the opportunity presents itself again, he's back out to server, looking for more fights. So really well played from him. Good mobility, couple of kills that get the round over the line as well for his team. G2 1-0.
All right, well, there we go. That's exactly what you expected from these two. And we'll play up towards the top floor now. That's towards CEO side. We spoke a lot historically about the impact of the bans that we're seeing, at least partially here again, the Ace and the Havana, now letting the defenders play much more comfortably around White Corridor, being able to play off towards elevators a little more comfortably. It's not that there is zero ability now to challenge down there. You saw there, for example, an angle that you can hold from off on the rappel to be able to get a bit of challenge down into White Corridor, but the majority of it is quite safe to play inside of. It's why you see so many players now setting up behind a shield, just outside of stock, and using that to be able to contest up towards square and make sure that side of the map is a little bit more secure.
Also, I've just having a little peek around into stock. There is a player on the door for G2, so they're going to have to just be careful how much they now push out. I was going to say I'd expect it to be Stomping. Usually his position that he plays here on Bank, and we've seen some phenomenal rounds from him over the last 12 months nearly now, almost 12 months, not too far away. Over his time in EML, we've seen some great rounds from him on Bank. He's possibly going to be pressured by Shako from underneath as well. That barbed wire is just going to prevent the Ash going any further at the minute, and it looks like Loira is well aware of that. Has a little pre-fire around the corner, so they're keeping Shako at bay on Marble. That's going to give at least G2 the security to keep themselves active in that stock corridor position.
Now they know exactly what's going on up there as well. They can't, maybe not get the wall open without the Habana on side, but they can at least see what's going on down there. And maybe you should expect there are a couple of players dancing around there right now to challenge on towards stock, watch on towards Marble, even looking out towards lobby through the soft walls if so required. Maybe that's exactly what they should be doing, Tim, because Leakifak is working his way up slowly. So they put the very, very top to give him a little bit of cover from where they might be able to challenge him. Barbed wire taken away, and just mindful of any swing or challenge coming on through as a result. Loira is the one at least below who's looking to cause a little bit of bother. Where there's someone downstairs hanging out near elevators, he's got the right idea. The outcomes are cool. That will force him back and no doubt start giving some remit for Falcons to move on forwards. But Doki's the first to strike down, goes Solotov on the Zofia. Not a bad start for G2, they hold on.
Yeah, picks up where he left off, getting aggressive, needs to get himself out of the way of that nade, does so. Blaz manages to find Shako as well. G2 just locking down this top floor. Falcons at the minute unable to find any room, but Users moving up the marble stairs does pick up Loira. That's the mute gone. Stomping out as well as Leakifak finds him. Doki, Blaz both have chips on the health, as does Alamo now. So G2 need to be careful, but with 20 seconds left to go, they can hold the positions, they can hold their lines. How about that for a pre-fire and a double? It makes it 3 in the round for Users. Doki keeps fighting though, but it's going to be Bride from the window. Doki shows just a little bit too much of himself and gets taken out. Great round from both teams, both going in there, absolutely delivering big hammer blows to the other. Bride ultimately the one able to close it out.
Do my eyes deceive me, Tim? Was that Shiko giving it large across the stage? Say it ain't so.
This is why I said it after round 1. Falcons are a different beast nowadays.
Are they, Tim? Because I feel like we've said that for the last 4 events where they finished second place.
Well, you know, you had to go there, didn't you?
it's a bit different coming up against your friends, I guess, in this case as well, because outside of the game, when we're around at events together, you'll always see various of these teams, especially G2 and Falcons. They tend to be together doing things, whether it's hanging around outside and having a chat, whether it's going out and socializing. A lot of them do tend to mix. There's definitely that friendly rivalry between the two. Certainly not quite a, I don't want to say hate because it's a strong word, but a dislike-fueled rivalry that we're used to seeing sometimes among teams around the world. It's a bit heated sometimes, but for the most part, these two, it is all in good jest. However, right now we've got a quick tech pause coming on through for Leakyfac, it appears. He's having some PC troubles, but that's okay. It's a little bit of a breather for us after we've seen 2 brilliant rounds to kick things off.
Yeah, it's been a perfect start to this game, hasn't it? You know, it's exactly what you want out of a G2 Falcons game. If you say to me, you know, what's the dream? What do you want to see here? That's exactly it. Just going in. Big guns from both of them, you know, big moments. Dorky's had a great start. You know, if we have a look, Users as well with that triple kill. There's been big moments on both sides. Leakyfac's on 3 as well so far inside 2 rounds. I think this one is setting up with a great foundation for the rest of the game. I can see these two absolutely going at each other. Like I say, when you know, even I spoke about the recent head-to-head, it's 3-2. It's very close. You know, when you look at it overall, and I looked all the way back this morning, I'm talking this core of the Falcons roster as BDS, like the whole works, going back through all the different rosters, G2 versus the lot of it. You know, and it's pretty close overall. Falcons do have an edge. 12 wins for G2, 18 for Falcons across all, you know, best of 1, best of 3, best of 5. There is 1 draw thrown in there, interestingly, as well, from way back when it was possible to have a 6-all draw for some reason. I can't remember which tournament it was. But I'm talking way back.
That's really winded it back now, Tim.
I'm talking way back. There's a draw from a best of 1. But yeah, overall, Falcons do have the edge as a core, as a roster. You know, Shaiko, Breedy, of course, being the 2 longest standing. But interestingly, when you look at the history of those European finals as well, so, Falcons as the BDS core, so it does include Leakyfac for one of them, the others are Shaiko and Breedy, but they have won all but one of the previous EUL finals when we used to have them. So 2020, 21 and 22 were the 3 that I think we had. They won 2 of them. One of them they lost in the final of it, and they lost to G2. So, you know, whether that's a little bit of an omen or not, who knows? We'll see. But technically, very technically, they won the last one. So I think we might have to call them defending European champions.
I think you are being very, very technical there, Tim. A lot's happened this year, hasn't it? It's a fun one because as we saw the league standings from the analysts earlier on and from Man, of course, over giving us the intro to this game, these are the 3 teams that finished top overall of the standings and then have managed to make it here through the playoffs as well. Like, shock horror. They are our top 3 teams in the region. I think that much is very much undisputed. But the only ones to really have, like, obviously a big standout win this year has been Team Secret, winning out at EWC, beating G2. Very, very comfy spot for them to be in. But I imagine there's a level of, you know, people think about the top teams in the EU and they probably do think Falcons and G2. Like, Secret are definitely coming up there. But a year ago, I'd say, they were still trying to find the form that was going to make them a top contender in EU, and it's only really been the last 10 to 12 months or so that we've seen them become a real serious player that we don't stop talking about at the tier 1 level. And it's great to see, one, you know, for the players themselves to see them step up the way that they have is fantastic, but second, also an organization that has been in siege since what feels like the founding days. Also brilliant to see them now so at the top of the game and consistently fighting for event wins.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, just going back to those historic finals as well, Fresh has just hit me with a little bit of a throwback, a great memory. The 2020 one was the infamous Virtue toe shot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that was the grand final in 2020, so there we go.
There's a few toe shots over the years. Remember Breedays on Theme Park as well to win out one of the games in the 15th round was absolutely fantastic. People really like feet, it turns out, Tim. How strange. You a foot fan, Tim?
I can't say that I am.
That's the best question I think I've ever asked you on air.
Oh, dearie me.
Yep. I love how you've been able to respond to that one.
Looks like he heard it. He's laughing along.
He's like, oh, for God's sake, these guys talking absolute shit again.
To clarify, the players can't hear us. He didn't.
No.
I don't want anybody sat there going, how can the players listen to the casters? This isn't fair. They don't.
Now, people actually ask about it an awful lot of notice. You know, what's the story with the headset?
It is a common question. It is a common question.
And as far as I understand it, the big black ones they're wearing are essentially the noise cancelling ones. They play white noise, and obviously underneath that are the actual in-ears that pretty much every player has their own personal set of. Molded to their ears in most cases, I'd imagine, as well. I know you can get those for like headphones that you might want to wear, like listen to music with, but they are bloody expensive for like a good proper like professional audio level pair. It's ridiculous.
It is an interesting one. It depends really, I think, because I spoke to Doki a little bit about in-ears a couple of years ago now when I was looking for some, and I actually have. I think it's. I won't go into brands and everything else, but I think I've got the same ones that I think it looked like Stompen was wearing. But and I think, you know, because I think Doki's worn it. So, and Doki said he's had like a whole bunch of different ones, like you say, you know, kind of some that are molded, some that are just like, you know, off the shelf, and it's an interesting kind of conversation as to, you know, like the benefits, the pluses, minuses, everything else that goes with it. It's it's fascinating.
It's, you know, it's even more fascinating, Tim.
Bomb located by attackers.
We're back again.
Indeed we are, Tim. You're absolutely right. Round 3 coming at you right now. Honestly, it's so ridiculous. Stafford open area going to go to in round 3 to complete our full 3-round rotation, end out the first quarter of the game, and then we'll head into our next ban phase, where I expect to see a Hibana taken away on the other side from Falcons. God knows at this point. We'll see when we get there, of course. Probably going to see Blaz looking towards a Kai plan is what I'd imagine. But, of course, the 2-brow taken away. His efficacy is somewhat reduced. Not enough that you wouldn't take him, obviously, as Blaz is now showing. So maybe it's a nice way for Falcons to be able to take another hurdle out of their way for those final few rounds.
Let's get into it then. We're still going to have the preparation going on, not unusual for the start of the action phase. Windows opened up just to apply a little bit of pressure to anybody who's wanting to roam around on that top floor. We're just having a look across G2. We've got one player, Alamo, in Janitor. That's pretty stock standard for him on the smoke. Blaz was upstairs. He's going to move back down. I think it was down Marble Stairs, so he's kind of just up and down a little bit to support Alamo. But other than that, not too much of a heavy roam coming in from G2. You know, realistically, they just sort of broader spread on and around the actual site itself. They've got one out in Archives. Loira's playing out there with the Nitro and the Valkyrie. So I'm going to guess they're going to be looking for, once Falcons get themselves in upstairs, hitting them with a little bit of Nitro action from underneath.
Well, the early one, of course, is going to be seeing what happens in the early parts of the round. It's been kind of Shaiko chasing down Doki for earlier parts of it, but Doki is very much embedded inside a site here on the Izami. Obviously worth noting as well, Shaiko running a lot of the Ash, I imagine, for concerns like the Izami on the other side. Whereas typically, with it not banned, you'd see him on something like a Deimos.
Just going to have a continued effort to try and deal with Alamo. It will be successful as the asphyxiation arrow goes in from the Capito. Breeder managing to move him, forcing him back down the hatch. And that is going to be everybody back on site. Top floor control is in the hands of Falcons. And just looking across the side of G2, I was going to say keep an eye on those Nitros, but one is definitely going to be gone as Loira gets taken out on the Valkyrie. 5 versus 4, Falcons using the pressure that they've gained from the map control very, very well so far.
Shaiko's really enjoying being this entry for the team. You know, you look at him over the years and the roles that he's played for this team. I spoke a lot about when he used to be the sort of the lurker off by himself doing his own thing while the other 4 all worked as a unit. Of course, the team has evolved massively since then, and he is one of their go-to entries alongside Solotov. But today, he's definitely locked into that role and really wanted to be first in the building, taking those entries. And so far, has come out pretty well. But on the other side of things, there's been players like Doki that are getting up and getting involved in a similar way. Down to a 4v4, but Shaiko, he strikes again. Doki dealt with here and gone. It's looking like a good round for Falcons, Tim.
It is, but Blaz fights back. Doki continuing his good game. He's out of this one, but I believe he's 7-3 at the minute, his current kill stats. Stomper manages to pick up users 3 versus 2, fighting back from that office. He's actually full health here, and they've not, I was going to say, been able to really do much damage to him. He does take a little bit, but it doesn't matter, as Blaz has him covered and takes down Solotov. Shaiko is there for the trade. Leaves him, though, in a 1v2. We know it's possible. He takes the first fight. Caught Binder as Alamo cuts him down, and that's going to be another round to G2.
Probably the time when Shaiko feels like, what more can I do, guys? I've got in, I've got the entry, I've made space, I've got 3 kills. And we still can't see the round out. But we spoke about it already. The amount these teams just throw down at each other is ridiculous. And it's very much showing in this game. The banter in the chat, the way that the rounds are going so back and forth, despite the outright domination by Shaiko to get things off. Been very, very interesting. And there we go, the Hibana gone. And I think after realizing, okay, we're having to run an awful lot of the Ashe here to get rid of things like the Azami, taking away the Azami is a good idea. Suspected it may well free Shaiko up, but nope, he's going to stay on the Ashe and keep on charging around.
Yeah, I think it's not too much of a surprise. I think, you know, once Shaiko's kind of, you know, we've seen it time and time again. Once Shaiko's comfortable with somebody as an operator like that, if he's within the game, we don't tend to see him change it too much unless he's forced to. You know, so if he comes in unison in the Deimos, you're going to see 6 Deimos rounds back to back unless Deimos gets banned. And I think that's pretty much the decision that we're seeing with him here on the Ashe today. It's just going to be, yeah, that's the game plan. Go in on Ashe, get some kills, run around, get aggressive, and that's what we're going to see from him from the remainder. So, and Fort will kick off. As you said, Hibana Azami will be our last 2 bans for this half. Going to mean that the Kaid is still active, and the Hatchers are going to be way better protected this time around. Just having a look at those attackers, there's actually no hard breach at all here being brought along by Falcons. So any Hatchers that are reinforced, obviously G2 won't necessarily know that. They'll have a good idea with having taken Ace and Hibana off the board, but usually that's a ban or banning pair that's aimed towards that top floor and keeping the elevator wall close so that you've got that safety down stock corridor. But it's actually having a knock-on effect here that they might not know about. But if they get all those hatches reinforced, you're going to have the thermite, and that's about it. Once the thermite's done, it could be a big problem for Falcons.
It's kind of like how they've sort of overly mind-gamed it in a sense where Doki's obviously on the Oryx, which means, or at least suggests, we should be seeing a number of hatches open for him to work his way up and down, around, and potentially even there as a counter towards the shields if they were to be brought along, of which there are none in this round, of course, but nothing else. It means he can be that little bit more mobile. What you will no doubt see, though, is a change up on that top floor of what they opt to play, now that they know for sure that the whole setup is then safe for them to play around White Corridor. Teams often do this. They use that kind of round 3, air quote, surprise ban. I wouldn't really have called this a surprise, but they will change up what their tactic is once they're taking away that third operator.
Kickoff's just going to hold that long angle from Marble in through Archives towards Teller's door. Doesn't manage to pick up any damage though. 1 minute 40 into the round. We're still a long way in here, I think, for Falcons to be kind of fighting over top floor. Let's not forget, they are going to be attacking down onto the basement. But it doesn't matter too much if Solotov and Users are able to just walk on in and have an impact here, but they won't, as Alamau manages to flip to the pistol, take down Solotov. Users does find the trade, but there's deaths elsewhere that leave G2 in a 4v2, making a 3v1 as Doki continues his rampage through Bank. G2 looking to secure another round here and put some breathing space between them and Falcons. This would make it 3-1, and right now Brede is all that's left alive. He's got the exothermics, but he's got nothing else to his name, realistically. Not even a hope. As he continues to be challenged, Doki hits the deck and hits him with the pistol. It's going to be G2 taking another one.
Snake on the belly, snake on the belly. I was going to say, have you seen EFAC play Deimos before? Or is that the first time he's done that?
I think I have seen it before. Because it's one of them that kind of stands out to you, doesn't it? Because you think, oh, Deimos is being played and it's not Shaiko. But yeah, it's certainly not a common one. Certainly not a common one.
I really want to take a dig and find out if he ever has played it. Because honestly, I don't think he has.
Right? Like, maybe not for CO, but for
turns out, yeah, let's have a listen.
Like, we just have to do same thing together, you know? Like, for example, for Open, we just push top floor fucking fast with shield, with annoying exec operators, or we just go really slow. But I feel like really slow is not good. They're gonna retake. So I feel like we just go play faster together, you know, 3-2-1, and we all push. You know, it's not like maybe not the same place, but like we all push together, you know, because they're just putting Valcams and retaking us. We are not playing together, so maybe just play faster together. I think it's good. Yeah, just do.
Anyone else dial their like volume dial right up to 100 for that one? I was listening in, and the large parts that I caught towards the end were playing together, right? Which feels like the most classic thing that you hear during attack timeout is, oh, guys, just play together. And it's like, well, yeah. And that's what I think we're probably going to see a bit more of here. Like Shaiko, as he said, has been having a lot of fun. And I think where it came down to running on the Deimos for EFAC was really coming down to the fact that Shaiko was like, no, I want to stay on the Ashe. I'm having too much fun here. Someone else play it. And that's why we saw EFAC step across to it there. So just a reminder to dial things back in. There's still a tournament to win here. I think as you heard them say on the desk earlier as well, all teams have qualified for SIs. And this is far from, you know, a critical thing they need to take out of this event, but there's still that accolade, one, of a bit of prize money, and two, being crowned that best team in Europe is a pretty big thing to have come the end of the year.
Okay, back up to the top floor we go. Last time we saw this was round 2. Falcons were able to get the win. It was very close though. It came down to the 1v1 if you recall. Doki had another one of his big rounds. He had a 3k in the round. He's had a 3k in round 1, round 2 and round 4. So he's going pretty well so far. But Brede was able to just get that final kill from the window in the 1v1. So it was a close run thing, and G2 I'm sure are going to be fairly confident that they don't really need to change too much here. I'd like to see Falcons maybe disrupting a little bit more. You know, forcing Stomping away from Stock Corridor, for example. I'm already looking at that and I'm kind of wondering, how are you going to achieve that? How are you going to do it? Maybe use us on the Blackbeard. They don't have the Ace or the Hibana. They're banned away, so you can't open that stock wall that will be reinforced. It's going to be very difficult. And then how do you, if you don't get rid of Stomping in that position, how do you start applying pressure to Alamau and Janitor, for example? A lot of work to be done. As it is, Shaco runs in, kills Stomping. Job done. Thank you, Falcons. That's what I wanted to see. They've delivered it. So...
yeah, I mean, it's certainly a very aggressive play. I mean, Shaco's not exactly the most passive player in the world, but this is definitely a different kind of aggression. The pace at which he's moving in towards the map, that he's taking these early engagements, really feeling it today in terms of that aggression. It's looking good. It's very, very good to see. But of course, we've got to see it actually convert into rounds as a team effort. He got that 3k earlier. The only player in the round on the side of Falcons to get kills off the back of it. We've got to see a bit more now as he steps on forward, but maybe a little bit too far there without his team being in support. Pay the price for it. Eustace getting in behind and removing Loris. They have at least got control of outside Janitor, but now they've got to start looking for what a plan looks like.
Yeah, I think we're just starting to, you know, get a real example in this round of the power of that position in and around stock. If you can get in there, get the corridor cleared out and start playing aggressively from there, you can have a lot of joy, as users just did taking down Loira. So 4 versus 3 now, and Falcons can start to get a little bit more aggressive. But how about that from Blaz? Just waits his time. As soon as that shield drops, pops the headshot, user's gone. Alamau manages to find Solotov, and all of a sudden Falcons, this is a couple of times now they've done this. They were 4 versus 3, they're now 2 versus 3, and they are on the back foot.
Yet again, a 3 versus 2, right? We had this down in the basement as well, and we've seen rounds where they've had that man advantage in a 4v3, and it's just let things slip away step by step. It's not the greatest for Falcons. We're about to be down by the looks of it, 4-on-1, unless EFAC and Brede can really pull something out the backsides here to start recovering it, but it's looking a little bit more likely now. I was going to say it's looking difficult, but EFAC makes it look easy with that kill on towards Blaz. Doki now really the hero to step up big. In fact, the only hero left. They turned it into a 1 versus 2. Don't crumble. I imagine Shaco really wants to say it to him here. He's got a lot to do. No tracks on the side of EFAC to hunt him down as well. So Doki just going to hold while the drone rains on past. They now have eyes on him. Should have been a freebie, but no. The plant's now going down. EFAC with the cover, no doubt as well. Doki has to win this one. Can't do it. Cover inside of Janitor, and EFAC is there to get the kill. Round turned around.
Yeah, Falcons, I think needed that one. Look, you know, you're in a 4v3, you go down to a 2v3. Those are the rounds that you've really got to be winning. You can't be, you know, giving away that man advantage all the time. But, you know, we love to see it from Shaco as well, chirping in the chat, just trying to have an impact, even though he's dead, trying to have an impact on that round, trying to, you know, do what he can. And ultimately, Doki can't get it won out. But, you know, good stuff from Falcons, able to find a way. G2 did battle hard through that round. You know, they did fight their way back into it, but ultimately it was just really nice cover there from EFAC as Brede's putting that plant down. He knew exactly where Doki was coming from. It was an easy one for him to mop up. Good stuff from Falcons, and it keeps this game nice and close.
It does. Otherwise, it could have started to run away with things, it being a 4-1. Would have started to get a little bit nervous at their chance of fighting back. Each are going with a very, very different setup for this round in particular as well. Again, seeing this very anti-drone setup with the Mute, the Mozzie, and the Solus coming along. Not really seen G2 play all that much Solus. Of course, their counterparts. EFAC is probably his go-to operator on the defensive side where it makes sense. This change away here will be Doki donning that operator, running around the map, of course, trying to hamper the information that Falcons are using to move forward. Because if you watched across those last few rounds, yes, Shaco has been the entry, but there has nearly always been a drone at his feet or drone feeding him intel elsewhere on where these players are, what it is that he needs to do. So I think it's a good idea to try and impede him especially, but also, of course, the rest of the Falcon side.
Users just choosing to bring the Blitz rather than the Blackbeard this time. I think I'd do the same after that headshot from Blast, to be honest. My reaction would be, forget that shield as well. I'm going to just try to full white screen him, and maybe then he won't be able to hit a headshot on me. But Users is going to be, it makes sense, really. He's going to be chasing down Roamers. He's looking for that top floor clearance, I think. So, you know, yes, Blackbeard can do that, but I think sometimes Blitz is just that little bit more effective at getting aggressive and getting, you know, up into people's faces and closing the distance. Great reaction from Shaco. Takes down Doki, manages to find himself a nice entry, 5 versus 4. Not a lot of damage taken in return as well. So a good start for Falcons, and we could be heading for a 3-3 start.
I think Shaco's having a little bit too much fun this game in doming Doki relatively repeatedly. I can't imagine what gives that away to him, but it certainly looks like it. I get the feeling maybe, just maybe, that's how he's feeling about it today. And again, seeing the roles kind of mix around a little bit has been quite interesting on the other side. You know, I mentioned before that various players on this team, not Shaco, of course, or Brede, the other 3 all have Docker being their 3 most played operators. They love this operator there. Shaco again stepping in for free and getting a kill and making a lot of space for his team. Players on GT now forced off site and can't really contend with this one until out comes Jesus, sees a player outside of square as well, just waiting for the round to come on through, but no one's going to try and do it. Leaky Fat gets another. G2 in full savior mode right now. Loira tries his best, but Shaco collects yet another to close out the round. A very cozy one for Falcons.
Oh, God. Yep, they level things up, and that's going to take us 3-3. Honestly, can anybody hold their hands up? If you're not, I'm not including G2 and Falcons fans, because both of those want a 6-0 half. But can anybody not agree with me in saying that this is exactly what we want out of back? 3-3, both of them just going for each other, and we're already looking at a possible overtime here. This is great. Falcons are going to move on to the defense. We'll see. The big question that I've got for Falcons on the defense is, can they bring the same sort of level of aggression? Can they, we've already seen Shaco's having a lot of fun. He's running around on Ash. He's getting aggressive. Can they bring that same sort of energy onto the defensive half? Are they going to be able to do that? They're going to have to use the roam. They're going to have to, kind of get outside of their, I don't say comfort zone a little bit, but we know this team often will play more kind of site-based. We've seen, and we've commented on it a few times, Leaky Fak over the last 3 or 4 months has been getting out there on the roam a little bit more, and he's been having some phenomenal success out there, I think in particularly top floor clubhouse. But, are they going to be able to do that in the same way that they've done in the first half, really taking the fight to G2, getting aggressive on those entries? I'm interested to watch how that plays out in this second half.
I do want to say it may have been the first time that I've seen Doki telling someone else to shush. He is our in-house serial shit talker. In every game that he's in, he's always in the all chat. He's always yapping away. But now he's turned around and basically just said, please shush, because Shaco will not shut up. Again, having a lot of fun on the day. And so far, it's kept things dead even at 3 apiece. Not bad to have 3 on the attack. And as you said, Tim, I'm keen to see how the second half goes. We're going to start things off with EFAC over on the Vigil and Shaco on the Alibi. Now, that has been what I have not seen for a long time.
Oh, dear. I often say about Alibi, and I'm going to say it now, because I think it's very, very applicable. When a player picks Alibi, I use Citizen as the example. It always used to be Citizen. I'm talking like way back, a few years back now. You knew that Citizen was having a really good game if he went onto the Alibi. You knew you were in trouble because he would just be running around, like getting kill after kill after kill. And he just loved the Alibi. He loved the Storm. He just loved, that operator and that freedom. And I think that's kind of a little bit what we're seeing out of Shaco. He's had his fun on the Ash. He's had a decent first half. He's been going in there getting entries. He's 7-5. He's really rattling through G2 at the minute. So I think, get him on. This is what I wanted to see. How do you keep that energy? How do you keep that aggression? I think you shoot Loira with a Boss G. That's how you do it. But you let Shaco get on that operator. You give him that freedom to roam, to get out there, to get aggressive. And I think G2 need to make sure that they're finding these roamers and dealing with them pretty quickly.
We're indeed about a week away or so from our limb damage revert. It's worth mentioning as well, at which time Vigil may well start to make his way back in a little bit. Shields won't be quite as potent. EFAC, a bit of a swan song during this current era where limb damage is indeed still a thing. Already found one for himself, eyeing up a second. Almost found Blaz, but Blaz just a little bit quicker in the moment, or at least a little more accurate. 4 versus 4 then, but the Vigil's done his job, got that entry on towards Loira, taking the Grim offline. A big operator to catch.
Yeah, it would have been a hell of a shot from Leakyfact to be finding that one around the side of the container. But let's not forget, I said the same when G2 were defending down there and Falcons were attacking. I'm going to say the same now, the opposite way around. The site is the basement. We're a minute 30 in, and G2 are still chasing these roamers around the mid-floor. They haven't cleared open area. There's a lot of work to do. Doki's going to go in and do it with a little bit of support from Blaz. Alamau gets taken down elsewhere, but the advantage is still firmly in the hands of G2 as Stomper manages to find users. It's all up to Breedy. He knows he can get the kill with the Toxic Bear, finishes Doki off. A 1v3 becomes a 1v2. If you want anybody in sight locked down on their own for a clutch, it's got to be this man.
I mean, we know what he's been able to achieve historically, Tim. He has been that clutch player for this roster. Maybe a little bit less so lately. You are against Blaz and Stomp him. Full of utility on their side, it's worth stressing. Flashes, smokes, fire. Plenty to move Breedy around himself with just a couple of smokes in back pocket with which to hold on. They see him on a drone. They know loosely where he is at this point. The danger for G2, I was going to say, is they are a bit split up, but have now moved away from main stairs, both looking for this server side hit. 30 seconds still to go as well. That's a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, it really is. There's an age for Breedy to hold on here, really. They can try and massage this situation to get either side of it. That'd be the ideal. They're going to try and get a plant down. One Toxic Babe goes out. It is going to be the last one, so there will be an opportunity for G2 to put the case down, but it's going to be very, very limited. There certainly might not be a second opportunity, put it that way. Blaz is going to go in for it now. Breedy knows it's happening. He knows he needs to win the fight onto the hatch. Can't do it. Stompin's ready. Finds his man. G2 take the first attack.
There we go. Okay, now that's the pace, right? Winning the attack is the same way how we saw Falcons have 3 back in that first half. But to start out on the winning foot here, in I'd say relatively convincing fashion. Yeah, okay, 3v1 became a 2 versus 1 because they weren't 100% sure where Breedy was. But the critical thing was what G2 then did afterwards. They slowed it down. They got back on the drones. They stacked up as 2. They looked pushing together. They made use of their utility. They did all the right things despite losing the entry in the round. So again, really well played by G2, showing a lot of composure there. And definitely reminding the other side of Falcons, where we've seen a couple of players having maybe a bit too much fun. Guys, this is still a game you need to win, and we are still a top team that you need to find a way through.
Up to the top floor we go. Doki, not one to sit quietly by while Shaco's chirping at him. He's going to give a little bit.
Of course he is. Of course he is.
Of course he is. Breedy, I think, knows there that he was under a little bit of pressure at the end. 4-3 then it is to G2 at the moment. They take the lead on Bank, and they're going to be attacking up onto the top floor this time. Just having a look at the lineup that's getting brought along. We've got the Ace and the Hibana scene, as neither have been banned out. Blitz and Dokubi, the 2 being taken away by Falcons. So Bandit, in response to that, will be brought along to try and keep that elevator wall safe. However, Blaz is on the Twitch, and they can deal with the Bandit batteries pretty easily. There's some really long lineups that you can get onto that area with a Twitch drone, particularly if you throw the Twitch drone out of hand and get it up on one of the pillars or something like that. You can find those shots out onto the Bandit batteries. So Blaz's job is going to be to get those cleared out. If he does, they can get that long range angle. Loira is going over onto the window rappel to do that, whilst Doki manages to pick up Shaiko, and I'm sure he will love that for an entry kill.
Shaiko, I don't think will, as you can already see in the chat as well. It's really funny seeing him be as vocal as he is today, because it's such a rare thing. Bit too soon on the shot. Does manage, I think actually counts it off in the air as well. Yeah, he does get it in the end, so only the one of them is electrified away. Laura now able to get started on the other side of things, but it does mean users can still juggle things around if he needs to. Needs to find out where the Twitch drone is.
Should be fine.
Yeah, they've got both at this point, so they can go for both at the same time if so desired, but it's more of a case of knowing that he's there, and he's now, of course, being very mindful of where those shot drones may well be. As you can see on Blaz's player card, he's got a couple running around here, mainly on the downstairs. An alternative angle to find to get rid of those Bandit batteries.
Yeah, that's it. It's going to be, having to commit both Ace and Hibana over there realistically to get it done. But Stompin at the minute is outside a stock window, so it's going to come down to Loira trying to get this done with those Selma charges. Could be a little bit of a battle between the two. You got to get closer than that, Blaz. He manages to get it on the second attempt. That's going to be the bulletproof taken down. G2, 1 minute 20 left to go. Entry kill on the cards. An opportunity to open up into sight here. I think they've largely given up on the elevator wall. They're not too worried about that right now. It's just going to be a case of getting this plant site available and opened up, and then they can think about getting Alamau sent in there to hold F and get the diffuser down.
Well, as you saw, Laura was trying to get it opened up enough and to be able to step on through, but it got impacted off there by EFAC. You'll have to call Stomping over and get him to help open up the rest of it. There's still another impact to make use of on EFAC's side, though. Be really careful about how they play around this. For example, if EFAC gets in now and gets an impact over, they get rid of 6. There's then a C4 available to deny the rest. You've got to be so careful, otherwise there is no way into sight. They only have the sight lines, and with no control on lobby side, it starts to get a little bit precarious for G2, unless, of course, they find more kills, which Stomping is certainly helping with.
Yeah, manages to find another. Going to be searching, seeking for the one near stop. Nearly gets an opportunity onto Users, but Users, fortunately for him, manages to duck his way out of danger. Stomping continues to try and pressure there. Alamau's looking to join. They know that Janitor needs to be dealt with, but it is the Warden that's in there. It's not going to matter, glasses or not. The Warden is going to be taken out. Leakerfact fighting back. 1v5 can do no more than one. Final kill comes in as G2 swarm onto site. They take another round, and I tell you what, G2 have looked fantastic on the attack all year, and today is absolutely no different.
Yeah, I remember saying back during the stage that both G2 and Secret were our 2 teams that had a higher attacking win rate than a defensive win rate. Now, you can take that 2 ways. They're really good at attack and slightly less good, but still great at defense, or they're really bad at defending and they're mediocre at attacking. Gladly, I'm happy to say the former is the truth. Both are still pretty good at defending. I think Falcons were our best defensive team overall, but on the attacking side is where Secret and G2 really come into their own. And I think during the recent meta, you know, spoke about a lot about changes that have come on through. Attacking is probably in the best state it's been in for quite a while, like to a level. Shields are still somewhat powerful, maybe not as much as they were 9 months ago or so, but still definitely up there. Of course, a lot of the ACOGs disappeared away from defenders, for example. There's a lot of things that are helping attackers right now, but there's only really a few teams around the world that are showing they've really got a solid understanding of the attacking side. We're quite fortunate that 2 of those teams are here in EU.
Okay then, let's see if G2 can continue to show that attacking prowess in round 9. 5-3 it stands at the minute, and this time they will be attacking onto the basement again. Falcons last time able to waste a reasonable bit of time. They had that opening kill from Leakerfact with the Vigil, hit the Bosch G, but then G2 were able to start picking apart that roam a little bit. We've got similar, if not identical, lineup actually coming in. It is, it is going to be the same. I was going to say the Valkyrie joins the lineup, but no, Solotov was on the Valkyrie last time. We were down in the basement. How about that? Doki wanders in with absolutely no clue. This is the risk of playing the knock sometimes. You go in there, you've got to get ahead of the drones. You just want to be the first thing. You want to be that surprise package. However, Leakerfact was somewhat ready for the surprise package this time.
Tim, you can just watch the game. I'm just watching the chat with so much glee right now. Like, Psycho just cannot stop every single round. He's still going.
Kill.
The kill was about 20 seconds ago, my lad. Oh, I'm so here for this villain era. I am so here for it. A 5v3 for Falcons, and that's all inside the first, 40 seconds of the round? G2 are probably going to struggle to be able to pull this off from here. They've still got their 2 main execute operators on side, in the form of the Sens and, of course, the Grim. But with no IQ, Solotov's Valkyrie cameras here are going to reign supreme. Everything that G2 try and do probably going to be spotted out, and just like that, they see one going in towards Beepers. It's Stomping, and Yuzus is waiting to strike.
Always a good cam spot up in the corner there. You can get it up above the pillar. It is kind of difficult to spot out. One to take for your ranked games. Get it, just arc it right up on top there. You get a great view of all of the main lobby. Leakerfact is going to pick up Blaz, and this one is just continuing on that slippery slope now for G2. Lyra trying to work his way towards marble stairs, but I don't think they're going to find too much joy. Falcon's happy to kind of just drop away now. Don't need to take those fights. Leakerfact's about the most advanced. He's on blue stairs at the minute. Can maybe pop up and cause a problem through square if he so chooses. But right now, Falcons don't need to do anything desperate to take any fights. They can just hold their positions.
That's it. No need to go too bonkers just yet. But Lyra gets in for one. Leakerfact maybe a little bit keen at the moment. Feeling a bit left out of all this smack talk. Lyra stepping on forward now, and at least has the hard breach charges in back pocket. If desired, start getting this wall opened up. Also has the diffuser. Don't quite think he can one-man army, which is why Stomping is up above, making use of these Sens light screens to give him a little bit of cover to try and get this plant down. Smoke over the top, in he steps. Planting behind the chassis maybe wouldn't be a bad shout, but still trying to look for where these players are. But Stomping's gone down, and like that, this is now a bit of a rescue mission for Lyra. He's got to do everything, all 4 players to fall by his gun. Not a single one will. Yuzus getting the kill, and once again, we draw things all square.
Yeah, any hope of getting the diffuser down kind of disappears as soon as Stomping loses his life. Falcons, as expected, really close that round out nice and easy for them. They did all the hard work in the first half of the round, getting out there, getting aggressive. Of course, Doki trying to waddle in on the knock was found out, and They drop like dominoes after that, so Falcons able to close it down in the basement. Keeping it close, it's 5-4 to G2 as Falcons maybe just stopping a little bit of momentum that had been built up. Very much a pattern throughout this game so far. We had G2 and Falcons win one round apiece in the first two, and then
still do
it's
the
been
lobby,
two each
they
from
stop
there.
push, okay, for open area. I just think like maybe some one guys.
But also you can try push, bro. Multi and Hibana open. So
Want
good.
to Hibana open?
Yeah,
Okay,
get
okay,
a
can do
push
this.
now.
Also for CEO, okay, if you want, like, it's also so good. Just want to think, like, if you do lobby push loader for open area, play you the Ash them because they don't reinforcement they have or remember. So
Yeah,
like,
okay.
you can like also just push the guy janitor, okay, like just fucking him, okay. So
Yeah.
like we have the lobby, the multi push, you have the Hibana. Just talk who you gonna play because don't do this attack me a while. I think
do
it's
Kanto with Ibana on Zeko Windows. Can't we also just kill this? I mean, stock.
No.
yeah, both are good. Both are good.
Don't
Look,
do that, guys.
other
You've been doing
thing, guys,
that for the past games
for
now.
basement, guys, look, for basement, we can also do the lobby push or the split, okay? Like keeping that
Yeah.
map because the multi is open.
Yeah.
Let's go, guys.
Yeah,
Let's.
What I do find interesting about that is, of course, we've had a 2-1 quarter there from G2. They've done really well on the attacking side, won 2 of the 3 possible attacks. They're in the lead at 5-4, yet they made the call to have that attack timeout, to talk about a couple of things for the upcoming sites. The only worry there is you're giving the other side of Falcons a little bit of extra time to figure out what is going wrong and give them time to course correct. So I really hope they haven't just unintentionally given Falcons a way back into this game by making use of that attack timeout while ahead.
I think, you know, it's also worth considering, like, you know, as we've said, we're in a position where, you know, both teams have qualified for SI. So I'm not saying that you necessarily come in here trying things. You know, they both want to be EU champions. Everybody does. It's bragging rights. You know, you can see them going off at each other in the chat. They desperately want to, you know, come in and beat each other and be the number one, the you know, the top dog in EU. But ultimately, it is a great opportunity as well, isn't it? You know, if you're G2, you think we're going up against Falcons in a competitive game. You know, it's a real. So yeah, maybe at 5-4 up, we look at it and we say, you know, Romalio says maybe, you know, I wouldn't always call a timeout here, but actually there's something I really want to interject with because you know, we can see how this strat works, so we can try, you know, and they can kind of use that opportunity, you know, in a proper competitive setting to be able to get, you know, some things polished and things like that. So you know, maybe a little bit of that going on.
I think it's very fair to say, like, most teams, if you don't make it, of course, to events, you don't get a chance to just air quotes practice on LAN. Like, it's not really a thing. Like, you might be able to boot camp, for example, and scrim, but you're all online still. Playing at LAN is a very different thing here. So maybe that's why, back in that first half, we did see some different operators being played by the side of Falcons. It's why we saw Shaiko being a little bit more vocal, a little bit noisier, something that historically he hasn't really been. He's one of the quieter players on the team. So maybe it's all a little bit of change up here, and not that it doesn't matter, but versus winning a major, or more importantly, winning SI, this is really your proving ground, your trial ground to try something a little bit different. So maybe it is that.
And it might be that wins you SI. You know, you've got to look at the bigger picture as well. You've got to look at the bigger picture, don't you? We're going to see the Scorpos shell taken out. Alamau is going to continue moving. I'll give, you know, we know Alamau's a great Monty player anyway. He's had a phenomenal 6 months on Monty when we've seen him using the operator. You know, we've seen some really great stuff for him. I'm thinking particularly his pushes on. I was hoping that wasn't Alamau then. Appreciate it, sound lawyer. You know, I'm thinking his pushes on East Stairs on border, for example. You know, really giving us good examples of you know, how default pushes with Shield, particularly Monty, should be done. So always fascinating to watch when he's on that operator. But 5 versus 3 at the minute as Falcons have managed to pick themselves up a couple of kills. They get themselves into this round in a very solid way, and with 1 minute 10 left to go, G2 have not made very much progress towards side.
Ooh, stomping a little bit too cozy there, I think. Border's very desperately trying to turn the round around. Not given the chance by Shaiko, who's still relatively undisturbed here inside of stock. Window now opened up, and Monty bearing down armies going to have to get out of here at some point. But the challenge from Alamau starting to build up. Solotov coming in behind. And Shaiko's certainly not going to give Alamau any ground there to find. Very, very cozy round for Falcons. And now things are drawn all even. Look at him.
He's that's why I didn't say anything. I'm like, I just know he's desperate to shout at him here.
You know what? They are very much enjoying themselves. The funny thing is, in between the teams, there is like meant to be frosted glass. I'm not sure if the teams themselves requested it, but it has been left clear for this game. It
can be like unfrosted, can't it?
And I think it's exactly for the reason we're seeing. They both wanted to give it large at each other, and both are doing just that. Very, very fun to see. Well,
This is, look, you know, this is what builds stories as well, isn't it? You know, this is what you want to see between teams. You know, within reasonable limits. You know, you want to see them having a little bit of chirping, a little bit of back and forth, and you can see, you know, both teams are laughing about it. It's, you know, it's all good, and I think it's, you know, bringing a great energy to these. It's bringing a good energy to these finals in Malta.
Yeah, you know what I love on that camera at the end from the side of G2. Like they were so hard trying not to look over in that direction. Then it's something you mate.
Yeah, you just locked in on the screen,
and you're just trying your best to ignore your mate. And he's like, oh, look, I've got one. Look at this. He's like, mate, please stop. And then it's like, no, look. It's like, you're shit. That's basically what he's trying to say to them. Just really trying to get in their heads a bit here, trying the Doki tactic. And I want to say it's working. We're at 5-5, maybe not entirely. But it's at least guaranteed we get to see all 12 rounds here on map 1. Maybe even, Tim, an overtime in map 1.
Who knows, we could be treated. No, you're absolutely right, Des. You know, you can see G2, you know, just not wanting to look across because they know what's going on. It's like, I mean, you're a bit of a golfer. It's like when your mate out-drives you at golf by like 1 yard. They're just in front of you, but you are laser focused on your ball because you know what you're going to hear.
And they turn around with that shit-eating grin. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, worst thing in the world. Almost impressed, quite literally, with Alamar at the top of Spiral in this case, trying to work his way forwards. One off towards his right inside of Elevator, another just towards his left as well. So, can't push forward quite so freely. Had a little sniff around, see what's going on up there. Pulls back while the rest of his team get themselves set up here for their own step on forward. Finker pulling the juice, and everyone being hit with that extra little burst of health that they have. Hopefully an ability to start moving on forward soon. Goyo being burnt out as well, so Alamar still impeded, at least for now.
Yeah, I mean, smart play from G2, though. Alamau gets up there, doesn't get overly aggressive, knows that the Vulcan canister is there, so, you know, waits for that moment to push forward. He wants to tackle that player in Elevator. He wants to go and get aggressive onto users, but he knows if he pushes too far, he's just going to get that Vulcan canister lit up at the back of him. So just dips off, waits for the nade to come in, and then he's going to push forward. By contrast, we've got a great team play coming out of Vulcans as well. Leakerfact supporting users with those Kiba barricades, sending them in, trying to keep him safe, trying to avoid the nades being able to come in and find him. He's going to take the fight. Users now around the corner. Takes a lot of damage though. Loira manages to find Shaco elsewhere. Doki onto users. G2 are lighting up round 11.
A real great round of patience being shown by so far. A lot of utility to get through. A good minute and a half of getting themselves in position and ready to go. And then when they've said go, Tim, they have absolutely blown through Falcons there. Very little time to react on the other side. Again, no doubt chaos in the comms as that was all going off. But G2 are the ones who walk away with the spoils. 6-5 and map point.
Yeah, great stuff there from G2. And we often talk about, you know, we spoke about that tactical timeout. I can't swear it, but I'm pretty sure I recall Romalio saying about a main lobby take. And I think that's what we've just seen. You know, we often talk about the way that, you know, the coaches aren't necessarily, when they're in a tactical timeout at 5-4, they're not just talking about round 10. They're talking about round 10, 11, 12. You know, they're giving a blueprint for the next 2 or 3 rounds. And I think we may have just seen that come to fruition there. I think that's probably what was being discussed. And then we see, you know, in action, that main lobby take, the support for Alamau from players like Doki, dealing with elevators. Just really nice, well-oiled attack coming in from G2. 6-5 gives them the opportunity to take bank Kieran now.
It was one of those as well where you heard Doki during the timeout talking about getting rid of the Azami, and that's kind of, again, part of how that game plan unfolded, was they just absolutely blitzed their way through the Azami. No contest being offered by the other side. Really, really good stuff. Let's see if they can get it done here in the final round. Falcons going down to probably the hardest site on the map to attack, I'd say, down to the basement of Bank. Just when you have a lot of stall to roll out, and there is an awful lot coming through really in this round. And you might look at it and go, well, I'm only really seeing the smoke here, Des. What are you talking about? There's no C4s. It's more what's happening around the map. The fact that they've got the traps of the goo mines, that we've got the cap cans coming out, that you've got Oryx being busy around the map, and there's army that has been ever present throughout this map. So far so that it was banned back in the 3rd round by G2 because it was proven to, sorry, by Falcons, because it was proven to be a little bit of a headache for them. So let's see if G2 can get forward in pretty quick time. They've certainly got the tools to do it. They've seen Nook being a little bit busy. Of course, got the Deimos on the other side for Doki. They don't want to get themselves caught up running around the map here. They've got to move forward in pretty quick fashion, and that is a heartbreaking one to miss, but by the looks of it, you just had no idea where the shots were coming from. Enough time to repel and still find his man. That's the cap can down.
Stompen does a great job there. That mentally, I'm picturing, you know, the equivalent of when somebody throws you something, and like you go to catch it and it bounces out of your hand. So that's kind of the feeling. But then you manage to make the catch. He goes straight on the rappel and gets him at the second try. I love that speed of thought, quick thinking from Stompen to be able to get that one done. Loira manages to find one, make it two. Shaiko and Leakafak taken down as they try to get aggressive and push into the garage. Brede and Solotov are in serious danger now. Solotov tries to do something about Loira, but can find absolutely nothing. It is all up to Brede. 1v5, tracked out by Demos, challenged by Alamo. Oh boy, it was over before it began. G2, they managed to close it out 7-5.
Solid showing from both sides to kick things off, but G2 just showing that a little bit more in the second half. Shock Horror, one of the best attacking teams in Europe, shows that they most definitely can attack. This is really nice for our next couple of maps as well, of course. We're looking in towards Nighthaven Labs, which is Falcons' pick. And then Skyscraper, for the one of the last times, Tim, could be that decider if we get there.
Certainly could be. Certainly could be. I think we might. I think we're going to see Falcons come back at G2 here. It was a close match anyway. The little bit of banter between them continues. Yeah, and I think we're going to see Falcons desperately wanting to get themselves into this.
I want to see what happens when Falcons lock in here and start playing a different style of Siege that we know and love. But we'll find out if that's the case in map 2. We'll go to a break. When we come back, our desk will break that one down for you. See ya in just a few.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
That's the first map here at the EML Finals, going in favor of G2 as they win it. It was close though, and I think the main difference that they made was definitely on the attacks here at Bank.
Yeah, G2 have always been one of those teams that are much more comfortable attacking than they were defending. I think we saw that. They weren't 3-3 on defense, which I thought was commendable. As soon as they got on the attack, they had all the tools available to them. They had the Hibana, they had the Monty, they had the team play, and they are genuinely devastating when they're on the attack. I think, you know, particularly the basement, where they're attacking. I want to change Loira's, you know, Shaiko's got about 3 call-outs in the game, right? In terms of different positions. I want Loira to have one, and I want it to be behind the ambulance in the garage. Because he takes that position every time G2 attack the basement, and every time you see him getting triple kills, quad kills from that position, just cutting it up.
Yeah, and you know, we see some of the rounds there and some of the main stakeholders of those attacks as well. Doki especially with the fragging power. Stompin playing the Spider-Man here.
And then wait for it,
and he gets
triple kill incoming right now.
Yeah, and Loira on that garage position.
Nobody stops him in that position.
And always with the same DMR, he's so good with it. Overall, you look at the map super and you think obviously the main difference has been made in attack by G2. It was extremely close. Like you said, I think especially Hibana Monty being open, meaning that it was the hammer and anvil strategy the whole time. They breached a wall, they pushed people with the Monty. The fact that the defenders move, they're getting punished by the rest of G2 that's lurking. Works super well. Animo loves to call it, and you've got to praise him for it. It works so well for them on Bank.
Yeah, no, giving G2 the space to take where they want to take from. Where have we seen this before? It went well for G2 once again. But there's something that you saw on the side of Falcons as well. As we said, it was close, and we're seeing something in regards to their IGLing, the way they're talking with each other.
Yeah, some amazing individual moves, I think enabled by the way that they've been calling. I feel like Likefak has stepped back a little bit, and everyone's taking some initiative. You look at Yuzus here, it's a 3v5. He's going to drop, get a first pick here, and afterwards he's going to come back on the same stairs, and is going to go and find even more picks. And that's to kind of rounds, like, clearly, Falcon should have lost that. It was a 3v5, but Yuzus does his job. Same scenario here. What do you see? Shaiko playing for himself. He has his own drone. He will go ahead and type drone in the chat to bait Doki after killing him. And afterwards, he's going to go back, jump in the window, get aggressive and get his own picks. And it's the way that Falcons have been playing, way more free-flowing. And I just love it for them because they're less relying on Likefak and they're trying something new. And I love it. And as you can see, Doki and Shaiko, the two main stakeholders of that first map. And I've got to say, the only game that Shaiko is winning right now is the trash talk game.
Yeah, and he was winning that trash talk game. He was typing constantly to Doki. And G2 are a team, they won't be turning their chat off. They type right back. Both of these two teams, you know, we talked about how friendly they are. They're clearly, you know, comfortable with playing each other. They're clearly comfortable giving each other a little bit of talk as well. And even though Shaiko did the most talking, it was Doki who won in the server.
And can we mention that Doki was supposed to be sick, by the way, and is dropping 15 and 9. He was playing the old man when we walked out of the hotel. He was like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to be able to play. Well, he looks pretty good to me.
Well, he certainly is playing and showing it very well here with us. I love that head-to-head between these two, right? And even though they're chatting, they're having a good time, it shows for an entertaining game. And I think that's the most important between these two teams. And I hope we get to see that continue on the second map as we're going into Nighthaven Labs. Now, for this map that we're going into, you know, if Falcons want to stay in this upper bracket, if they want to make their way through the grand final within this upper bracket, what do they have to do?
I think they just have to live through to the expectations they have on that map. It is their map. They did best G2 7-3 on easily in Munich, and even better teams. I will say that FaZe as well, W7M quite convincingly. I think they just need to play their usual game. I would love the initiative that we're seeing from Falcons. The only downside to it right now is that we're not seeing the same cohesion and team play than usual.
Yeah, I suppose from a tactical perspective, Nighthaven plays out very breach, you know, take control of the map and then go in and plant. So I think for Falcons, when they're in the defense, the one thing I'd be taking away is the shields away from LML.
Yeah.
Making G2 really work for each layer of space and force them into a quote-unquote normal game, I think is Falcons' best game plan.
It'll make things difficult for G2 for sure. Well, Falcons have to find a way to bounce back if they want to stay in this upper bracket. But the map is ready, so we'll send it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Anne. Indeed, Tim, Nighthaven Labs awaits. One of my favourite maps to cast. Always gives a bit of entertainment, and I'm sure between these two, it is going to be no different. In fact, I remember back in Munich casting a very, very good map of this by Falcons. I forget who they were playing against now, but their defence was sublime. So, G2's attack is definitely going to get put through its paces.
Yep, 100%. It's going to be a real test here. We're not going to see it until the second half, though, as G2 will kick things off on the defence. We'll see where those bans go as they come on in. Always an interesting one for bans on Nighthaven, because I think we do have, you know, room for a little bit of difference sometimes, you know, to maybe the default we would expect. I say that, and we get Kaid and Monty, which, you know, very common bans. It's probably going to be a Bandit alongside the Kaid if that's going to be the first ban, but we will see whether Falcons do anything differently. the reason that I say that is, you know, you look at, there we go, we've got the bandit in the back mid, so double shift. Quite often, you know, on Nighthaven, things like you don't need to worry about banning the hard breaches, for example, because there's a lot less sort of essential breaching that goes on. You've got the RT wall, that always gets opened anyway, so it's not a huge save, you know, by keeping that close. And then you've got, you know, maybe the double wall down into basement. Again, it's not kind of, you know, a dead set essential breach a lot of the time, as the hatches can be kind of, you know, left if not available. So yeah, it's always an opportunity maybe to see those bans mixed up a little bit, but we won't have it here. It's going to be fairly stock standard.
Indeed it will.
What's the report on the chat, Des?
Well, one of them said, look, and both Doki and Shaiko stood up and then looked at each other across the room and then broke down laughing. And there was a lot of exchanges with Carl going on as well. It was very, very busy, very stormy chat, we might say. Tim, back to you.
10 seconds left.
Well, let's get back into the action here. We'll report on how this game goes. G2 versus Falcons. They're going to be kicking off. We need to be careful, Des. We might get signed up as like a news and weather combo. Who knows?
You're doing the news, not doing the weather?
I doubt it.
Breaking news from Nighthaven Labs. Doki has dropped a nuke.
We're going to be dropping over onto round one, then Nighthaven Labs top floor, where Falcons are going to be attacking straight onto the RT wall, as we would expect. Open it up with isothermic. That's going to be job done there. There's nothing to hold that back. No mute on. Oh, there is a mute on Sam. Stompin choosing not to play a jammer on that wall. Reasonably easily dealt with anyway, if he did choose to. And then we're going to have the... Where's the second isothermic going? That's, yeah, going to be over onto the connector wall. So that's going to prevent G2 holding too aggressively here. Interestingly, though, the Castle of Blaz is in the corridor and he's not going to drop away, even though that wall has been opened. He doesn't really have too much of a choice to now. If he's going to leave, he needs to go down these stairs, but the problem is he's likely being held from door, so he knows that. He's going to be playing his life, and he's not really playing it very long, Des. League of Fight manager to get the opening kill. Advantage Falcons.
Yeah, really well played by Falcons overall, knowing that he was pinned, the drone being there just for first bit of caution, and maybe even more importantly, it was EFAC taking the engage. You might hear me say that and say, why is it a good thing that a Thermite's taking the opening engagement, Des? Well, he's used his hard breach gadgets. He is now a free gun, plus a couple of flash grenades. That's all he can really bring in the round, so actually as it stands, he is the perfect guy to be sending in to go aggressive, alongside Shaiko, who has made use of those breaching rounds himself. So, 2 free guns, and being these 2 players, Tim, it feels like a pretty deadly combination.
Yeah, it does, and I think G2 starting to feel that, but okay, takes the peak, gets aggressive, hits Leaker back, and that's your free gun gone. That's Thermite out, as Doki manages to get him without any damage returned as well. So we find ourselves now 4 versus 4. Doki has re-peaked so many, what I would say probably bad angles, you know, where you, if he loses life, you're like, why are you re-peaking that? But look, he's coming away with the kill every time, whether it's Bank, whether it's Nighthaven. It doesn't seem to make a difference at the minute. Doki's absolutely flying today.
Honestly, purists of the game are watching that and just thinking, that's not how you play Rainbow Six Siege. Because you're right, he is going bonkers on these repeats. He is trying to get re-aggressive on angles that have been long lost. It's not even like it's a trade that's coming out. He's just want to say, yeah, the news one was there, I'll have a go again. Bam, and comes away with it. And again, that only speaks to the rivalry between these 2 teams, that friendly jest they've got going on between them. But all that said, Falcons are now starting to get the surround they need. An easy kill for Usus on towards Alamau. But it's a 2 versus 2, Tim. Make that a 2 versus 1, and Usus has dropped an absolute nuke coming up aqua there. 2 players killed by himself into a 2 versus 1. Temporarily a 1v1 while his plant goes down. Stomping, not quite able to get the headshot. That's going to get completed. He'll try for the C4, but sadly just a bit too far away. 1 HP to his name. Brito with a headshot. Falcons off to a good start.
Yeah, always difficult for Stomping on the long range there with the SMG. We could see how the recoil likes to bounce about, and when it's over that kind of range, it's going to have a much bigger impact. Users played that beautifully. Going in behind that Dockerby call, we could see him pre-fire in the corner. He knew exactly, because of the phone call that was, you know, ringing out. He could hear that vibration, knew where his man was. Almost echolocation as he took him down, nice and easy, and then gets the kill onto Doki as well. Really opened up the round for his team. A triple for Doki in the round again. That's going to be his 4th in this match now. 3 on Bank and 1 to start on Nighthaven.
What you dream of, right? And as much as I said I was concerned about how the other side would go when G2 were on the attacking side and Falcons were on the defense, I was like, huh. How's it going to go in that half? Now, the first half is one where I start to worry a bit for G2 because that was pretty convincing from Falcons. The number of times that we've seen teams start with the focus on IT, get control of Catwalk, and then maybe have someone late round come up Aqua. Little things get missed. It takes a bit too long, but the pace of Falcons in that round was spot on. Uses his timing coming up the backside of Aqua when pressure was just starting to mount at the front was brilliant. Timing overall was phenomenal. So G2 are now the ones that I'm a little bit worried about. We'll see, of course, how it goes. It's only been one round, but that was a very, very good attack from Falcons.
I'm interested about the double trip laser on kitchen window. So Loira put one on one side and two on the other side. I can only assume it's, you know, with an intention of maybe increasing damage if somebody comes in, because it's not really covering anything different. It's just two lasers going across the kitchen window. But you do always kind of, if you use them in pairs, you do always kind of end up with one spare somewhere, I guess. So, you know, why not chuck it down? And right now, we've got a little bit of a cat and mouse here. Leakyfact knows that there's one inside of reception. They know that Leakyfact's just outside of reception. They're kind of just dancing around each other. But as it is, it's going to be Leakyfact that blinks. He dips away from the fight and no, I don't need to be aggressing and taking that. Instead, he's going to get himself up to the top floor and start working with that Twitch drone.
Yes, and the things with Denaris, we often spoke about it when he first came out and started being used by teams, is really only takes getting rid of one of those trip mines to disable the whole network because it's in there. The other two that are now left, absolutely useless, as is the operator himself. Shaiko has just made it look a little bit too easy. Funny little noise from you there, Tim.
He's just got it on the fault animation coming in. It's just rude is what it is, Des. It's just rude. Absolutely knew where his man was. And he just sits waiting.
Didn't even have to move.
Oh, you know, he just sees into the future, does this man at times. It's absolutely unbelievable, his game sense. Again, I think it's really down to the intel that Falcons are feeding around. They know exactly where Loira is. They know that Stompin's going to rotate across that door, and Shaiko's able to take full advantage of both of them. Solotov gets taken down elsewhere. It's a big loss, you know, with that Dokkaebi Cole being lost. But otherwise, 4 versus 3, Falcons have definitely come out the better from that initial few engagements.
It's not fair, is it, sometimes? It's just really not fair. The players on the receiving end and also us watching thinking, man, wish I could play like that. But at this point, that's a 3K for him too.
Well, I don't think anybody's even shot at him yet.
You know where the body is, at least on his screen. He's drawing full lines all the way through it at that point. But yeah, that's the third one. 2 from the basically the same position. EFAT to get the final 2. That was the Shaiko show once again.
How am I saying there? You scared me. You know, it gives us a bit of an insight, really. G2 had no clue where Shaiko was. You know, he's got 2 kills onto them and he's still kind of wandering around and he's able to just, you know, completely surprise Alamo.
Basically, they're getting surprised because we're just playing like everywhere, we're just pushing whatever. So I think they're gonna do the same shit they did on Bank, just like fall back, intel, retake. So all you can do is just like play a queue in general, just go slower, or just like if you guys see like, oh, they're gonna play fall back, they are both on stock, for example, just rush together, okay? We can. I think we can change the pace one round just to fuck them, okay?
Because right now they just full extend, they try to counter our plays, but we just do.
No, go side, smoke side, bait, glass, shit like this. If you guys want to know.
What would you ban third right now? Right now? Probably
yeah.
Maybe you can do that wrong, guys. 2 above, like Saki and Loira just have fun above, like run me above and like react to everything push up.
I hope you guys could hear that. We heard the last few seconds of it, admittedly, at the very end there as well, but really not the strong start that they were hoping for here on Labs. It was Falcons' map pick, let's not forget. And they have started out in fine form, looking very good across these first 2 rounds. And although obviously I can't speak for Romalio, I'm not a professional coach, I can only assume there was a level of wind it in a bit, guys. Like, come on, we can't be... Yeah, in no other world would you really see them letting a player bolt in and get a kill inside a kitchen, get a second kill from kitchen, and then a third player walks in and goes, oh, you surprised me, I had no idea you were there. Like... He's killed 2 players from there. Come on. Dial it in a little bit. Let's lock in. Let's get ourselves on the board here because that's 2 very convincing attacks in a row for Falcons.
Bomb located by attackers.
Back up to the top floor we go for G2. They lost this in round 1. They're going to give it another go. Remaining. We remember it was largely down to that user's backstab. Just wandered his way up blue stairs. G2 were not ready for it, not prepared. And he was able to walk his way in, get the kills and clear out Stompin and Dokkaebi. And then the rest of the round fell from there. So G2 need to just be a little bit more aware. Even if there's a lot of noise coming from over on the connector side, make sure but you're still locked into Catwalk, you're still locked into Blue Stairs. It is one of those sides. I kind of view top floor, apart from the vertical element, I kind of view top floor Nighthaven. It's kind of a little bit similar to Church and Arsenal on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
In that we see these 3 points of attack. Church and Arsenal, it's Dirt Tunnel, it's Blue, and it's Main Stairs. Whereas on Nighthaven top floor, it's very much Blue Stairs, Garage Catwalk, and Connector. And I'd say the same as I do for Church and Arsenal. If you can pressure as many of those points as you can, you're going to get more success. And that's what we saw from Falcons last attack. So G2 need to be very, very cautious that that's not the case again.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how fair out. They've got a bit more aggression coming out of Falcons even in this round. You know, they often say the best time to change it up big time as the attackers is after a defensive tack timeout. They're adapting, they're trying to learn. What can you do? Do something different. Hit them in the face hard and fast here with the blitz of Usus if he wants to go about it that way. Like Shaiko's still running around on the Ash as we've seen repeatedly throughout the series. You know, a bit of alibi earlier as well, really winding back the years there almost. Good to get rid of Solotov on the Capital because now they lose all of that crucial utility in back pocket. But look, Usus is inside of sight here and causing bother. Support from Leakerpack ensures that he can't go down either. It's a 4 versus 2, make it a 4 versus 1. Buzz gets 1, but Breeder gets to finish off. And here we go.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff from Falcons again there. It was, again, that Blue Stairs side, that push from Users, getting on into sight with the blitz. Leakerfack on the cover as well. Great stuff from them. They knew exactly what was happening, you know, in their attack at every different point, where the cover would be needed. And they've quite simply dismantled G2 on that defense. There's no other way of putting it. So 3-0 Falcons. I said we might be seeing that decider, and I'm going to stick to that. Falcons absolutely running roughshod over this map at the minute.
Yeah, I think honestly, if it gets to Skyscraper, it feels like a good send-off for them. I mean, may see it more across the weekend, of course, may see it in other regions, but for the most part, I think it will be one of the final send-offs that we'll have for it here in EU at the very least, or EML in this case. We'll see how it plays out, but as you say, a 3-0 start does start to suggest that the teams may well win their own map picks, and then of course we get to see how things settle down on map 3. But it has just been outright domination so far, I'd say, by Falcons. Like, G2 have not looked close in any of the 3 rounds we've seen so far.
No, not at all. It's at the minute it looks like men against boys. You know, realistically, it's just not competitive at all right now. But so I'm sure that G2 have got something in the tank. I'm sure they will come, you know, and be able to dish out a surprise or two. They're going to be taking the defense on storage this time. We haven't seen this site yet. So G2, I'm going to expect a decent top floor presence from them. At the minute, we can see there's 3 up there, Alamo, Doki and Blaz. They're going to be trying to hold on above. I'd like to see all 3 of them stick to that and not like kind of disappear back down to site, because if they leave themselves too short-handed up on top floor, again, Falcons are going to do the same thing. They're just going to run in, they're going to take control, they're going to take those areas away from them, and they're going to start using those verticals. So I think they need that support from each other. They've actually got Lyra up there as well as join them on that second floor. There's only Stomping inside of sight. He's holding down storage so that they can't go for a quick hop in through the window and throw the diffuser down. So I like this from G2 at the minute, but they need to win the gunfights. I know that it's easily said, but they need to win those gunfights up on top floor.
That and a whole lot more, I think, is the key thing, though, Tim. They say it's a big part of it, but there's a lot more to win than just gunfights in a round. The 5 shots can, of course, make the difference between a round being won or lost. But it's also about being able to deal with the overwhelming nature of Falcons when they pull the trigger and say go. You saw Users, for example, inside of the other side during that previous round up on the top floor. Alamo, I think it was Alamo came to challenge him from Accra, immediately shut down by Leakerback. Users was very much uncontested on the blitz the entire time, which is a big issue, right? If you've got a blitz able to be that free and that comfortable moving through sight and starting to threaten your other players, it's never going to end too well. So it's more than just the shooting. It's more down to, I think, honestly, a misread on what it is that Falcons are going to do in a given round and not being able to respond in time.
Going to hear that boogie drone going off. I think it's to create that vertical down onto site. We're thinking 2 things here. We're thinking about, you know, forcing the defenders away from IT so that you can get the plant down inside of the window, but you're also thinking about your post-plant as well and getting that area prepped now. So if the plant does go down inside of that storage window, you can get into IT as attackers and hold it down from above. So you're kind of thinking on both sides of it. Right now, though, Falcons don't have top floor control. G2 are holding on. They've left Doki up there alone, though. That could be the big problem here. If Falcons recognise that, get in there aggressively and clear him out, they are going to have an opportunity to get that diffuser down on the ground. There's nobody can play underneath. There's no nitros. There's no pulse. There's nothing really to deny a plant from basement. So could be a problem building for G2.
Okay. At least in the spot where they've got even numbers, there's a chance, right? They can still fight their way back through. Right now, again, that surround that we spoke about before, at least on the upstairs coming out of Falcons here. And there we go, the first one coming out from users on towards Stomping. Top floor is now all theirs, like outside of Doki's, inside of servers. But can he really push into a team of 2 or 3 up here on the top floor? Not sure that he can. And there you go, shut down by Solotov. They had that flank on lock.
He absolutely cannot. That's going to be the go point now. There's an opportunity for Breed here to get in through that storage window and put the diffuser down. I think that's likely what we're going to see. Lyra manages to find the kill onto Solotov, though. G2 start fighting back. Breed is indeed putting that diffuser down. So a lot of vertical presence for Falcons as well to be able to go up there and hold on. But how about this? It's not going to matter as Blaz is catching them as they try to escape after the plant. That's the big play. The ram from users. Out goes the boogie drone. Just going to be trying to create that angle. They actually went in to control for the plant rather than into server. Blaz, he's disabling it. He's going to try and stick this because he knows he's got the cover, but the cover was a little bit too late. Users manages to sneak in the shots that he needed. Lyra gets taken down. Lyra just needed to swing that second sooner. Falcons hold on and get another round on Nighthaven.
It's so close for G2 as well. It's the one chance they've got to be able to turn it around in the 2 versus 1. Granted, it's more of a 1v1 because of the diffuser being stuck by Blaz, as you saw, but damn, that was as close as they've got all maps so far, and it is still not enough. Falcons running riot over them here on the attack.
Yeah, they really are. There's absolutely nothing they can do. I like what Falcons did there. So much setup and prep work towards that storage plant. They got IT open, they cleared storage, they cleared top floor, and you think, yeah, they're going to go in and plant behind pillar, but no, they come in instead through that warehouse corridor into control and put the diffuser down there. Just, again, another little bit and switch from them. Great stuff. An opportunity in the 2v1, really, for G2. We've got to call it as we see it, and, you know, they should be winning that out. But, ultimately, sometimes, I guess, you've just got to roll the dice, and in this case, Falcons were able to find the answer. He's having a great day today, so it doesn't surprise me at all. He's absolutely on it, so it really doesn't surprise me. 4-0, G2. They're in danger. They're in danger at this point of being on the wrong end of a little bit of an embarrassment here on Nighthaven Labs.
It seems like it's going that way, doesn't it? Everything they've tried so far hasn't really yielded the results that in other games may have come back to save them. And I speak about this a lot with G2 when we look at them against a number of teams, especially internationally. They all love to be the superhero. The number of multi-kills that they had at the Munich Major was more than any other team by quite some margin. That is the kind of team they are. Very capable, bit of a superstar team. But I've always asked the question, what happens when a player can't pull off that 3K or 4K to save a round? And we saw it a second ago. Blaz got a wonderful 2K, for example, coming in from control, and I was like, wow, this is so winnable. But Usus manages to win out the 1v2 in response. And those are the kind of moments where you look at it and say, okay, you're not winning by strategy. Players can't quite clutch up the way that you're used to seeing them do. What do you do now? And that's where I think we're starting to see a little bit of danger. And maybe why Falcons have always had a good read on G2 is they don't let those kind of plays come off.
Too easy for Stomping. He's out there on the vigil, not with the Bosch G, with the K1A instead. Manages to pick up Users, takes him down. Big player to pick up, not only the Dorkaby, but of course with the way Users is playing as well. I'd picked up on that before the round started. 6-1 so far on Nighthaven Labs and had a good bank as well. So definitely a good opener for G2 with those calls going by the wayside as well. We can see there's already battles going on down in the basement here. Looking to get inside a site. Falcons being very, very aggressive. Solotov going to take a little bit of damage there, and Falcons yet to find an answer to what G2 are trying to do.
Sure, at least here things are looking all right, though. Managed to take it a bit slower, I'm noticing as well, like taking the kind of fights as and when, but not so much going absolutely bonkers and trying to hunt them down in the way they may have done in previous rounds, and just invited Falcons in to have a bit more comfort and then let them execute the way that they want to. Here, trying to disrupt them before they can even get themselves set up is a great way to disrupt and get in their faces. It looks like even a flawless round is about to come through. Brede getting at least one back, but Doki's there to secure the trade, and G2 finally get themselves on the board.
I think that's going to do a little bit for the team confidence, not too much. He's still 4-1 down, but it gives you something at least. It gives you something to build on. But ultimately, they know that they've still got a real challenge ahead of them because G2 are going to be looking forward to the attacking half. We've said they are one of the best attacking teams in the world at the minute, but It's not going to be easy against a Falcons defense on Nighthaven, especially. It's a map that they love. You know, they're going to make things very, very difficult for G2. It is fascinating to see, however this half ends, whether we're going to get into a situation where G2 do run it back in the second half and it is just a way attacker-favoured Nighthaven Labs. It is very possible. I think round 7 is going to be particularly important in this one. We usually look a little bit further down the line when we're talking about those kind of, you know, important match-defining rounds, but this one, I'm going to go for round 7 and say once we get there, if Falcons can come out, whichever the result is here, whether it's 5-1, whether it's 4-2, if Falcons can come out with a successful first defense, I think they run on and take the map. If G2 get that, then I think it's anybody's.
You'd hope so, Tim. But it might take more than just that first round as well. Maybe give it a few and we'll see how things start to set up. Because you never know what you're going to experience in map 1. It could be a crazy rush that falls apart and we're just like, well, G2 are so back. Not quite. I see a few rounds play out before we really get that full assessment, I think, more than anything else. But Falcons have their last chance to make this a 5-1, which I feel they deserve after how things have started, but they may not get it. Loira starting out with some early aggression on towards Solotov, who was just not anticipating that. And yet again, we lose the Capitao and all of that crucial utility.
I think this is what's needed from G2, to be honest. I think Falcons have been so confident in going into the gunfights and getting aggressive and taking areas of map control that it needs somebody like Loira here to step up, get a big double at the beginning of the round and just fire G2 up and say, you know, Falcons, you're not going to have it all your own way. 5 versus 3 as he's managed to take both Shaiko and Solotov. Capitao and Nomad, absolute ton of utility off the board. Great start for G2 in round 6.
All right, well, for now, slowly controlling it. Once you've got those 2 entries, the obvious call has to be right. Slow the hell down, guys. We've got to fall back, tighten things up, and that's exactly what you're seeing if you look across at the bottom right corner of your screen. Every player holding up around here together now have got themselves ready and waiting to see what comes through. And I was going to say, shouldn't really be losing players off the back of it, but Blaz is the one to fall here. On that Denari, a chance for Falcons to fight their way back in this 4v3.
That will continue on towards Connector. Does have plenty of tracks left available. Would like to see some of those used at least before he ends up losing his life, depending on which challenges he takes on. You're not going to be able to get to that one without earning the laser first, which is exactly what he'll do. Nade goes out to clear more. You can see now the trip connectors just being taken away as Liquify pushes forward, just trying to use the Vendetta for its, I don't know, is it secondary, is it tertiary purpose of just being able to do that little bit of destruction and create a path on into sight. The Legion of Stomping is going to be the one trying to hold on to this position.
Ready and waiting. Waiting for that first challenge to come. Has the keeper barriers to dance around too. You can see the players starting to square up here, but knowing there's only 3 of them, Tim, they're a little bit limited on options. Can't push it from a couple of spots at the same time when one player is guaranteed to be off by himself at the very least. And Liquify has even made the bold call to go underneath. He has got the tracks, of course, available, but needs to find the right man to help break open this deadlock. This total lockdown fortress has been established by the defenders, and there's one going either way. Not the end of the world, but it hurts Falcons more than it does G2.
Fuser is going to be recovered by users. 2 versus 3, 25 seconds left to go, so they need to make a move here. He's just waiting, just trying to give Liquify time to get back up to his side so they can at least go in and try to challenge together, but that nade doesn't find its mark, bounces off the wall and slows things down even further. 12 seconds left to go, damage done to Liquify as he tries to push in. Alamau says absolutely not. Doki with the final kill. G2 pick up the round. It's going to be a 4-2 half, and honestly, that's a bit of a steal from G2 at the end.
It is, but again, I felt like Falcons will probably feel a bit robbed by that. I'm with you on that front for sure. It is a bit of a smash and grab across those last 2 rounds, but it could be the kind of space they need, the bit of coverage they've been looking for to make sure the second half isn't an instant, oh my God, we get a couple of lives and then we're shot. Uh-oh, no. Now they get at least 3 bites at the cherry to try and drag this one towards the end. Last map was 7 and 5. It would feel a bit strange if this one were to be a real quick rollover by Falcons, so fingers crossed now we see a really good start in this half out of G2.
See where these final bans go then. Montic Cade, is it going to be a flip reverse? No, it's not. We're going to see a little bit of difference here. Azame being taken away from Falcons and Grim being held back from G2. Going to be straight up to top floor. So if you remember, I said round 7, particularly important. I'm going to double down on that. G2 have got round 5 and 6. They now push on. They can get 3 in a row, but more importantly, they carry the momentum forward and they start to say to Falcons, we can win on the attack here. You're not going to have it comfortable because you're on the defense. 5-2 versus 4-3 is a huge difference in scoreline, and that's why this round is so important. I'm not saying it quite defines or determines the entire outcome, but it's going to be a big, big part of it.
It is. Well, to the top floor we go. That's where we begin. Falcons, let's see what they can bring to the party in their defensive side. Like I said earlier on, I was really impressed by the defenses on this map back at the Munich Major. So I do think they're going to make life hard for G2 here. Even when it looks like Falcons are giving up a lot of ground and falling back, it's all part of the master plan. So for G2, it's on them really to be the ones to get a little bit creative here and do something that little bit special. And in this round, interestingly, not leaning too hard in towards hard breaching gadgets. This is definitely, I'd say that there's an ace on side as well. But you lose one of these too early on, you can find yourself a little bit stripped away. Of course, not seeing the thermite that we saw out of Falcons back in that first half. So a lot of reliance on Stomping and Blaz here to keep themselves going until all the necessary walls are opened up.
Second drone is going to try and get up there. First one was missed. Will be collected. That one gets shot out very, very quickly. So I like that from Falcons. They're there, ready at the boundaries, taking down that utility. Need to be careful here. And we'll get away with the breach, but needed to scarper pretty quickly as that mirror window was open. Didn't want to be taking any damage through at G2, so they will back up there. Just see, ooh, a little bit of... That sounded like a bit of loss of utility there. There was definitely a zap from the electricity. It wasn't a Selma charge, I'm not 100% sure, but we're going to see those pocket EMPs go out, take out the electricity. Selma charge should detonate, no major problem, but how about this? Lyra is trying to work in from the backside. If they're still playing around trying to protect IT Breach, they could be in trouble, but no. Falcons have dipped away, keep themselves safe. That's the second time we've seen a bad throw of a Twitch drone. Don't mean to call Alamau out, but come on, get it where you want it to be.
Man, that Mujam looking like my mic, apparently. On we step forward, though. Alamau, of course, trying to zap out what he can there to get themselves moving on forwards, mainly looking out for the FNATs, which I think, as every team will tell you, are an absolute pain in the arse to deal with sometimes. Walk into a room, instantly nearsighted. Yeah, good luck on holding with some or dealing with someone that's got you at long range, or a C4 flying your way. There's just no time to react, even here on LAN. The pressure's starting to build, but as I said before, Falcons very happy to just step back here, invite G2 in a little bit, but will the pressure get a bit too much? You'll find that out, I imagine, in the next 30 seconds or so.
Going to send in the utility, flashbang and pushes it. I love to see that when the flash goes in, the push comes on the back of it. It didn't work out though, as Breedy manages to take down Dorkin. It just holds them off. Shaiko does get downed along the way, will be collected back up onto 20 HP. 4 versus 4, 50 seconds left to go. G2, full health across the board though. They do have what they need to get this done, but what they really need next is a couple of kills. Need to get themselves into position to find Falcons and cut them down, but Falcons are playing this really, really well. They're not giving themselves away to challengers, and when the challengers come their way, they're winning them. Leakerfight manages to pick up a headshot onto Alamau. 25 seconds left to go. Stompen, he picks up Shaiko as G2 are trying to put the pressure on through Connector, trying to get into Electrical. The shotgun can't hold them back. Breedy taken out by Stompen. 3 versus 2. It's going to be the time that could come to the rescue for Falcons though. 2 versus 3. 2 versus 2 as Leakerfight cuts one down. He's holding on from Pillar. Nitro goes out, finds its target, takes down Blaz, uses with the last, and Falcons find a way. They go on to 5 rounds, and that is a big round for them to pick up. Successful first defense, breaks G2's momentum, and gives them 3 rounds of clearance. Great stuff from Falcons to hold on and win a 2v3.
And not a massive surprise, Tim. We saw this so often at the Munich Major, like I said earlier on, that it's just coming to light again. They know the angles to play. They know what to expect of their opponents, and they deal with defenses on this side super well. Even when they're a man down, they can fight their way back in. Admittedly, a Leakerfight triple kill, certainly going to help on that side, but a good result is still a good result. 5 and 2, 2 rounds to go, and Skyscraper is inbound.
just seen the little G2 bundle pop up. Beautiful video starring Dorky and Alamo to be found if you've not seen it before. It's a nice skin as well. We've just had a new round of skins come out. We've had a couple. We've had the Esports Legacy skins that are coming out, Des. You and I featuring there a little bit alongside our Brazilian colleagues, Ramalia and, Natalia and Melly. Nice little overtime skin making its way through, and plenty of other beauties as well. Laxing has got one in there. Just one of Laxing's moments being recognised. I love those. I love the esports. I'm not just pushing the esports. I love the esports Lego skins. I love the idea of these big moments being immortalised with skins. I think it's really cool.
Me too. I agree.
Excellent news. I'm glad you agreed, Des. Twitch is going to make its way in. We'll just bring you, don't worry, I'll bring you in for the 20-second weather updates. It's fine. Twitch drone goes in, takes down the mute jammer, just clearing out again a path for the other drones to make it through and to be able to track down those roamers and give G2 half an idea of where they need to be pushing, where they need to be pressing, where Falcons are holding from. It is, you know, somewhere you would expect on those stairs. I often think of it as Palu's spot. If you think about those Brazilian teams, Palu always plays on those stairs near vending with the smoke, with the shotgun, and makes it difficult for anybody to push through. In this case, I think it might have been Users that was on there, but then moved away. But nobody is holding that position now, so G2 might be able to find themselves a little bit of an avenue, but what they do need to do is find these roamers. There's at least 2 of them up here on the mid-floor. How about that, though? Ecofact finds Dorky. Beautiful headshot across the map there. Just almost a one-tap, I think you'd call that. Absolutely beautiful stuff, and he's just going to keep himself mobile as well. Give them problems, get a kill, mix it up, change location. Lyra finds Shaiko. Ecofact knows that his moment there is done, but we're going to see it going from bad to worse for G2. Blaz is downed, Lyra out. That's going to now find us 4 versus 2 as Users is able to close things off.
Should be enough of them here for sure. Once again, the defense is proving a little bit too much for G2, so surely a 6-2 inbound as things are progressing. Call available for Stomping, but even that doesn't feel like it's going to be enough to see this one turned around on its head. Solotov passing like a ship in the night with the player up above him here in the form of Stomping. A C4 going skyward. Not quite able to find his man, but down well close, and Stomping secures a kill straight after. Saveable for G2 maybe?
Could be. Alamo and Stomping both full health. No Dorky calls left, but they do have some utility. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, so plenty for them to work behind. Time as well, 40 seconds. A Twitch drone to get intel. So yeah, there's everything here. The only thing they don't have really is diffuser in hand. So, you know, definite opportunity for them to be able to go in and get some kills and start mixing things up. There you go. Alamo does exactly that. Finds one with the DMR, brings it back to 2v2, continues fighting, needs that little bit of support. Stomping is going in. He takes a bit of damage. He is down. It just became less likely as it's now 1v2. Alamo takes the fight, gets the first. Surely not. Can he hit all 3? You don't need to finish it off, Alamo. You need to find Brede, but no. Brede's hit in the corner and manages to find his man. Falcons take the round.
Imagine if after Shaiko talks crap saying we can see you on bout cams, they lose the round. Oh! It would have gone off in Malta. That's all I'm saying. But no, they do hold on to him. 6-2. A map point is there. Surely we need that map 3.
We desperately need map 3, Des. We desperately need map 3, and I think that's where it's going. 6-2 now, 4 chances for Falcons to close this one out, and I can't see them not doing it. They've been head and shoulders above what we've seen so far on Nighthaven Labs. G2 had a good couple of rounds back-to-back on, you know, their defensive half, but they've not really shown us too much on the attack here. It was a good effort at the end there by Alamo and Stomping. You know, I want to stress that. Alamo going in there, great work with that DMR to get 2 of them down, you know, but ultimately Brede just... You're playing against somebody who's got so much experience, not just in the game, but in those positions. He's your site player, and I think he's, you know, I'd put him up there. For me, it's Brede, Shepherd, Souls. You know, they are the 3 best backline support site players that we've ever seen in the game, personally. And of course, he's going to know what's coming. He gets himself off into a corner on an off angle. It's the easiest win for him, and you know, he won't break sweat winning a round like that. So unfortunately, yeah, great effort by G2, but just better play from Falcons ultimately. So they find themselves 6-2 now and in serious advantage. Like I said, I don't see G2 bringing this all the way back in, especially not on the attack, despite how good they are. And yeah, I think we definitely get a little taste of Cafe.
Sky. I assume not Cafe. Sky. Unless I've read that Vito horribly wrong.
Oh, Sky. It's Sky.
It looks similar.
I glanced up to the. I am partially sighted, Des. I glanced up quickly.
Piss off, Tim. You can't use that as an excuse now. Nothing coming though. G2 are on for it.
Javin's going to go out just to prevent the push from the bottom of Blue says, but how about that? Solotov manages to avoid it. Lee can fight with a kill, and this is surely all over now as Falcons are decimating G2 here. 4 versus 1. It is all up to Blaz. He can do nothing about it. Shaiko gets the final kill. He's looking straight over towards that G2 bench. He wants to give a bit, but it's going to be map 3 where he'll get his opportunity.
Sure enough, Tim. Of course, it was always going to come down to a third between these two. It's been close throughout history. Falcons always find the edge, and I wonder if they will do the same on our third map as well. Skyscraper is going to be the one. Very excited to see what happens when we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those maps as well. You know, both teams are really good there, and it's going to be what a great part of Skyscraper's swan song. Seeing these two play off in a best-of-3 decider, it's going to be great.
It certainly is. I cannot wait to see how this one goes. We will go to a break. Be back with you soon, humans.
Attackers bomb the Caesar hatch.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours. Mon pays, Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Falcons tied a series up here on Nighthaven Labs, and it was mainly the attacking half that really helped them. They took it by storm, especially with the way that G2 had the bans, and Falcons were making great use of that.
Yeah, I was a big fan of the overall macro theory that Falcons showed on the side of Nighthaven Labs, and I think it started off, they were starting to attack, and it starts off with the Operator bans, Leo. They choose to ban away the Cade and the Bandit, and then subsequently the Mute. So they ban away all of the breach deniers, all of the wall denial from the side of G2. G2 was clearly very scared of Free Day on the shields, because they banned away all the shields. So what does that leave open for Falcons? Well, every breacher and a free breacher, free wall every single time, and any execute utility that they wanted to, and then they used it all perfectly. They got themselves a 4-2 half, and then was able to see out from that.
And I think a great example of that is the amount of kills that these guys get with just G2 players moving around. If you look at the first few rounds, it's Shaiko waiting in a corner in kitchen, getting a double kill just because they're running in front of him, and even on the bomb site itself. And I think it speaks to remove the wall denial, breach the walls, create instant pressure in the first 30 seconds of the round.
Layers, yeah,
and as soon as you breach the first layer that early, you get so much more time to just crack open, create movement onto the bomb site and punish them. Overall, fully in control, and that's exactly what we expected from Falcons on that map. They've been so dominant against some of the best teams in the world, and they showed why it was their pick. Honestly, really well represented, everyone stepping in, everyone doing a good job, but solo tough, but it just means that the rest of the teammates, they're here, and they can make it work as a team.
Yeah, they're really showing this main character energy on the side of Falcons. These players really stepping up. They're seeming confident as well. And even in those situations where they have the down hand, they seem like they're in a difficult situation, they still know how to play that out. I mean, we're looking at the example of uses in that 1v2 round 4. What a way to play that out.
It's actually insane. So Mira Blaz comes in and gets a double kill here. He could go straight for the diffuser, and he does not. And that gives enough time for the Ram to create some vertical play above. But technically, if Blaz goes for the diffuser straight away, look at how much time the Ram waits. Mira could have diffused by then, but then he decides to diffuse a bit later, waiting for Skopos to be top floor and play that 1v1. But Skopos waits too late. He leaves Blast dying for nothing. And there was no trade here. And even then, he baits himself. He could peek here, Jack, but he waits too long.
Yeah, right at the very end, I think from users there, even just the ability to go prone, to waste another 2 or 3 seconds, even if users had died, I don't think the player would have got downstairs quick enough to then get onto the disable. So it was such a well-played clutch.
Yeah, very well played. Now, my main question is, especially for G2 having won that first map and going into the third, other than leak effect, stopping leak effect rather, what do they have to do going into Skyscraper here?
I think the reality is that it is on the back of Doki and on the back of his teammates. If you look at Doki throughout the match so far, the guy is sick, by the way. Well, 2 maps
Not sick at the game, sick in real life.
No, he's just sick. Like, as you can see, he's just absolutely sick. He's 24 and 16. He's got absolutely crazy. He's the guy in Nighthaven Labs that was contesting Liquefact all the way outside on Thermite with an Azami. You know, he's the guy that's stepping up. The problem is, he's alone so far. He needs his teammates to be with him. And on Sky, what a better way to go on that map? They absolutely love it. They have a crazy record on it. They absolutely were one of the best teams on Sky in the world. Problem is, Falcons have started added it. And honestly, Falcons have been looking amazing on it, especially at the Munich Major.
Yeah, I would say G2 are very much historically a meta-setting team on Sky, particularly in terms of the attack. But Falcons, they're also no slouches on it. We've seen them bring it back into their pool recently. They come from 2 teams who had really strong Sky identities in terms of this team right now. They come from old BDS and old M&M. Both of those teams, they used to play on Sky all the time against each other. They loved it. So it's no surprise to see this team be strong on it. But obviously it is going, so they're going to have to throw everything at it today.
With a map that is so defender-sided, it's very often in the attacks that the gap is made, right? And so it has to be between Alemao and Liquefact. Now, they have 2 different styles of calling on that map. Alemao, he loves his direct rushes, his direct preset plays. The shields, the yings, the sense walls, all of it that makes you break apart the bomb site on a direct take. For Liquefact, it's a little bit different. They love to spread around the map, poke around the bomb site, create some movement, and then they cut the map by half on that garden area, statue area. And as soon as they can get a pick, they will commit to 1. 2 different styles of IGL facing each other.
Well, it could be the very last time that we see these 2 teams on Skyscraper, because as we said, it's getting out of the map pool. So who will come out victorious on this one? Desidees, the map is ready. Take it away.
Thank you, Anne, but I have decided my name is now Clankachu for what it's worth. I think we're okay for now, though. We've sorted the things out in the background, so we should be all good for map 3. And Tim, what a times have we sorted for? It's Skyscraper for what may well be the last time that we see it in Tier 1 play. At least, of course, until it comes back in the pool.
Yeah, there's a couple of other opportunities, but you could be right. Every time we see it now, could be the last, Des. Every time we see it could be the last. Oh, I'll miss Skyscraper. You know, I think I think there's, you know, room for improvement with the map in terms of it's very top floor oriented. You know, it's very much like, yep, we'll go to that side, we'll attack from the other side and vice versa. But I really enjoy Skyscraper on the whole. I think it offers, you know, opportunities for good battles where you get teams really putting a line in the sand and saying, you know, Shrine and Dragon, you're not coming past there, and that's where we're going to battle. And yeah, so I really like Skyscraper. I will miss it when it's gone.
Me too, me too. If you run them like monkey's paw things, like we'll be like, yes, Skyscraper's gone, the most defender-sided map has disappeared. And then Fortress will come in and be even more defender-side, and everyone will be like, no, what do we do? But I'm also looking forward, of course, to seeing Fortress when it comes into the pool and what that can bring. Like, yeah, obviously the map that we're walking around on in casual and stuff, like you very rarely get to see it, but I'm very keen to see how the rework plays out at the top level.
Definitely, definitely. Let's get on into this one then. We're going to going round one. It's going to be Falcons versus G2, one map apiece. If you're just joining us, G2 were able to win on Bank 7-5, very close affair, lots of back and forth. Slightly more one-sided Nighthaven Labs that's just gone in favour 7-2 of Falcons. G2 just having one little bit of promise towards the end of their defensive half. They managed to snatch 2 rounds, but after that it was done and dusted. And Falcons were able to just roll on through. So Falcons, let's just remind you as well, Falcons currently against G2 have got a 3-win streak on their own. They've played them as the current roster as Falcons. They've played 5 times against G2. They're probably the most relevant stats because that's obviously, you know, the correct G2 roster as well with Stomping on side. So it's 2 wins to G2. They won the first 2. And then Falcons, 3 wins. They won the last 3. So they're on a current streak of 3. So interested to see where this one goes as well. 2 out of those 3 wins, by the way, have been best of 3s.
Well, that's what you're looking for, isn't it, really? It's all good looking at best of ones when it's like the decider map, which for all intents and purposes, Skyscraper is, I guess. But looking at best of 3s and the history on that, I think is where it really defines it, because normally it's at things like a LAN or maybe even in playoffs, so more online in that case. But that's kind of beside the point. It's the fact that it's a longer series that wears on and things can happen. Like this walk in here from Loira, Solotov, no chance to be able to respond there. Having a really rough series so far today. I think he was like 1-8 on the previous map, despite them winning. It's not been Solotov's best day, that's for sure.
No, definitely not. Leakifact manages to pick up Doke. Often, I can kind of judge, you know, a player's performance a lot of the times on how many times I've heard myself say their name. And as you say, Solotov a little bit quiet today. There's not been too much, you know, reason to shout, but I'm sure that he will be delivering A, behind the scenes, and B, a little bit more as the game goes on as well. Hopefully, like you say, he had a phenomenal tournament in Munich. Blaz, he's kind of going to kill Sharko. He does get Sharko, but it's his Claymore that gets him. Sharko going for a little jump out there, continuing his Sharko way. Seems to have rolled back the years a little bit. We're used to a Sharko more, who, you know, maybe plays a little bit more in the mid to back line now. He's not, you know, it's not always a game plan of Sharko go kill and him getting out there, getting aggressive as it was once upon a time. You know,
but he's doing that a lot this series, Tim, to be clear.
That's what I mean. Today we're seeing him roll it right back to that.
And it has been excellent to watch and witness. Either way, Falcons in this first round to a 3 versus 1. Thank you very much, Leakifact, for correcting me with your actions. Blaz with a slither of HP and the whole thing to do. Not looking like it's going to be an easy turnaround for him, despite having a kill in the round itself. Falcons being very, very controlled and ready. Prepared to swing as soon as he shows a little bit too much of himself to one given player. Must know there's one close and has the right idea here. But even if Leakifact had gone down, there'd be a swing from the Geisha box and onwards we would have gone. But we start things out here on Skyscraper, carrying on the form that we saw back on Labs with the Falcons win.
Interestingly, you mentioned that we kind of in some ways can look at this as a best of 1 nowadays. If we look at this as a best of 1 and we go back over those 5 times that these two have played each other this year, we it's 2 best of 1s and 3 best of 3s. So Falcons have won all have won 2 out of 3 best of 3s, G2 have won. But if we look at those best of 1s, there's been 2 of them, and they've both gone to 15 rounds. They've both been 8-7. There was Border in stage 2, there was Bank in stage 1, and both of them were 8-7. And just to tie it up even more, G2 won Bank against them in stage 1, and Falcons won Border against them in stage 2. So it's 1 win apiece, both 8-7 overtime wins. And if we, you know, we can look at this as a best of 1, and I'm going to look at it as a best of 1, because I want to see this go 8-7. I don't care who wins. I just want these two to absolutely max out this last map 3.
Well, that'd be the dream, Tim. We'll see, of course, if G2 can give us a round 2 to make us believe that that could be on the way. Other thing I will say is, as much as spoken about both teams attacking prowess, mainly G2s, but also, you know, Falcons are certainly no slouches themselves. This is still Skyscraper. It is a defender-sided map. I wouldn't be shocked if we see 4-2 or 5-1 halves. Not that it's impossible to attack, and obviously G2 quite enjoy this map, so are ready with some good attacks of their own, but you're also against a very, very good defender-sided team, so I think it will even out about a 4-2 or a 5-1. Don't panic if we get to 5-1 at the half, is all I'm saying.
Don't panic!
Calm down!
We will see what happens. Just getting a good spot on the Azami there. Alamo knowing exactly where Solotov is playing. Going to open up that Geisha wall as well, just to make this position more difficult to hold on to. The reason that you want to keep that there particularly is so that you can play in this Geisha box area. You know, out into corridor, behind those boxes, challenging onto window, challenging onto breach. It keeps you safe. Sometimes you will see that double reinforced, and it keeps you safe from that karaoke window. So quite often a priority of attacking teams is to get that open with a range breach like Alamo on the ace. So G2 doing a reasonable job of pressuring that position, but they haven't got that single wall open yet. That has been able to be kept shut, so that's a little bit of something for Falcons, and as I say that, Solotov manages to get the kill.
They have just absolutely rolled through this entire side of G2. 4 kills in the space of, what, 3 seconds? And like we've seen in so many rounds across the last 2 maps, G2 do get one back at the end to stop it being a flawless, but take nothing away from it. It basically was a flawless round coming out for Falcons. Very, very dominant and very much enjoying their siege today.
Yeah, good stuff from them in that round. Like I say, G2 recognising the problem, but just not being able to solve it. And that was Solotov playing in that Geisha box area. Managed to get 2 kills from there before he was taken down. Leak of Fact got one elsewhere, and the round by that time has crumbled for G2. They never really got themselves established inside of the map in any confident way, or were able to break down those power positions that Falcons were holding. So that's something that we need to see change from G2 here in round 3. They're going to be attacking onto the bottom floor, so I think they're going to possibly face a similar sort of problem, and that's going to be Falcons trying to hold on from Geisha, from that area. I'm keeping an eye on the wall between Geisha and Karaoke. I want to see whether that's reinforced. Exactly that one. Thank you very much, observers. I want to see whether Falcons are reinforcing that. If we see the reinforcements going on there, we know that they're going to try to hard hold Geisha, and then that's a problem that G2 need to solve.
We'll see if that's the plan. We'll watch, of course, as things begin. For now, there still plays out towards the east, which is always going to be the first hurdle to get through. I was speaking to someone yesterday, actually, and there's been various phrases that we use to describe the sort of the mini-games, the hurdles, the challenges that are put up before the attacking teams, that they have to sort of problem solve step 1, then problem solve step 2. In some cases, they choose to bypass one of those problems they have to solve, but can sometimes get stung by that as the round progresses onwards. So we'll see whether or not the attackers of G2 choose to play into that extended hold, or just say forget about it. We're trying to go direct to side as we possibly can here, but you will need that vertical control. We've seen so many teams ignore it and pay the price for that.
Yeah, looks like G2 want full top floor control here. They're going to be working in from Exhibition and off his side. Sharko does manage to take down Blaz. Thermite gone. Not the biggest loss on this site. Not ideal. You know, it's always nice to be able to get those big breaches, particularly onto something like Geisha Wall if it's reinforced. But they can manage around it, I would say, without the hard breach, because I think Geisha Hatch was open by Falcons as well. But Users manages to take down Lawyer, and I tell you what, G2 have got some serious work to do before they even think about what they can and can't hard breach, or what they need opening up or don't, because right now they are just losing fight after fight. Pre-Day running out of the door, manages to pick up Doke. If Pre-Day's getting active, you know you're in trouble.
That really was the best chance, I think, there to get control of Terrace as well. If they manage to get a kill onto Users, there's no another player immediately nearby. They then have Terrace. It makes it hard for players who are out and extended to be able to retreat back safely, especially if someone's sat on Shrine Window as well. But with how things now stand, Users gets that kill. They hold on. They secure a third. Something at least gets one consolation kill back, but it's a long way to go for them to win out a 2 versus 4.
Watch your use.
Potato drone racing around, just trying to get more intel really rather than anything else, I think. Not looking for util or anything at this point. It's just about knowing who is where, but in a 4v2 you've got to assume that Falcons could be absolutely everywhere. Alamo is going to continue pushing through Terrace, wants to get himself into Dragon, but as you can see from his movements, he's not really confident on where these Falcons players are. He's checking every corner. You know, he's just face checking, he's just seeing who's where. Sharko manages to pick up Stomp, and Alamo's all alone now. They must have a good idea where he is. Gooman being triggered as well. The sound will have given it away. Solus was looking to challenge. Solotov will take a little bit of damage, but ultimately get the kill. Much better couple of rounds for Solotov. Just on cue, as I said, he's been a little bit quiet today, but I'm sure the turnaround is on its way. He's certainly showing that so far.
Well, maybe it will start to build up indeed, but at least as things stand, one of those where, again, Falcons are looking like they're in pretty good control so far. You're hoping there's a turnaround in that second half coming, because we don't want to see this be another 7-2, 7-1, 7-3 affair like we kind of got back on Labs. It was that 7-2 scoreline to Falcons. You want to see these teams really go toe-to-toe. We want to see that 15th round like we've seen in history, as you mentioned a few times now, Tim. So, G2 really got to put their ideas up, and maybe that's exactly why we go into attack timeout. See if they can turn things around.
They're not gonna expect because they want so Falcon was like really like we did against Secret. And then like you still have the cap to clean the stairs. Or we do the split again, guys. But I need you guys like respect like when you have the map control, like was perfect because the guy Shrine was holding Cal and Duke, and then like Zach and Lura had the 2v1. So 2v1 the guy, take the map and play with the map control, okay guys, like we develop the round. And now if we repeat the same, like they probably gonna fight more exhibition side, and then Cal is gonna have the gap, okay? Like just keep that in mind. For karaoke, for kitchen guys, like if you go kitchen again, can do the geisha push, or like just push, you have the blitz and just do the BDS, okay guys? Like I think it's the time now, okay? And if exhibition can do the full if they have the clash, okay?
A little bit of a different context there, I guess, but we've seen it across those first few rounds where there are a lot of 1v1s taking place. The challenge on towards Terrace, you don't really have the choice in between the scrap between Usus and his opponent at the time. But at the minute, you're just seeing G2's team fall like dominoes. There's no real trade play going on. They're always trying to be almost a little bit greedy with how much of the map they want to try and take over at once. And you're seeing the outcome of that. Falcons are just having none of it. They're standing up tall to all of it. G2 have only got, what, 4 kills here across 3 rounds? They've got to do more as a team.
Yeah, I agree. I think for G2, one thing that they can do here is focus on, you know, let's try and identify what are the key positions, what are the power positions that Falcons are holding. So we saw Solotov in Geisha earlier, and I mention it now because I think we'll, you know, probably see similar, although the army is taken away, so maybe that'll be played a little bit differently this time. But just as an example, you know, let's recognise that he's in that spot. They had Alamau trying to breach the wall. They couldn't get it done. They then lose 2 bodies to Solotov in that position. So, you know, yeah, recognise it, but then do something about it. Get it done. Have the cover there that you need. Make sure that you can hard breach if that's what it is. You know, whatever the key is there, go in and remove those players from those positions, because right now Falcons are quite happy, you know, to play behind them and then to, when the 5 versus 3, start getting aggressive, running out, jumping out of windows, making it difficult for G2. So, yeah, definitely want to see, I think the key word being more disruption for G2.
100%, but doing it as a team, I think, is the most important part to mention in all of that. Let's see how we go then. We get ourselves set up for a push in towards this top floor once again. We have started the next quarter of the game, if you want to call it that, which means the same 3-side rotation should be played on through by Falcons, unless they really want to mess with us a little bit and send us off towards living and library, living and bathroom, sorry, which I really doubt. But we have seen it, especially at the Munich Major. I think we saw it about 9 times, which really surprised me. Normally we see it once or twice, but it turned out to be reasonably popular. What is normally a very unpopular site.
Yeah, G2, one of the teams that do like to bring that site out, do have it in their locker. We're going to see Brede just sending out the first of those toxic babe canisters. Alamau manages to find users. The problem at the minute is, if you remember I said power positions, deal with them. Make sure you're clearing them out. Brede is that power position at the minute. There's kills going down elsewhere as Stomper manages to find Leaker back as well. So that's great progress for G2. Now deal with Brede. You've got your man advantage. Get him cleared out so that your push can continue. Doki picks up Solotov. They might not even need to deal with the smoke at this rate, because everybody on the side of Falcons is just throwing themselves at G2's mercy here and being absolutely cut down one after another. Brede will still be in position though, and as you can see, it is still holding G2 up. Shaiko manages to get one on that backside, removes the flank, removes the backstab. Brede still a problem for them.
As you always will carry on being a thing, but at this point, surely they win out of 4 versus 1. Tim, there shouldn't be too much to be concerned about. Blackbeard staring you down. You might get one, but Lawyer is there for the conversion. G2 finally on the board after that attack timeout.
Yeah, much better from G2 there. Like I say, Falcons recognise the strength of that Brede position on Black Stairs, and so kept peeking top Black, trying to keep him alive, trying to keep him in position, but G2 winning gunfights there. You know, something that you'd pointed out maybe they were struggling to do up to that point. 4 kills up to that round, and then add 5 onto the total for that round. You know, they've just more than doubled what they've done so far in the game. So definite wake-up call for G2 and Falcons in that round. Maybe G2 can find themselves a little bit of a comeback trail in this half.
All right, well, assuming they can fight their way back into him, then there's that thing that we like to say, a game on our hands. I was very worried at 3-0 that we wouldn't see a turnaround by G2, that it would end up being a bit of a Falcon shutout here, nice and simple. But as it stands, it's looking reasonable that we might see a bit of a battle back from G2. But of course, we've got to see how these next two sites gone. They've won the primary, which is what gives me a little bit of hope that across the next two, we'll see more of the same.
Round 5 almost underway then. Just getting towards the end of the prep phase. Shaiko, I'm just looking at on the Fenrir. So FNAT's going to need to be dealt with. We've got the Twitch taken away. So normally you'd be looking towards the Twitch to come in and get those. But Doki instead is going to head on over to Zofia instead. Keep an eye on Alamai with the blitz as well. A little bit of aggression, I think, from G2. Probably wouldn't go amiss here. Get in and just, you know, get in the mix, get a couple of kills early. It worked for them last round. They got those 2 and then were really able to build on it from there. You've got the shield to play behind. Just take advantage of that and don't let Falcons get themselves set. Again, like I said, recognize those power positions that they're looking to play. It's an exhibition hold. So, you know, do we have somebody out in Drum? Do we have somebody in Geisha, in Terrace, Shrine? If there are, chase them down and get them cleared away.
Okay. Bumping the one to keep an eye on, no doubt. Alamar obviously the one that you're going to see first and foremost, largely being in large and in charge, charging you in that blitz, looking to cause a lot of bother. The Stomping is the one trying to capitalize off the back of the many smokes they've got on side. 3 available to them here. We see a lot of teams really trying to make the Glaz work as well. We see Wardens in response by the other side sometimes, but in this round, for example, there isn't one, which means he could be in a great spot to thrive. Here we go.
Just going to go rushing on in now. Manages to get the first, Shaiko. Can he find the second? Yes, he can. Onto the backside of Alamo, and that is the rush push dealt with by Falcons. He knows there's another there. 3 kill on the pistol? Surely not. We could have a pistol ace on our hands here if Shaiko continues. He's still got the pistol in hand. He's got it in mind, I tell you now. There is no way that he's putting that gun away. Doki, Lawyer managed to find one apiece. Shaiko, where is he? That's the big question. Peeks around the corner. Doki takes him down. Makes it a triple for himself. Ends the hopes of a pistol ace for Shaiko. And leaves Solotov now in a 1v2. But this is still very winnable for Falcons.
Looking all right here, isn't it? Yeah, for sure. I'm not going to say the pistol was the fault for it because Shaiko's done a lot in this round. But Doki winning it back with the 3Ks. I argue the big one. On Zofia, no less as well. When was the last time we saw that, Tim? A good while ago, I'll say that much.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be Solotov, I think, hoping to get a view of somebody. He knows that he needs a 1v1, essentially. He needs an opportunity. Nitro shot out. Doki on the crossfire. G2 will give him no such thing. They cut down the Valkyrie and get themselves another round. Where have we seen this before? 3 rounds in a row to Falcons before G2 answer back with 2 of their own. It's 3-2.
Very interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting after such a dominant first 3 rounds. As I mentioned, G2 only got 4 kills across those first 3 rounds. And now here we are, we're fighting our way back in. A big 4K from Doki in the round 2 to ensure that one was coming over the line. It's hard to wonder for Falcons here if they let themselves go down 3-3. Have they got the attacking chops in them to be able to close it out in a second? Dare I even say overtime could be the sort of thing that comes our way? On Skyscraper, no less? Oh, what a way it would be.
Well, I did say there's the 2 best of ones. These 2 have played so far this year as these rosters have both gone to overtime. They've both been 8-7 thrillers. 1 on Bank, 1 on Border. Will we add Skyscraper to the list? Only time will tell. G2 managed to get themselves 2 attacks. Their last attempt is going to be Barbecue and Kitchen. We saw this back in round 3. It is simply Falcons continuing their rotation. They won it last time. Shaiko got the opener onto Blaz. And if I remember rightly, G2 got a little bit bullied after that. Falcons were very aggressive in the round and able to find the kills. But G2 looking like a little bit of a different beast in the last couple of rounds.
Hopefully a beast that can get this one up to 3-3. We'd love to see it stay nice and close as mentioned, so let's see how things play on. Blaz jumping across the fuse while they've also got the blitz on side. 2 shields is definitely an interesting choice here. Obviously the Monty taken away, no Blackbeard, not really kind of go to aggression one. Does apply a lot of aggression, but much slower about it as well. But also some great gadgetry that you normally get offered up by having the fuse on side. At this site, knowing there's a lot of traps on the downstairs, and you've got the mute jammers that you're going to have, those FNATs around too. Really good choice, I think, for clearing away a lot of utility. But look at this, the drop is in, and they've got a team kill somehow off the back of it. That is certainly not ideal, but Falcons at least make 2 kills off the back of it. Balance things out, back down to a 3 versus 3.
Shaco's aiming at his own team now. The chat is not even just going for G2 anymore. 3 versus 2. Solotov picks up Blaz. And that is going to give Falcons now an opportunity to dig in, I think, more than anything. Dorky is positioned outside of that kitchen window. Loira up above, so they can try to kind of massage things a little bit. But I like what Falcons have done here. You can see they've got one in barbecue, they've got one in storage. That's exactly what they were waiting for. Use as managers to pick up Dorky. They just have a brilliant crossfire established inside of sight. They know that Loira's up above now. There's no way that he's able to kind of approach without them being aware of it. He will have to take the mute jammer away so they can start maybe opening up above, but ultimately he's got a real job ahead of him. 1 versus 3 now, and 2 of them, Solotov and Likafak, are both on full health. Blaz is just doing what he can to maybe rack up a few points, taking out some utility. Default cams you want to get though, Blaz, they can see you.
Certainly one of those where we spoke about it earlier on, the 4-2-5-1 wouldn't be unexpected. I think it's the fashion in which it's happened across these last few rounds that has certainly surprised us. Loira, as you say, a lot to do here. And Falcons already showed when they were left in a 3 versus 1 before. They know how to play these situations out. Maybe not so much here. Usy's taken low. Loira missing a golden chance there to make it a 1v2. And given he's still got about a minute to play with, that could have been winnable.
Certainly could have been. It would have. That was the moment, I think, for me there for Loira. If he gets that kill, if he's able to take down Likafak there, then I start saying maybe this is possible. Maybe the 1v3 can be done. As it stands, I think it's kind of now, you know, a shot across the bow. The warning is there for Falcons that he's up above, he's going to take those challenges, so they need to play things a little bit differently. And they're just going to give him less opportunity. They're going to try and burn this time, force him into a bad spot. That's exactly what we did. We saw that movement from Falcons just stopped as soon as Likafak takes that damage, and then you get 1 in kitchen, 1 in storage, 1 in restaurant, and they're just going to hold that triangle. Well played from them. They close out the round, and it is a good 4-2 half for them.
Okay. Certainly gives us a fighting chance now in the second half to battle back in. Again, 3 chances or 3 lives to get it wrong, you might say, for the side of Falcons. A lot that they've got to play with here. GT the ones who have got to show some real chops on the defensive side of things. I'm sure they will. Again, it's one of their favourite maps. It's also one that is our most defender-sided in the pool. So no reason why they shouldn't be able to stave off the Falcons' aggression here across these first few rounds and bring us all even to 4 apiece. But time will tell. First and foremost, we'll go through our second bans. Sub taken away once again. The second map in a row, by the way, that it has been the first ban coming out of Falcons. They know that Doki loves that operator, so ripping it away from him is never a bad thing.
Okay, then. Let's get on into this one, see if G2 can build anything on the defense. We would, generally speaking, expect a little bit more from them on the attack, but I think Falcons have actually made that very difficult for them today as well. You know, very much playing in a vibe of being willing to take fights, win fights, and just keep the pressure on G2. And so they are looking to get themselves another best-of-3 win and add to that 3-win streak that they've got against G2 at the minute. They are 3 rounds away from doing just that. It was 7-2 back on Nighthaven, so they can't better it, but they could match it. I don't think that's going to be the whole story, though. I think we are going to see some rounds coming back for G2 now that they've got themselves on the defense. They've taken away both of the shields, so Breeder not going to be able to bring that Monte or the Blitz. We'll bring the Blackbeard, however, of course. We would expect no less from Breeder.
Nope, absolutely not. We've got to do some little magic, I think, across these next few rounds, like I say, to keep them going. Loira's across on towards that Solus. Not seen any of that from EFAT today, which again kind of leans towards the stuff we spoke about back on Bank, of this maybe being a bit of a chance to test a few things out before we get into SI. Although the accolade of best team in Europe does matter, all these teams are already qualified to SI, so for them, this is a great chance to get a little bit of, get some more like reps in on a LAN environment that they otherwise wouldn't really get to do. I spoke about it earlier on. A lot of teams don't get that chance. You can scrim while you're at LAN, but the scrims tend to be online. You don't really get chances to play actually on 0 ping unless you're playing official games, and this is probably the best time of any to be able to practice that and try a few new things. And we've seen the vocality coming out of Falcons probably suggest they're trying to up the energy a little bit so they don't get into that same spot at future finals where they're really quiet, they're very subdued, the energy drops, and from there they just lose the game. Hopefully that's something they're trying to work on.
Like I said as well, Shaco, Likafak, Breeder don't have a habit of losing these European finals, you know, when they've existed previously, and seeing them return to the schedule now, I'm sure there's a little bit of pride in there as well, that they want to keep that going. Like I said, they've only ever lost one, which was in the final to G2 back in 20... It was actually played in January 21, but it was the 2020 season final. So let's see if they can continue that stomp, and he's going to have something to say about it.
Right.
Takes down Brede. That's a big one as well. The Blackbeard gone. That's going to be, you know, a real focus of the Falcons' attack that's been taken out there. And this is what I was talking about. If you remember before the game coming in, I said often we get the battle lines drawn around Drum, around Shrine, and it's who can, you know, win out that middle ground, that no man's land fight. And that's what we're seeing at the minute. And it's Stompin who's coming out on top.
A shock horror, hey? He does have his moments, that's for sure. And getting rid of the Blackbeard is certainly not going to be a bad one for you. Takes away a lot of that pressure that Brede could have applied, and gives them the ability now to play a little bit more passively, to kind of draw back that little bit. Laura is the one still running around downstairs here, of course, on the Solus, bringing out what's going on above, seeing when those phone calls come out, when drones are in use, for example, and give a lot of info over towards his team. But here comes the phone call that stops them all using their gadgets for a second, and Solotov gets rid of Stompin.
Solotov manages to get rid of Doki as well. 4 versus 3. Big turnaround for Falcons as they start to find a little bit of momentum on this attack. But Alamau just dips and dives his way away from trouble as he manages to pick up a headshot on Shaiko. But Solotov again, a triple in the round. We said coming in that he had more to give, and he's delivering right now. Falcons get their first attack. 5-2, G2 in big trouble.
Well, he was 7 and 17 coming into the map, Tim. It definitely has been a rough day for him, but he's starting to really wake up here. 8 and 4 at one point during that. I didn't quite see exactly where he ended on, but he's looking much better. And if there's ever a time you want a player to find fighting form, it's going to be in map 3, the one that really matters in a best of 3. Looking good for the side of Falcons, and G2 have now got a 3-round deficit they need to overcome.
Like you say, you just don't know at this point whether G2 have got it in the tank. They certainly started out strong on Bank and then took a little bit of a beating on Nighthaven, and it certainly does seem to have slowed down the pace of their game as this best of 3 has wound on. And they're going to have to dig deep now and find a little reserve, a little something to fight back with. So we're going to see them go into Exhibition and Office this time around. They will just continue on their normal rotation. Having lost Tea and Karaoke, they decide not to go back there. I think, you know, looking at the entry battle's been pretty close so far on Skyscraper. Stomper managed to pick it up, of course, on Brede in that last round, but it just goes to show, really, the bigger deciding factor here is those big kind of hero players coming out of Falcons. We've said that they, you know, just look like a little bit of a different beast today. They've been happy to go, you know, kind of running in. Shaiko's rolled back the years to more of that Shaiko go-kill play style that, you know, we saw from him once upon a day. And we've had, you know, Leak Effect 4K, Shaiko 3K, Users 3K, Solotov 3K. Everybody but Brede on this map is getting into those multi-kills, and that's what's really hurting G2 at the minute. Entry doesn't really matter too much. Site control doesn't really matter too much. It's, you know, recognizing and taking down those big-name players, but when it's 4 out of 5 of them, who do you focus on? Solotov's picked up the entry again. That's Blazgob.
Oh, it's painful to lose it again like that, man. Like, it's, again, really, really woken up. But the key stat I was going to look at was actually the entry between Shaiko and EFAC so far. 12 and 3 between them. They are absolutely dominating the entry as a pairing, which is what can make this so hard for G2. When they used to be in the team that the one stepping in, finding entries, just like that. There we go. Solotov kept quiet for at least a round this way, but normally it's these guys getting in and finding positions to secure entries and peel back and play more comfortably. Falcons aren't giving them room to breathe, which comes back to what I said at the very start of the series. Falcons know G2 inside and out. They know they like to play a fast, aggressive game, and what's really impressive about Falcons is they can play a slow style and compete with teams like FaZe, like we saw back at SI, or they can play a much faster, more aggressive style that sees them coming right up against a team like G2. And again, it's all the makings of a champion. They just haven't been there yet.
Okay, then we're going to have Alamau just lurking in position. He's going to get punished here as he runs through. Brilliant hold from Shaiko. Straight in the chat. Every time he gets a kill, he stops running. You can see it. He's like, his movement just stops, and it's because he's straight on the keyboard. Stomping is down but not out. Going to be finished off by Users as well. 4 versus 2. Looks like Falcons are probably going to be putting themselves. I think that sums up the performance for G2 on Skyscraper, and it's just 5 seconds behind the game. Loira goes for a little run out, but the Falcons player's already around the corner. He's already just moved away, and G2 have just been that little bit behind the pace here, and Falcons able able to repeatedly punish them. Dorky is going to come under some serious pressure now. Breeder able to pick up the kill from behind that Blackbeard shield. Now it's all up to Loira. Can't make the challenge onto Shaiko, who finds that kill. It's 6-2 now to Falcons, and they are sitting pretty with 4 series points to put themselves into the EML final here in Malta.
I know it's because he's playing against very, very close friends. Like I say, these guys spend a lot of time together at events. They're very, very good friends overall. But it's good seeing Shaiko so high spirits as well. Like, his energy's there. He's having a great performance in-game as well. I believe overall the best rated player so far in the entire lobby. In fact, I like, it's been quite close near the top. He's certainly playing well. Great entry, great KD, but it's actually EFAC currently at the top, 124 EPS to Shaiko's 111. Either way, this has turned into a solid team showing out for Falcons. On the other side, only Doki is positive, unfortunately. They've had a real war getting into this game and just aren't quite at the races, it seems.
I think another important stat to highlight, you know, because obviously we've got the benefit here of seeing the whole series of stats as well, as you just say, but the entry for Likafak and Shaiko across all 3 maps is currently sat at 12-3. Yeah. Which is just ludicrous. It is just ludicrous, the way that they've been able to dominate, particularly the early rounds between those two. And like I said, you know, they're just playing with the freedom. We've seen Shaiko on Ash repeatedly. You know, they are just playing with kind of take the chains off and just have a run around and see what happens. And it's working for them right now.
Working beautifully for sure. And again, for G2, I think even they probably feel a bit defeated at this point. Couldn't get anything out of this half so far. It's been 2 attacks back-to-back for Falcons, and I was really confident with CG2 on a map that, at least historically, they've really enjoyed. If you look at the preference numbers, it's definitely preferred by Falcons, but G2, at one point, would love this map, and teams would be forced to ban it against them. It just feels like today, not quite able to overcome their rivals. As history has shown, Falcons just always find a way to overcome G2.
Shaiko drone goes in, knows that there's at least a little bit of presence inside of Restaurant. They actually dip away from the fight now. They know that they don't need to necessarily challenge Alamau. It was in there from that angle. The Mozzie is probably going to still hold his position, I imagine. We see him staying in Restaurant at the minute because the knock onto the bathroom window there is just going to give him a little bit of confusion possibly as to where that challenge is going to come from. But Alamau still remaining in position. The challenge continues here. Shaiko really wants to win that fight. Breeder is going to take a little bit of damage on those black stairs as he tries to take control, but he is able to get a little bit of ground in that area for Falcons as Stompen is forced away as well. Okay, just heading back downstairs, and this is good work from Falcons. I know they haven't got any kills yet. They haven't been able to kind of corner anybody, but what they are doing is forcing G2 away from the positions that they wanted to hold. Doki's going to take a big risk here and try and get himself behind that reinforce. He will get there just in time. The Blackbeard cannot find anything from behind the shield.
Yeah, I think, like you say, really for Falcons more than anything else, it's getting pressure to get control of the top floor. That's what they really wanted. Now, does he know there's a Blackbeard in front of his face? I don't think he realised that Breeder got quite so close. Thankfully, no gun at the ready. Means no death onto Doki, but they'll be aware now with things like the Claymores down, players on the rappel. They know there were players top black as well, where a lot of this pressure is coming from. Alamau trying a cheeky little jump out, not once, but twice. Loira is the one who goes big, though, gets rid of 2. But as every single time G2 find a kill, there is a Falcons player matching them. Solidsoft securing 1 and uses into another. It feels like there is not enough that G2 can do to hold on to him.
Absolutely. I would agree with that because Falcons just always seem to find a way. Users and Solotov pick up 1 apiece. What a performance that has been from Falcons, and absolutely kind of just a different beast from them today. Nighthaven and Skyscraper, they lose only 4 rounds across the 2 and head into the grand final.
G2 has been a short trip to Malta, unfortunately for them, but now they get to sit and watch how our other teams face off. Well, not quite sit and watch how they face off. Of course, G2's got to play against Secret next, and then we'll know who it is that faces off against Falcons in that grand final tomorrow. It feels like we're headed towards a Falcons win, Tim, but I'm really hoping Secret can show us something special in their series, that there is yet a fight to be taken to the Falcons. For now, we'll go to a break, and when we come back, our desk will break that series down for you. See ya.
champions.
Overtime!
The Empire strikes back.
All right, speaking to Brede after this game here, congratulations on the game victory. It was a close game, though, in regards of maps. The last two maps were not close at all. What happened on map 1?
I think we didn't play for maybe 3 days or 2 days. So we didn't, we weren't warm. And I think it's that, and after that, we just enjoyed the game and playing ourselves, and that's it.
All right, and talking about the play style as well, I think what was told is that you guys are focusing on the fundamentals for this game. In particular, how are you noticing that as well in regards of the IGLing the play style?
Wait, can you repeat? I didn't hear.
No, it's all good. It's all good. There's a lot of support going on right now on the side as well. But what I wanted to know is we heard that you guys are focusing on the fundamentals for this game in particular. So how does that really involve with the IGLing, the play style on attack as well?
To be honest, I think we just change the way we think, and we just playing, how to say it, more relaxed, and try to not think about losing and stuff. So I think that's the most important thing that we change.
Do you think that's a good way to prepare for an event like SI as well? Because you know how important it is for you guys going to Paris in your home country and in your home city as well, maybe even playing in front of all the fans.
Yeah. I hope it will be the good things, but for sure we have a lot of stuff to work. And of course, SI in Paris, there's a bit of pressure, but I don't want to think that deep. Because if I'm thinking that jeep, we'll have too much pressure on ourselves, and we don't play like we did today. And we said, the SI is the engine for Ifak, me, and Sheko. If you won SI, we basically won everything in this game. So yeah, I hope we'll do our best and get this trophy.
It's a big event then for you guys in particular. Now, speaking about this map as well, it might have been the last time you played Skyscraper. Are you sad about seeing it leaving the pool?
So you want me to be really honest?
Yeah.
So before we were kind of strong on the map. Maybe to the past 3 months we were kind of bad now. We came to the major banning Sky a couple times. We played against MHE, we won it, and today we won it. So I don't know what happened. Maybe because the map is gone, so maybe we are playing more relaxed and stuff. Well, I don't know, to be honest. So yeah.
It's showing. Well, you won the game, so you're going to play the final. So once again, congratulations and good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Great stuff that we're seeing from Falcons on Skyscraper here. You saw the pressure was off in all kinds of ways when we're talking about the fundamentals, the play style, but just about that interview with Brede, there's a lot of things he's saying in between the lines when we're talking about SI as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, for the French guys, it's got to be the end game, I think, for them, right? They've won a major together already. They want to win SI, and they want to win SI in their capital city, in Paris, in France, in front of the family, their friends. And you know, it starts to mount, I think, in this kind of event, where it's, you know, it's the last event, the last time they go on stage before reaching that event. Obviously, they think of it. And obviously, they are in a double-edged sword where they think of that pressure and at the same time of what it means to beat that. But coming back to the game, it just goes to show, Jack, the overall level of that team when they're on the fly, they're just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I think they set themselves up well for success just every single time that they do it. They maybe weren't playing necessarily too much preset strategy, especially on their defenses. They were just picking utility-heavy operators, the Legions, the Fenriers, the Azamis of this world, holding down their key positions. How many times did we see Shaiko pop off with big kills inside of Geisha, just playing the Azami inside of in there? They set their souls out on the defense for G2 and said, come and take this room away from me, because if not, I'm going to be in a power position. I've got my rock, I'm taking it, and you've got to take it away from me. And G2 weren't up to that task on their attacks.
The reality of the strength of Falcons is to look at the scoreboard here and think they barely lost bank. And ideally, honestly, it could have went to bank, and it could have went to overtime, I think. But if you think of the rest, they've dropped only 4 rounds across 2 maps against a really good G2 with the same players that they usually play with. And honestly, a G2 that felt relaxed and was playing decently. But just Falcons, they're just so strong. That natural chemistry that they reverted back to is so strong. When I spoke to Likefak before coming on stage, she was like, I'm going to step back a little bit here. I don't want to micromanage everything. I don't want to fully IGL. I want the guys to be able to find their own positions, to find their groove, to basically be able to problem solve for themselves. And what do we see here? A team that is absolutely incredible. Whenever it comes that Likefak maybe is out of ideas, they've proved they've got the players to go and play. And it's just, I'm so amazed by this team. I've got so much hope for SI as well, but I kind of feel like them. I've got the pressure on their shoulders as well.
Yeah, and I think that's testament actually, because we said a lot across the whole of last year about this team, right? Is that when their fundamentals aren't there, they've got individuals to bring them out of trouble.
Yeah.
Now we're seeing that happen less frequently and frequently because they've worked so hard on the fundamentals of being a team, of just the fundamental way that they want to play Siege, their identity, and then they've got the individuals on top of that rather than making up for a lack of the fundamentals.
But what I also really like with what you mentioned, how you spoke to Leakeffect, is that with this way, it kind of unleashes these players. And what we're seeing with a player like Shaiko, just walking around with the pistol, still popping off. And it's just things you love to see in a match like this one.
Yeah, you've got that team play element, and then you have Shaiko, and he's getting pushed solo here on the X position bomb side. And he's just with Fenrir, out of bullets, he goes on the pistol, gets the kill on the blast, he sees the blitz, goes, walks across, gets the kill here, and he could just go and reload here. He doesn't. He finds a new target. He goes aggressive here with the pistol jack and gets a triple kill.
It's not even just that. He carried on playing with the pistol for the rest of the round. He was feeling the pistol. He was absolutely unflappable in that situation. Did not flinch once. Gets a free K, and then, you know, in the end, doesn't get any more, but he was on for that pistol ace.
Yeah, the longevity of that player, the consistency across the years, always the same. I never get tired of. Speaking of Shaiko, because I used to play against him, I get destroyed. Okay, now I can praise him on the desk. I'm not facing him anymore, so that, you know, I can be the hype man.
It's like, I understand you though, because you kind of want them to get their end game as well, going into that big tournament that we have coming up in February. But before we get there though, there was two players in particular that we have to talk about on the side of Falcons. We highlight these individuals all the time. These two players in particular, and I want you to look at the entry stats as well from these two players. Really making magic out there today.
You know what that means when Leakeffect can step back from the IGLing? It means that he leaves more power to his teammates and he can focus more on his gameplay.
Yep.
And just if everyone was thinking like Leakeffect was not a special player, on top of being one of the best IGL in the world, if he drops the IGLing, maybe if he thinks less about the communication and the vision of the team, he can revert back to being one of the best players in the world, even statistically, in terms of fragging power, in terms of game sense. That player is absolutely insane. And it goes to show here in this match, even have more kills and less death than Shaiko. He's actually better in statistic than Shaiko.
Yeah.
It goes to show, like, the talent on that player is absolutely insane.
Both players there, by the way, nearly at 1.0 KPR across the entire best of 3, their 30 rounds. That's, you know, it shows the quality of their player. And we're not even talking about the Soltovs and users of this world as well. Like, that's the big thing about Falcons. They, you know, their fundamentals are excellent. Their preset parts are excellent, but now their communication, their team play, their off-the-cuff play is excellent, and they've got excellent players on top of it.
And you know what that means? It means that Falcons is reaching another grand final.
Yeah.
One that they can actually win because it's not an international event.
No, and especially, you know, in sunny areas, they tend to do really well too, right? That's what happens with Falcons, and we see them move on towards the final now in this bracket. Their opponent, of course, yet to be decided, as we have a match that's coming up after this one. That'll be G2, because they've lost that game just now, having to go up against Secret, who got knocked down to the lower bracket earlier. That's going to be a big match too. Again, we're talking about Titans, the big dogs of EU, going up against each other time and time again.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always one of these two to play the other one, isn't it? Now we see Secret against G2, but I will say from a Falcons perspective, they've beaten both of these teams that they'll face in the final in the bracket already, plus at Munich, so they'll be feeling very confident for tomorrow.
Yeah, and we mentioned the hierarchy before coming through this matchup. We said, yes, there is the top 3, the big 3 in Europe, but I think it's quite clear. Falcons is still the favorite. Falcons is still on top. Falcons always goes through the upper bracket, and even in international events, it's always the same case. For G2 and Secret, they've played each other. G2 have won the last battle, and they're probably on the faster pace, I think, side of Europe. It's going to be a really, I guess, frag-heavy matchup.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Especially because they're relaxed, especially because they're using this as a massive training ground, an important one for SI. So it's probably going to be a banger of a match with really high pace and a lot of frags.
Yeah, and they are the champions of Stage 2 of EML, right? So the main question for us is we need to determine an opponent for them to contest that championship tomorrow against Falcons in the grand final. Will that be Secret or G2? We'll find out after the break.
Explore more thrills. Visit Malta.
Welcome back to the EML Finals, where we played one game and sent Falcons to the Grand Final. But we have one more game left for today, so we can have a look at the schedule of what is still ahead of us for today and even for tomorrow too, because we do have more games coming up tomorrow. As you can see, after this we'll be playing Secret versus G2. But one more thing I want to focus on tomorrow is not just a Grand Final of EML, it's also the Tier 2 Grand Final. Absolutely huge for these players. As you mentioned, so much on the line. There is the LCQ advanced stage of SI. There's a Challenger Series that's on the line. It's quite a big deal for these players. Yeah, and also, you know, there's cash prize, there's also stage experience, there's also a chance for these guys, maybe if they cannot go all the way up, maybe if they don't succeed in Challenger Series, to show themselves as individuals, maybe to get picked up when everyone's going to start to rework their rosters. So obviously, it is a massive moment for these guys to show themselves, show their prowess. I'm such a big fan of the Tier 2 Finals being here as well. Like you said, there's so much opportunity for these guys to get out and to show themselves, but also it's going to be an incredible warm-up to the Grand Final as well. It really builds on that day. It really does. And we talked about, of course, Skyscraper leaving the map pool. There's another big thing that's happening right now is that we're not playing on the new season just yet, as that happened in the middle of our EML Finals. So we're playing on the old patch, which means we're still playing with everything. We're playing with old patch and everything as well. Yeah. It's quite... it's good to see that for the players, though, still, that they're working with these, well, the technically old things, but it stays for the competitive integrity, too. Yeah, I think so. Given the fact that we played last weekend on the old patch, it would have been very difficult for them to turn around and play on such a changing patch, specifically with the breaches as well, in terms of, you know, going for the new patch this weekend. So it makes sense to keep them on the old patch, maintain that competitive focus. But I will say, I can't wait to see competition where the Fairmite's got 3 charges and, you know, the mute jammer changes and ace and everything going in. I think it's going to be really good to watch how the esport develops. So kind of sad from that point of view, but I completely understand it from a competitive point of view. Yeah, as a former player, I love the decision, but like as a viewer, I hate the decision because I kind of want to see. I want to see new Thatcher being used at competitive play. I think it's absolutely broken. I've been told by teams he will be a permaban. It is so strong. Yeah. Honestly, it's so strong. The fact that it almost replaces IQ from time to time, and also that you have so many ammos, it's so good. Yeah, there was a team that was telling me they tried it in scrims. They were practicing on CEO window, on consulate. They're trying to plant, and the Thatcher's he's just pinging everything out of the air. No denial whatsoever. That's crazy. As you're saying, our esports is always developing, and so are the ways to support your favorite teams as well. Yesterday, we had the new support kits come on, and we'll take a look at them.
Necks and I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up and my money out. Cause I came to get down, so let's run it up. I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left. I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going, I'ma keep it going till there ain't nothing left.
And the reason why we're bringing this up is because we're not media-trained players to tell people to buy the kits, but we do want to talk about these because they're kind of huge, right? Yeah. The first time that we're seeing team skins on drones, and we've seen plenty of charms before from teams and organizations, but these ones are next level with the 3D, the creativity that's been used to make them as well. Yeah, CGX is bringing loads of new features, and the fact that you can now get that better in terms of skins. And also, I'm just comparing it to other esports. Like, we have some of the best esports skins ever. Yeah. Like, looking at this, I think BDS, like the Operator Cats, are just insane. The drone design is insane. I think the Cloud for Cloud9 is such a bold choice to not show the logo, but actually have a cloud. I think those are like my favorites, kind of. Okay. Because to show the creativity is just so good. That doesn't leave me a lot of options to choose from for my favorites. I mean, you can agree with me. Why do you have to disagree with me? G2 often, I think, actually, do you know what? They're all really good. I do really like the G2 one because of the branding and the, the samurai. I think it's really clean. All 4 of them really clean. Instant purchase. Has nothing to do with the fact that you represented G2 for a while, right? No. Yeah, no. Yeah, of course. It wouldn't be subjective at all. Yeah. No. Impromptu skin tier list is what we're having here. I mean, a team that's in there as well as G2. Their charm is really cool. They're playing in the next game as well. They're playing against Secret, and they haven't actually played a game earlier today. So I was glad that we got to catch Doom as he came in earlier today. And I won't spoil too much about what he had to say, but he got what he wanted. Talk to us a bit about how the prep was like for Team Secret going into this event.
I think our main prep was just scrimming as usual and not taking this like too serious. I think our main focus is still SI.
You're qualified for SI, so that makes this event kind of different. You're playing against teams that you already know as well, so that makes it a different event for you as well, I assume.
Yeah, just playing the same old teams that we already played a lot this year, so it's gonna be just I think, a little fun event just for prize money.
Awesome. And in regards of the opponent that you're facing, you have to wait until the first game is done, of course, to see who loses. Is there any preference who you want to play? Do you want to get a rematch against Falcons for the lower brackets? What's your thoughts on this?
Basically, it doesn't matter because I think we mostly have to play both anyways. But I think it would be more fun to play G2 again because I think last game we played Falcons, so G2, I guess.
Okay, well, you'll just take any other team then in this case. All right, thank you so much for your time and good luck today.
Thank you.
Very valid reasons. So we'll just take G2 because we played Falcons last, but as we said, hey, he got what he wanted. He's going to play G2 again.
And so also in terms just of power position, I think in general, I think that Secret would rather play G2 first and then Falcons afterwards. Falcons kind of the final boss. It always has been, right?
And you can raise yourself up right for a final. I think that's, you know, natural progression. I think G2 was the answer there. And Jim definitely got what he wanted. I think Jim doesn't care. I think he just wants to play anybody and absolutely everybody, if I'm being honest.
In general, the vibes from the players this event have been really good in the way that they're just having fun. They're having a good time. We're seeing that with the Secret players behind us on stage as well, just getting ready and getting set for their matchup today against G2. But we're going to give them some more time to prepare for this matchup. We'll be back with you in just a few.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
FaZe Clan are your champions.
Overtime!
The Empire strikes back.
The Secret and G2 for a spot in the grand final tomorrow against Falcons. And these two teams play against each other a lot. As we were talking, it's always one or another. But this time around, though, for Secret, they haven't actually played a game yet today. We saw them last week. They got knocked down to the lower bracket by Falcons. Now have to go up against a team like G2 after a pretty decent run at Munich. I'd say still things are looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, I think they had such a good bounce back. After winning EWC, it was a little bit hard. You know, they had 3 losses in a row, and everyone was debating, is Secret failing? Are they affected by the curse of winning an international event? And in the end, actually, they came back. You know what? They trusted themselves. And I think actually it was the perfect slap in the face for these guys to instantly try to go back to Earth, rebuild everything. And yeah, I think Munich was amazing. If it wasn't for losing to the eventual champions, they would have had a deep run, I think.
Yeah, and to be fair, they did have a deep run, right? Top 6 is not to be sniffed at, I would say. A lot of teams would love to be a top 6 team in the world. Yeah, sniffed at, yeah. What I will say for Secret is they also backed up the disappointment of Munich by getting right back on the horse, because they still had to qualify for 6 Invitational after Munich. There was still pressure in last week's game when they were going up against VP to get to here, but also to qualify to the 6 Invitational, and they've done that at the first attempt of asking, basically.
Yeah, so one could say, oh, we qualified to a side, we can take it easy here now, but there's more at stake even in this event than just the prize money, but also in regards of SI and maybe the seeding too.
Yeah, absolutely, because as a reminder, when you win, if you win this event, you guarantee yourself a spot as a regional champion. It means that when you're going to reach your group at SI, you cannot play against another regional champion. That means if M80 wins NAL or if Furia wins SAL, you cannot find them in your group, which makes your start into SI a little bit easier. And it's the kind of things that you want. You want to come with a title in the last stage that you've played in, you want a deep run, a title, and to be seen as a favorite.
And I think for Secret as well, this is a team that only recently, I would say, you know, in kind of medium-term history, have joined the kind of upper echelon of the European team.
As a favorite, yeah.
They want to to prove that they are undisputed the Kings of Europe. So I think in terms of winning the competition, it maybe means that little bit more to Secret in my mind than maybe it does the other two.
It definitely could be. And when we talk about players on this team in particular, we can highlight every single player, I feel like. We've been putting a lot of praise towards the IGLs on this roster as well. But surely, if you had to pick one player right now, you'd love to highlight. Who would you pick?
I think it would be Joom for me. I think he's the one more consistent player.
I was picking somebody else.
Yeah, well, you can pick somebody else. I can pick mine. I will say why. I think he's one of the most consistent player, if not the most consistent player through the years of EML. He's consistently in the top 10, and in the last few stages, consistently in the top 3. And I will say this. If Falcons won Stage 2, if G2 won Stage 1, Secret, they need to win the year. They need to win this EML Finals. Because as part of the Big 3, in that region, they haven't won anything yet.
That's true.
That's true.
Who would you have picked? Or are you distraught?
I was just seeing if Leo had any more. Who would I pick? I actually think Mowgli's the most influential player in this roster. I think Mowgli's kind of unfiltered aggression.
Make or break.
He just gets in the building, and then he has these wingmen around him, you know, in Noah, in Joom, who can just play off the back of him, and it can really be devastating to teams. If Mowgli's on form, he can just open a game up for you.
Yeah, and then we're talking about their opponents, and I feel like even though we just saw them, there's still so much we can talk about for this roster. Coming in here today, hoping to play with their full lineup, having some doubts about that because of illnesses with players. Doki literally being a sick player on the stage just there as well. And then going up against Secret now, whilst they had the first map advantage against Falcons, they didn't want to find themselves here, but they do.
Yeah, how do we rate G2's performance even across today so far? Because they do have a little bit of mitigation in that they've not been able to be practicing. You know, they've got a couple of players that are not feeling necessarily up to scratch, but then they come out, show really good stuff against Falcons on that bank, and then capitulate. It's kind of, you know, some of it is good so far, some of it is pretty bad.
I don't know. I'm not scared for G2. I don't think they necessarily played bad, but I will be honest, in that matchup against Falcons, just Falcons really having some hero moments and also just staying true to their name, having overall the better fundamentals of the Big 3. And I think that G2 is just, you know, it's one of those games where it can go both ways. Yes, they were not really showing competition in the last 2 maps, but I will say this, I think it's Falcons playing incredibly well rather than G2 playing poor. And I think that against a team like Secret,
I'm on board with that.
Yeah, I think if one team comes cold and G2 has had one of the best warm-up they can against one of the best, if not the best team in the world, then they definitely have their chances.
That's definitely true. I want to look at the map veto as well, because we talk about some maps in the map pool being the best map for some of these teams that we have here, even in the world as well. You know, Bank is definitely always in the conversation when it comes to this one here, but that actually isn't the first pick. It seems like we're going to Border first.
Oh, interesting. I thought that Secret was the Bank team, the best Bank team in the world.
They're the best Bank team in the world, and then when it's available, they've not picked it into G2.
I mean, I understand the choice. G2 did beat Falcons on it just recently. They did destroy Genji's 7 win. So if you think about it, you know, G2, they were really good on that map. So it makes sense for Secret to pick Border. Also, I think right now Secret is in a 13-1 record on that map. They only lost it to Falcons in overtime. So it is one of the strongest maps in their map pool.
Yeah, and for G2, it's kind of traditionally weak. They do play it, but they play it against big teams. And even then, they do take them very close on the map. So I can see why they've led it through. And then we go into G2's map pick of Cafe. Now, this inside the best of threes, it's their comfort zone. They absolutely love it. They love attacking this map crucially. And I think Secret have looked a little bit wobbly on it in recent history until that VP game, Leo.
Yeah, honestly, I will say this. I don't know if it was more on the back of VP just not playing really well, or Secret just going amazingly well, but I will say this, G2 is absolutely loving Cafe. It is their first preference. They love that map. It's going to be a great game either way. And then if we move on to the decider, we're going to see that we're going to control it. Now that one I think is heavily defender-sided. And to see G2 starting on that side, I do think they're at an advantage here.
Right, now looking at this and specifically talking about Bank not being part of the occasion, I'd like to ask both my analysts standing in front of the team, starting with Leo in front of Secret, why do you think they're going to win today?
For me, it's quite clear. Also, I've been backing against G2 twice, so I'll say why. I'll say that I think that Secret is just the team that's the most coherent and consistent so far in this season. I think that these guys have never disappointed. In fact, in every international event they play, they only drop either to the runner-up or the champions. I'm just starting to think, when is the last time G2 reached a grand final internationally, Jack? Was it EWC, yeah?
Yeah.
What happened there? Oh, Secret beat them. Yeah. Maybe I cannot wait to see you back up why G2 is going to win here, because you will be wrong a second time.
Oh dear, oh dear. Do you know what? I'm actually not going to back up why G2 are going to win. I'm going to back up why Secret are going to lose. You know, Secret, they call themselves the best Bank team in the world. They had the opportunity to play it against G2. What did they do? They have bottled it. They've picked a different map entirely. What does that mean? What does that tell me? Tells me they're scared of G2. And the second reason, actually, I was lucky enough yesterday to play a social deduction game with the team Secret. All 5 of them, plus their coach. I've planted a few seeds, so I know that they're going to capitulate inside of this one. G2 on their day also, they can beat absolutely anybody. They are warmed up and they'll be ready for this one.
I was going to say, I find this a particularly interesting strategy to go about why the other team is losing instead of why G2 should be winning in this case here. But when we're looking at that and we're looking at these two teams going up against each other, especially with this map veto, I would like to know, you talked about the decider, you know, when we go there, do you think we're actually going to the decider or is this going to be a 2-0?
I think there's a real decent chance because, you know, overall, if you think of Alemao sleeping. I know you can hear me, Carl, by the way. You don't have your ears. You know, looking at these guys, you have a very strong map on the side of Secret with Border. They love a frag-heavy map. They love the chaos on it. Actually, it's their core play style, and I think they're heavily the favorite on that one. I look at Cafe for G2, and I think the same thing. So it should be quite clear, you know. It should be a victory on each one's pick, and then go to the decider of Control.
I think it's a little bit less clear-cut than that, weirdly. I think, you know, G2 are not particularly bad on Border. If you think about how Border plays out, it's small, it's compact, it's gunfight heavy. That should suit both of these teams, actually, because both of these teams are incredibly gifted with the fraggers and the pace that they play at. So I think G2 can match Secret on Border, and they've got, you know, we've seen a lot of set plays from G2 and from Secret. So I think that's quite close. For Cafe, for me, what really determines it is Secret's defenses. Because we've spoken in the past couple of weeks about how Secret are really, really good at attacking. They've spoke about this as well. But defenses haven't quite clicked for them. Now, G2 are really, really hot on attacking Cafe, and they're good at defending it as well. So that's the big kind of linchpin for that map. I see a world where we get to a third.
And out of the 3 maps, you have 2 maps that are heavily defender-sided, so you cannot afford to have a weak side there. It's really important that they figure out these things, that are able to think for themselves. When Savage is not there to IGL the team like he is in attack, everyone needs to think for themselves and be able to win their own gunfights in their own positions. And that needs to start clicking now to be able to beat a team like G2, to be able to prove to themselves they deserve to be one of the best team, if not the best team, in EML.
I feel like something we really need to talk about as well is, you know, SI is coming up and we're talking about both these teams attending actually. I feel like here inside the EML Finals, there's such a thin line between showing something in advance and kind of trying to hide a few things. I mean, we're talking about Skyscraper going out of the map pool as well. There is a very thin line between progressing here to the prize pool, the SI seeding potentially as well, and hiding stuff.
I think there is somewhat a consensus as to how to approach this event. At least that's how I would approach it as a player. What I would do is basically revert back to fundamentals, go run default strats, something that you've already showed during Munich. All 3 teams were there. They're not going to show anything brand new. They have a whole 1.5 months to cook new strats for SI, right? Especially on the new season. We're still playing the old patch. They can abuse that. They can show things they've showed in Munich, revert back to the defaults, play the fundamentals, and just play off natural chemistry. Because that kind of work, that kind of training, it's going to be useful for SI as well.
It really is only Skyscraper where you can throw the book at it. These teams would, you know, if we were playing Skyscraper, they're not going to hold anything back on that map, obviously with Skyscraper going. But I think that's a good point. We are also playing on the old patch. That means the fundamentals of breaching, banning strategy, strats in themselves might have been changed for the new patch, and we're not seeing any of that. This is just about the teams playing with communication, playing as a team, and going from there.
And even with that, we could very well go to a decider. I feel like there's another factor in here that can very much push us all the way to the decider. That's the fact that we do have Ace and Dez as a casting duo. So I expect 15 rounds on the first map. It's almost ready. You can take it away.
Thank you very much, Anne. Yes, Border could very well be a 15-round throwdown between these two. Spoke about it back in our previous series, Tim. Our 2 best attacking teams in the region are going to what has been very historically regarded as the most attacker-sided map. That just sounds like it's fit for fireworks.
Yeah, I think so. I'm expecting... The only concern I've got coming into this one, G2 just lost a bit of momentum there against Falcons. It felt like they were kind of limping out of the game. And if that continues here, if they can't get that energy back up and can't, you know, deliver a little bit more into the server, they could find this being another short game with Secret kind of running away with it. But, you know, Secret are going to want that, because I think when you look at that map ban, you've got Consulate at the end there, and Secret are not going to be desperate to go and play G2 there. So for them, I think they're going to be looking for a quick 2-0 here, move on, get themselves into that final tomorrow against Falcons. G2, if they play like they did at the end of the Falcons game, it feels like maybe there is an opportunity there for Secret, but I think that we will see a stronger G2 coming back.
Ooh, some interesting bans coming out here as well. I was going to say the most banned defender against G2 on this map is Azami and Smoke, and look at what we've got, Azami and Smoke. On the other side, typically we see a Deimos and a Monty taken away. Of course, we saw the Monty go, but then also saw the Blackbeard follow, which isn't really one of the operators that tends to get banned away against Secret. So they're going to have things that they love playing, like the like the Deimos, for example, online for Doom. You've got the Blitz available, you've got Ying available. A lot of big, powerful operators that they love playing are available to them. So I'm very keen to see how this half shakes up without those impediments against Secret making their way through this G2 team. We were looking at the numbers, and this is Secret's favorite map. Like, they adore playing border. Not really surprised, given they are such a strong attacking team. So very keen to see how their half goes and if G2 can stem the tide of Secret.
Okay, then I think we've just got a small pause coming in. We've just got a little bit of a tech issue, as happens sometimes.
I think we're good.
We try and get everybody into the game. It does look like everybody's kind of locking in. We've had a tech pause graphic disappear from the corner, so fingers crossed we will be getting this one right underway. Kicking things off with G2 versus Secret on border, and we are straight into the prep phase, which is what we love to see. We're going to be going up to the top floor to begin with for G2. No surprises there, pretty much universally considered, I think, the strongest site here by the teams on border. So be straight up there. Straight away I'm looking at Blaz's setup. We've got the mirror window on that west breach wall. So it's not an uncommon one. Interesting to see. He's going to be able to play that long line of sight out towards the rappel, over towards CCTV. So, you know, definitely something that Secret need to deal with.
I mean, looking at this, I'll come back to what I was speaking about a second ago with the operator bans. I forget what G2 are up to. I'm seeing June getting over onto the Dockerby. We've got the Deimos coming out from Noah. Again, one of their popular operators on this map. I think they've got some real good tools here to make sure that G2 can't pull off any kind of funny business. And then when it really comes down to it, Mowgli on his old faithful Nomad, just to make sure those areas of the map they've managed to push these players away from is then in their control. Secret very, very good at getting a bit of a stranglehold on border, and I think you're going to see a bit of a masterclass here.
Mowgli straight away going towards break. Fresh picking up a course on the, you know, significant level of impact that Mowgli can have on this Team Secret side. Could really drive them forward, you know, with those aggressive, sometimes chaotic plays that he can bring along with him. Adrian it is, though, that's going to pick up the opener onto Toki. Beautiful long angle, one that we don't see used too often. One that you can take away and try at home, to be fair. Get yourself up on that cabin roof. You can see all the way into CCTV, and that's where Doki got taken down. June manages to find Alamo. Blaz, however, is there for the trade. Keeps G2 in the round at least, but still advantage Secret.
It was Savage up on the platform, and while I was a bit nervous about that, he's got the diffuser in hand, and of course all those Selmas that they might need to get through some walls. I was a little bit like, whoa, is he the guy that you really want sat here? Adrian was up nice and close, actually, on the doorway itself through West Main, and that was where they managed to have a bit of an impact. But here comes Loira trying to get something going, but just like against Falcons, for every kill they get, there are more coming back the other way. Stomping with it all to do now against Adrian and Noah. That doesn't feel like the easiest outcome, given he's down a slither of HP, but he does have that DMR. We know that this is why Rooney is so enjoying this meta right now. One of the only operators left with one. Quite easily win out these fights, but a flash comes over, pushed him from 90. Perfect bit of team play from Secret to close out the first round.
Yeah, Noah and Adrian just playing that absolutely perfectly. One through Fountain, one-on-one catwalk. Getting on opposite sides of him, especially knowing that he'll have taken some damage already. You know it's pretty much a free win in that gunfight. So Team Secret taking themselves round one. And it is a good opening attack. As you said quite rightly, coming in, Des, we've got two of the best attacking teams in the world here. So expect to see more of where that came from. And that's going to be the primary site taken away from G2 as well. We will see whether they choose to double down, go back there again, or whether we continue on the rotation. I was just about to say G2 are more of a continue on the rotation kind of team, and that's exactly what they will do. It'll be down to Bathroom and Tellers this time, but they're going to have to defend a very similar area. They're going to want Archives and Office to be under their control as much as possible.
All about the control of the verticals on this map, absolutely, because it can get a little bit scrappy. Take control of that, force players out of sight, can tend to make us execute that a little bit easier, though obviously for this site in particular, there's a big focus on the east stairs as well. In fact, on really any site on this map, bar maybe Vents Workshop, but even then, it's a good point of ingress for the attackers, so it does sometimes become a contested piece. It's like the main point of the map, and you might look at it and go, well, it's all the way towards the southeast of the map. Why is that so involved? And it's because you get so much control from there as a defender. You can look all the way down towards 90, which is over halfway across the map, for example. You've got a challenging spot in towards Office. You can watch all of waiting room below you and Passport. You can look in towards Break if the walls are broken open at all. There's just so much control that you get from that one spot that you as attackers cannot really afford to leave a defender there for the entire round. At some point, they need to be unseated, and you need to make sure that someone else doesn't retake that ground. So, whether or not we see Laura hanging around there for too long, or whether or not he moves away or gets challenged, That remains to be seen, but right now he is still dancing around these stairs.
Great use of the Rotero that we just saw from Mowgli there, sends it in, gets a lot of value for it, not only taking out the castle barricade that it was aimed for, just leaving it short enough to pick up that Vulcan canister as well, so that starts to clear a little bit of the path into break. Stomping is still working around Armory to try and prevent any ingress in that direction. Alamau does pick up Adrian elsewhere as well. Savage taken down on the blitz, so G2 doing a great job of holding on to Fountain, Office, Armory. They are making it difficult everywhere on the top floor for Team Secret at the minute. Mowgli gets himself into position on that 90 elbow to look and try and cut off anybody rotating around Armory. But honestly, I just don't think G2 are going to give them a chance at the minute. Blaz picks him up after that wall is opened from 90 elbow into Fountain. Easy kill for Blaz. G2 5 versus 2.
Getting rid of Savage early on was the big killing point in this round for me. He shouldn't have really gone down to a player inside a Fountain there, but did. It was unfortunate, but that is the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And that's just lost them a lot of pressure in this round. Doom with it all to do against 5. G2 not looking to lose the second round. You said it yourself. It was about them playing the map. They were out, they were being aggressive. They were giving no ground or draw to Secret to say, hey, this part of the map's yours. They have fought them at every single turn. Doom already finding one into a second. He's also got one down on the stairs. Surely not in a spot where he finds the next two all by himself here. Tim, he has got the time to do it, but it's a lot to ask.
Gets the track involved as well. There's one upstairs, one downstairs, which is maybe something that he won't be aware of, but he's going to try to track down Alamau for the time being on that Solus. Needs to create his own little bit of a rotate here, given there wasn't one open as he might have expected there to be from Workshop. There is a player on the hatch. Loira just biding his time. I think Alamau feeding the intel as well there. Of course, when the track is active on a defender, they also get slightly more rudimentary, but still some information on the location of that Deimos, and I think he will have been feeding that into to Loira up on the hatch to say, look, he's coming your way. Keep your eye out, be ready, and it's an easy clean-up for G2.
It is, yeah, much more convincing. And you're going to see a lot of this throughout Border. You know, if you guys have watched Border at all, I'm sure you have across the Major or across playoffs, the way that G2 have played that round is how you have to play this map. You cannot afford to let them inside the building without any kind of challenge or contest. And I'm glad seeing G2 play that way, that they're kind of saying, no, we're not going to bow down here and give them a chance to fight their way back into this. It's simply not a thing. They're willing to fight. And at least in the second round, it worked out for them. But Secret will evolve. They will find ways through that.
Yeah, they're back. We go. Up to the top floor. G2, rather than continuing on and going for the the ventilation and workshop position, decide that they're going to give top floor another go. Last time, they didn't manage to hold on to CCTV at all. Super important for this site. Try and keep hold of CCTV. Try and keep a presence inside of Office and then force the attackers to break you down. Last time, it was Doki that was trying to hold on to CCTV. Adrian picked him up on the long angle through the window, as we saw, and really, it gave a little bit of an opportunity then for Secret, because G2 have to reposition, they have to move. Secret were able to punish them as they did. So I think holding on to those two areas for G2 until at least, I think, the 1 minute mark. They need to burn 2 minutes in CCTV and Office. Don't lose your positions, don't lose your lives. That's going to really help them, because once Team Secret get in the building, that's more than half the battle won for them.
Sorry, Tim, I'm still reeling.
I thought
I'm still reeling.
I thought you might be.
God damn. Wow. Okay, game on. Wow. Our team have just beat Arsenal in the 94th minute, everyone. I'll announce that now. I'm ecstatic. Okay, on with this game then, the real important one that's taking place right now. Right, so far, a slow start, as you probably expect. No one yet inside the map. G2, of course, as we mentioned, do want to keep them at bay as best as possible. And you can see the blue outline scattered very far away from sight, bar maybe one player that is sat near site itself. Ready to fight all the way through and keep them at bay. 75 seconds in, and still waiting for Secret to find a way in towards the map right now.
And that's what we wanted. That's what I wanted to see from G2. Don't allow Secret to get themselves active inside the map. We always, there you go, beautiful, beautiful play from Alamau, getting aggressive. I was just about to say what I always normally say for Border, and that is stop the attackers getting in the building. That's how you win as defenders on Border. You get up to those barricades, you get up to those points of ingress, and you stop them being able to establish themselves. G2 have done that absolutely brilliantly. A double from Doki, a double from Alamau in the round, and Team Secret could not get a toe into the building there. Much, much better from the defenders.
It was. Again, it's a similar thing to round 2. And I said you need to see Secret adapt. I imagine we're at that point now because clearly it's time for big old coach to step in and probably have a word in a minute with them after we've gone through this ban phase because they are not pleased with what they're seeing across these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, I definitely think there'll be something to be said from Twister on the side of Secret. It's not the end of the world yet. You know, the reality is, though, they're going to be looking for more on the attack.
Same thing that we already spoke during the online phase. I won't be sitting here again and seeing us going out without the energy that we need to put the effort onto the things that we are playing. Like if Savage is saying that we need to be doing more stuff in the early round once we are actually preparing the play, this does not mean that you guys need to be like doing a single shit just by yourself. Do something that adds up to what we want to do. For the push, for whatever, how we're going to develop the round, you know? And either that, if you guys want to do a fast pacer, guys, we need to be communicating a little bit better so we can do these pushings at the same time because they are choosing the time that they are playing onto us and they are getting those kills without us not doing nothing, you know? So either we play more punitive onto them or we just sack it off and just try to play all at the same time to get them out of surprise, you know? And energy, guys, please.
Yeah, I want to play more.
One of the sterner timeouts I've actually heard coming in from Twister, like as he was saying, we've had this conversation before. I don't want to see us going out because of energy. None of that. Step it up, and that probably translates into the gameplay, right? They were a little bit very timid, I want to say, in the last round. They weren't really willing to take any of these gunfights or to double up on someone. Everyone was kind of doing their own thing. It was a little bit, I don't know, tame from Secret, and that is not what they're renowned for, not on the attacking side especially.
No, I would agree. I think, you know, let's keep an eye on that for, you know, and how do we watch that? Let's see who gets the entry on this one. Let's see, you know, how far into the map do Team Secret establish themselves. That time, all the fights that we saw were all around those borders. They were all around those barricades, doors, trying to get in, windows, trying to get in. And so keep an eye on those things. Secret, two things. They want to get in and get the entry, and they want to get in and take map control. If they do both of those things, then it is showing that that energy and aggression has gone up in their game.
Okay. Let's see if the coach's words have had any impact on how they choose to play out this next round. I really thought they'd kind of learned their lesson after round 2, but they did not. Still a similar lineup coming out, almost identical to what we saw back across those first couple of rounds as well. G2 going to keep things a little bit different though, keep them guessing, asking questions on, okay, what's changed, what's new, what have we got to do ourselves? Savage, I imagine, on that Twitch, more focused on trying to get rid of these Goyo canisters that will no doubt be scattered throughout the map, but there are things like Valkyrie cameras to also hunt down, and those trip mines coming out from stomping on the Denari.
Savage is just going to be holding the angle, but Lyra is going to be able to punish Doom. How about that? Savage does flip around and manages to find the man coming back in at top east whilst Noah picks up Stomping. So Secret, not the end of the world for them, but the kills keep dropping. Dorky, Blaz, one apiece. This is just an absolute brawl, Des. This is a bloodbath, and it's all up to Mowgli. 1v2, he manages to find the headshot. 1v1, but he's up against Alamau, and he's low health. That's the big problem for him here.
It's a problem. You know, speaking about the desk, that Mowgli can be that X factor for the team. This is the time for him to prove it. As far considerably less HP than Alamau has. A single shotgun pump at any range will be enough to see Mowgli finished off. Works his way downstairs, seen of course out on the cams. Alamau's close, and Mowgli finds the headshot as he needed to. Alamau showing a little bit too much for himself, I'm afraid.
Twister asked for energy, and I think he's just had it delivered. You know, what a round from Secret, from G2 as well. Both teams standing up to each other very, very well. It just came down to a toe-to-toe brawl, essentially. But ultimately, Mowgli, with the low health, getting the 1v2-1. You'd back Alamau just based on the HP out of that, but he didn't pre-fire around the corner, I don't believe. And it gave Mowgli the opportunity to land the shots that he needed, which he did. Great stuff from Team Secret. Yes, increasing the energy they got. I said, you know, they'd be looking for that entry kill. It didn't matter. They lost it to Lyra, yes, but Savage was able to respond in kind quickly from his position on that corner of the stairs near the Archives external entrance. So he just reacted really quickly, got it done, and the energy went up from there. Much better from Team Secret, 2-2.
All right, now do we have a game on? Let's see how things go in round 5, because as much as I was saying, Secret are the ones who need to change and figure this one out. G2 will now adapt in kind and figure out their own thing. And looking at this lineup, again, very aggressive. Now, Oryx running around in case there are shields coming their way, which there may well be with the fuse on side for Adrian. You've of course got the Goyo canisters we've seen all half long. The real difference in this round for me is the Vigil and the Soul is together. Stomping and Alamau Not normally the go-to, I'd say, the ones out there trying to evade drones and cause a little bit of bother. Doki will, of course, join them on the Oryx, but there are 3 of them here that really actively want to go and fight around the map and not concede control of this top floor. There are 4 players upstairs right now, Tim.
And they're going to have to be dealt with. There's a lot of verticality available on border. As we know, you can gain angles into almost everywhere. Not quite everywhere, but certainly almost. So Secret likely need to be aware of that. They know that there's one. He stares, they see it, they can't land the shots. Lyra manages to duck down and get himself back to safety. Stompen picks up one elsewhere. Mowgli taken out. The danger from last round has at least been neutralised for G2. Joom is taking pressure from both sides, but how about that? Just sees the tip of the helmet for Alamau and able to take him down, but there comes that vertical pressure we spoke about. Blaz, an instant response from above the plants going down though, Des.
If it sticks and gets all the way through, this is a real hot territory now for G2 to fight back in. Adrian will stick it, and that's it. Now we're in real dangerous territory as G2. Still more smokes. The Glaz can drop down here. Savage can still do a lot of work. They can prevent jump outs if desired with the Twitch, but the smoke goes down. They're using it against them. Where's the Glaz here? Surely he sees it. Was looking on the wrong side for a second, but no, he's backed away for a second, realizing that that disable was not going to be able to go through. Don't think he'll be able to try again here either, because no one could protect him. Savage was a beautiful shot. A jump out comes on through, but sadly not quite enough. Doki sticking it all the way through. Is anyone there? No, they are not! Doki gets the disable, and they win the round.
Beautiful stuff. Sometimes you've just got to take the risk and hold on to that F key. Wonderful stuff. You love to see it out of Doki. You love to see it as a support player. Those are the moments. Those are the 5Ks. Where he managed to get in and have that huge impact at the end of the round. You know, sometimes it comes down to the 1v2, 1v3. Sometimes it comes down to just having the nerve to hold on.
Beautiful stuff, and it just shows that although they weren't winning fights elsewhere, it was all a ruse. Oh, and he sees him as well. Should have known that he was crouched down for that defuse and pays the price, unfortunately. But it's one of those they'll look back on later and maybe say that should have been the round. We didn't let slip through our fingers, but G2 brilliant. Like I said, they weren't winning on the jump outs, but it was the distraction. They weren't letting them sit there safely on the vertical to watch the defuse going disable coming through or anything of the like, and that was just enough time for Doki to sneak one through. G2 up 3-2 on the defensive border. This is now looking very, very good for them, considering it's one of their least preferred maps and Secret's favorite map.
Yeah, great stuff. Great stuff from G2, setting themselves up for this second half where they're going to get onto the attack. If they can go 4-2 on the defense, it's absolutely massive for them. You know, given their sort of previous stats, like you say, especially on a map that, you know, maybe is one that they don't favor too much, is going to be a big, big steal for them. So G2, I said coming in, I was a little bit concerned about their energy, their momentum, given the way that they kind of limped out of that Falcons game, but they are turning it around brilliantly here. They've managed to go away, get that reset, and come back in energized and ready for this fight. See the drones of Secret raining around. They really need this round, to be honest with you. It's not catastrophic if it ends up 4-2, but it certainly isn't good.
It isn't, no. Like I said, I think Secret will feel very disappointed if that's the outcome they come away with. Attacker-leaning map, one of our best attacking teams around the world. They need to be getting better than a 4-2 split. Let's see how they shape up, though. A couple of changes to the lineup in the Lion and the Grim being brought along by Adrian and Savage, respectively. Nothing drastic on the side of G2. Definitely more of a dug-in comp, looking at it, though, as well. So on this map, you can afford to be quite aggressive with any operator, really, including, of course, Blaz with the C4. Managed to get rid of Noah. A trade elsewhere, though, as Mowgli does remove Doki. They're not the end of the world, but they have lost the Warden. No smokes to play behind, though. This isn't really going to be a massive issue for G2.
Lyra manages to just hit the deck there, find the kill onto East Stairs. Savage with one onto Alamau. So again, these two heavyweights just trading blows back and forth and find themselves at a 3 versus 3. We've got Joom on that Deimos, going to be heading up East Stairs to challenge towards 90 corridor. He's supported by Savage and Adrian all over that side of the map. The battle line is drawn here. You've got G2 around CCTV, 90 elbow, armory, and you've got Team Secret all out towards East Stairs and office. And the two are going to come crashing together in the middle at some point. G2, they take the first blow, managing to find a kill onto Joom, but Adrian is there for the response onto Lyra, 2 versus 2.
Price of hunting down Lyra was him getting 2 players first. G2 will take that trade any day of the week. But with Adrian at least getting it back in the end, 2 versus 2 breaks out with still quite a chunk of time to work through as the key part. Stomping not being sorted out as well by those Grim Bees, more temporary than anything else. It's waiting and hoping to find Blaz if he extends a bit too much. Oh, sorry, going up with Blaz if the other player extends a bit too much. Sure if they're going to try. Savage pushing his way through. Blaz finds one. Does get the down on towards Stomping. Now it's Blaz versus Savage. Another 1v1 breaking out in what has been a very thrilling half so far. Will they get that 3-3 or does G2 take a pretty substantial lead going forwards? Plant attempt coming on through in the corner of the office. Blaz now has got to move, knows what's going on. Savage pulls away, and now that those gunshots have come out, all he had to do was run, but he's not here for that. He's there to send a message to him. Gets the closing kill, and G2 get a 4-2 half on border.
Yep, nicely done from G2 there. Great defensive half. Being able to pick up the advantage in terms of scoreline, but Blaz there just playing that really nicely at the end. It's a shame for Savage because he actually played his 1v1 with Stompin really well when he was down to the pistol. He's kind of, you know, backing off, just trying to play the distance as much as he can. He was very tentative about when to take his shots. Didn't offer any opportunity over to Stompin to bring that DMR to bear. Gets in, uses the sound of the diffuser, but ultimately Blaz had time on his side. There was not much choice for Savage other than to take the aggressive approach and try and find the kill. Blaz was ready for it, and that's going to close it out. So we head into our second half now. G2 move on to the attack, which in a lot of ways you would expect them to have a better half on than the defense, given kind of previous stats for them. The bans come in. Azami and Smoke are the two defenders taken away by G2. So that screams to me that they're going to be looking for plants, and that they're going to be looking for East stairs, and that they're going to be looking for CCTV.
It seems so, but both teams, as much as they're both very, very attacking, successful teams, got a different flair to how they like to play things. We'll see what transpires as we get into the round in just a moment. And overall as a half, like a very, very, I've got to say, balanced one between both sides. Like even looking here at the leaderboard at the bottom of your screen, every player has played quite a significant part in that half. Like, there's not been one player that's been the superhero. I speak about this a lot for being a thing for G2. Not quite been the case on border. It's been a real brawl between the two where all 10 players in the server have been involved from start through to finish.
Yeah, both sides seriously mixing it up with each other. We've got attacking bans by contrast of Ying and Deimos coming out from Team Secret, so definitely looking towards two things there. One is the execution and gaining of space, particularly I think CCTV. Take away those Candelas, prevent them going in there to clear out anybody defending, but also the Deimos who can go underneath. You know, very powerful on border, very powerful if you get them inside of customs for dealing with anybody who's trying to play in CCTV and break. Just using that Vendetta up through the floor once the traps are active. So it's going to be problems to be solved for G2. Just doing each other a little bit of damage there. Doki shoots out the East stairs barricade and Moira bears the brunt of it.
Does. Now it's about moving on forwards and looking at Blaz, of course, with the light screens. That's going to be the big, well, I say the big gadget to roll on for. We've got Alamo on side in the Capitale too. There's a lot here to use for an execute. But it looks like G2 are taking a very, very slow, steady approach, working their way through the map rather than trying to pull off a, I won't quite call it a Hail Mary, but the sort of stuff we're used to seeing, where you execute through that top floor, into archives, you name it. Here, that is not quite the case. Instead, would rather deal with those roamers that might provide a little bit of threat to them the longer this round plays out.
Fire going to be doing a little bit of damage to Noah. Force it. Really well played from G2 there. Nicely done. Alamo does take a little bit of damage though as the retake for CCTV. The battle continues. Mowgli manages to find him. Doom with one on to Lyra. That's the Ashgon as well. 2 versus 4 now as Adrian picks up Blaz. And this fight over CCTV and break continues and continues to heat up as Stompin manages to find Mowgli. Adrian is low health. There is opportunities on both sides, but the advantage sits with Secret. 3 versus 2, and we find ourselves in a little bit of a lull in the mid-round here as Doki. He's working his way in through office. He's having a little bit of a look on the flank. I don't know how prepared Team Secret are for this, how aware. Yes, they are. Doom Nitro over the top of the wall from Archives finds his kill, and it is all up to Stompin. Outside a break door, and he's got a lot of work to do. 1 versus 3.
Yeah, it's very, very similar to actually round 2 and round 3 for Secret, where they just looked a little bit, although G2 have given fight back, don't get me wrong, it has been one of those that they've been largely kept outside of the map, not able to get in and start moving forwards because they could not secure enough kills. They didn't have enough pressure, whereas Secret showed that in spades. Just goes to show that maybe we've got a little bit of a defender-leaning map on the way here. Not what you expect for border, but maybe what we get delivered.
Honestly, these two teams going at it at the minute. and we just get to sit back and enjoy. Like you say, not really what we would have expected from Border. G2, I think, you know, if G2 come away with a 4-2 half on defense and then can't get it done on attack, I think they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit, because there's a real opportunity for them. You know, they've been reeled back in by 1 round, so we now find ourselves 4-3. If Team Secret can level this up at 4-4, it's not too much of a surprise, given that Secret, you know, love Border as much as they do. It's their #1 map pick. We would expect them to be solid here on defense. We expected them, though, to be solid on attack as well, which they struggled with. So, you know, yes, it's no surprise at all to see Team Secret making it difficult for G2. It's more about G2 coming in and seizing this opportunity.
10 seconds left.
It is. Well, there's an opportunity to be seized. They can carry on. And maybe we start to have some interesting conversations during their attack timeout, which could yet follow after this round if G2 lose yet another. Depends, of course, how much Romalia wants to see before he feels some words need to be offered to his boys to try and get this game back on track. Coming in with a 4-2, like, you feel very confident you can march on forward and get a couple of rounds there and really put the other team under pressure. Bearing in mind, Secret have already used their attack timeout as well. They don't have another one to make use of. G2 do. We'll see if that comes in the next couple of rounds or so. For now, similar start as before, as we're very seeing on Border, getting themselves set up around the balcony, starting to think about what their push looks like. This site being a bit harder than maybe even the last one, because you've got to work through the top floor and then worry about the downstairs afterwards.
Damage is going to be taken by Noah, but only the slightest amount. Will still be able to keep himself in position to fight for CCTV. We can see the sense gadgets have been rolled out all around the outside of that armory wall, ready to ping up and give a little bit of cover. They're absolutely everywhere. It'll just provide a little bit of safety inside of CCTV as Doki manages to pick up Mowgli. That's going to be the Fenrir down. FNATs will therefore be locked in position. Can't be changed should the G2 push go somewhere that Secret didn't expect. Adrian with a Nitro, 2 rounds and 2 Nitro kills. June got 1 in the last round. Adrian this round. Secret are using their utility well, but G2 are starting to find a way on the attack as Lyra manages to pick up Savage. 4 versus 3 now.
Yeah, listeners again looking pretty good for G2. I'm glad the side to find their feet in the round. They're just kind of waiting for the side of Secret to aggress onto them and then biting their heads off. It's the same way Stompin just did against Noah. A 4v2, a call comes out from the Dockerby. They know everything at this point. They know that there's one on these stairs. They should know that one is much deeper dug inside of sight, but Doom, not like this, Doom, finds one for himself onto Stompin. Second out there ready to challenge at the same time. This could be ugly for G2, but beautiful for Doom. A double kill in the round, and now we're down to a 2v2 from a spot where G2 should surely be able to get this one done. Planting inside smoke. Adrian up above, can't quite find his man. Pulled away though. Blaz being the cold a little bit there, didn't want to stay in the same spot.
Alamo's done some serious work in this round, getting the smoke down, giving Blaz the opportunity to plant, which he hasn't successfully done so far. Keeps pulling off, I think, concerned as Adrian opens up above, but Alamo won an important fight, leaving it 1v2. The attempted knife from Adrian misses. He got the shotgun, but could not get the second as he flipped into the fight with Blaz. But Blaz wins it out, and G2 take an attack.
Yes, it came down to a very, very close ending, but it's still a round over to G2, and that's the important part. That will start to build a little bit of confidence. It won't require Romalia to step in immediately, so hopefully they can keep on building on top of that. But Secret is just in the rearview mirror, Tim. They're not too far away just yet. They can still play catch-up even at a 5-3.
Especially on this map, you know, we know that it's possible for them, but it does start begging questions, you know, should they not win their map selection of Border? How do they fare going into map 2? The bigger concern for me is, like I've said at the beginning of things, looking towards Consulate being the decider. It is a perma-ban for Team Secret. We've seen them play it twice, you know, since July. They've lost it twice, once against G2, once against M80. It is not a good map for them, is it, Consulate? So really, they're looking at this map ban and thinking, if you're Team Secret, we need a 2-0. You know, we need Border and Cafe. We need a 2-0 so that we don't have to go and play console, unless they've been doing some serious work on it. You know, so losing Border, I'm not saying it loses them the series, but boy, does it feel like a big step towards it.
It certainly doesn't help, does it? It's the most important way. It's not important. It's not going to help either team, of course, to lose map 1, but as you've heard about all the stats and the preference and the maps that we'll go into, Consulate being their most hated map, but G2's favourite, it does set the picture on just how dire it could start to look for Secret if this one does go against them. But for now, G2 Once again, looking to play things out pretty similarly. A lot of Twitch being played by both sides overall, but Alamau's just waddled into the middle of nowhere there, and Savage is like, oh, welcome, goodbye. Puts him in the dirt, and that is the sledge offline. You kind of wonder, what's the sledge doing there, Tim?
Why not, Des? Why not? I'll tell you what a sledge is doing there. Dying. That's what a sledge is doing. That's what a sledge is doing there. We can see Blaz trying to get inside of East, use that Blackbeard shield, that muscle to try and create a little bit of space, but Doom has got the Nitro ripped and primed. I've commented on Team Secret's use of utility over the last couple of rounds. It's been good, especially the lethal utility like those Nitros. 2 rounds, 2 kills. Will Doom be able to add a third? It's on back in pocket for the time being. Adrian also has Nitro ready to go. They're just waiting for this push to come in from the Blackbeard. They're just waiting for Blaz to move through that east stairs door, and they'll hit him with the Nitro from below.
Knows. I think he knows as well. He knows what the risk is here, so just trying to bait it out as best they can. But given they know where he is, it's a good opportunity for him to do a bit of work. And they're taking out the C4, so now he can move forward a bit more comfortably, knowing the C4 isn't in his hands at least anymore. Noah going down to a Claymore outside as well. Things were equal at least for a second, and then Loira makes sure they stay equal into a 3v3. Yet another round where Loira has walked forward and found 2 kills. It's worth stressing. He's done that a lot throughout this game so far.
Yeah, he's playing well. He's playing well on border, as I say. That he meant
2 kills, Tim.
2 Claymores, 2 kills. How often do we see that within a round? I can't remember the last time, but Loira pinpoint accurate with his placement of those devices, and he says, you know what, you might be working with the lethal utility on the Nitros. I'm going to hit you with the Claymores. Loira tripling the round. Savage manages to pick up Blaz, brings us back to a 2v2, and more importantly, puts the diffuser down cold on the ground. Is this a round where Loira's just going to have to do it all for himself? We saw Adrian of Secret recently get an ace and plant the diffuser. Is it going to be a response in kind from Loira as he gets the 4th? He's looking for the 5th, Des. It's 2v1. He's just waiting for his teammate to catch up. Goes for the kill, can't find it. Savage was on the ace instead, but Doki is the one to close it out in the 1v1. G2 take another round and another step closer to taking border.
That could only have been made better if it was the 1 versus 1 to see things closed out there. I think one player finished up a down play that was claim credit elsewhere, but still seeing quad kill flash up after quad kill, I was a bit like, whoa, hang on a second here. This would get particularly spicy, but the key thing is it was G2 that came out on top. We speak about the importance of round 9 all the time. At 5-3, team that's down at 3 wins it, they're back in striking distance. They're 1 round behind. The other team that's in the lead wins, like G2 have here. There's a 3-round deficit that Secret need to establish, and given how this half has gone, I don't see them holding out for 3 rounds.
No, I'd agree with you. I think G2 have got into a bit of an ascendancy now, and I think they will probably find one of these rounds. But if anybody's capable of it on border, we know that it's Team Secret. They just need to find that little bit of momentum. It was so close to it then, like you say, you know, 2 players really, Loira and Savage, just battling against each other, and it really was close, but he just, we see the replay at the end there, he just goes the opposite side, he checks the rotate, but Doki's just slightly behind the pace that Savage thinks he's going to play with, and it works wonderfully for him as he hops through and gets that final kill. So G2 now sits 6-3, and we head into what could be our final round of border. It's going to be Archives and Armory, top floor for Team Secret.
Their last chance, their last bastion of hope, really, Tim, to be able to get any kind of fight back into this map. Get a good round here, maybe you build it into a couple more. But it's hard to see it going that way. Like, as I said, the last few rounds have shown us that G2 are the ones firmly in control. Not, of course, forgetting they are warmed up, right? They've had a series already to play today. You'd be more concerned for G2 towards the back end of the series as they get a little bit tired. We know a couple of the players are feeling a little bit run down. That is when you can maybe start to see it have an impact in map 3, which means Consulate could prove to be very, very interesting, given we already had 3 maps in the prior series. But at least it stands G2. Right now, they're hitting their peak, Tim, and they're looking really hard to beat.
If you remember, I spoke earlier about Alamau and his pushes into East Stairs using the Monty. We've seen a couple of absolute beauties from him this season, and it looks like we're going to get treated to a little bit more. Bad Nitro throw coming out of Savage will take another opportunity. Not going to get a full kill onto Alamau. Does manage to take half damage from him. Looking across, there's 2 more Nitros on the board, so something Alamau will need to be aware of. But with proper support here, Savage absolutely slamming Lyra out of this round. Beautiful kill from him. You just saw the tippy top of the head. Lyra could not find a shot, and that leaves Alamau a little bit out in the cold here. He's going to need some further support, and it could be an opportunity for Team Secret to strike.
It could. It's a start. But as we've seen, there's a lot more still to chew through. Hopefully no more Claymores to run into would be the important one, I'll stress. Him after losing 2 players to it in the previous round. Now Blad's asking the right questions. Stomping providing the answer for him. They're in to find one. Back down behind the Monty. They've also caught June. 2 kills flying their way to him. A good little set-piece play coming out of G2. Nets some 3 kills. Adrian getting 1 back. But this is now a bit precarious. Into another, but down goes Adrian. Noah's got a win against 2 players or recover his teammate to make it a 2v2. But try his best, but here comes the push. Does he have time to get away with this? He's too nervous, I think, to try and commit it. He's going to try his very, very best. Doesn't get shot in the back either. Both given a little bit of room here. This is where things can get interesting. Noah spins for 1. Blaz wins it out, though. It's a 1 versus 1 with Adrian, a single bullet of HP to his name.
This could be the best example of why you pick up your teammates, Des! That's why you pick up your teammates! Noah takes the risk, gets Adrian back on his feet. Out comes the Nitro, and Adrian wins the round in the 1v1. Unreal stuff from Team Secret.
Absolute scenes, man. Oh, and given Noah was quite nervous about being pushed from East Stairs, I was like, oh, I get it. Like, you don't know if that player's about to step up and just gun you down while you're getting the revive off, but no. Managed to make it stick, and Adrian brought back from the grave. The Grim Reaper collects his toll. It's still 6-4 to G2. Still a lot of work for Team Secret to do. It did require a clutch to get them to this point, but sometimes that's the kind of magic that can get you through an entire map. 2 more rounds to go. We're going down to Benson Workshop.
Again, Secret just need to keep on fighting at this point. They just need to go 1 round at a time and move themselves ever closer to that overtime threshold. The thing is, each round that passes by, it gets more difficult for G2 because it starts creeping into your mind at that point. You know, are we going to get this done? We're against Team Secret on their best map. Are we going to be able to close it out? Are we going to find ourselves in overtime? Do we have more of this to play? It'll be Team Secret's choice to the starting sides for overtime as well because it's their map pick. So G2 will have picked to start on defense initially, and Secret, I believe, I'll stand corrected if not, but I believe it will be Team Secret picking for overtime. So they might just be able to find themselves a little bit of an advantage. I would guess they would have chosen attack, and they didn't go too well on the attack, so who knows, but we will see whether we get there or not.
Hopefully they will. Here we go. Set-piece play coming straight in. Doki's in and trying to make it happen, but no! Adrian has got it from above by the looks of it. It's an absolute slaughter by Team Secret. Down to a 4v2. And G2, they've shown all their cards already. This one's going to be so difficult to recover. Alamau haven't taken Gumine out. Laura's out to get 1 back. Another kill, actually, and maybe there's a good chance they save this when they have no right to.
The big problem for G2 here is the low health. If you look at Alamau, you know, he's taken some serious damage along the way there. Lyra really needing to get a kill or 2. They can't as Savage pounces. Soon as the gate starts to head up, he is there, ready and waiting. Snaps the door shut and finds himself the final kills. Team Secret back within 1. We're going to round 12, and this could be overtime. G2 got to be feeling it at this point, having been reeled back in from so far ahead.
Ooh, okay. Now it starts to get very interesting because I said a couple of rounds ago, there's no way they fight this one back. They're down 6-3. They haven't got all that much done. However, they've managed to get 2 rounds done. No matter by what means to do it, like blowing up a crazy rush from G2, whether it was getting a revival from the grave to then win out a 1 versus 1, all that matters is that score at the top of your screen. And right now it says 6-5. Secret with a great chance to send us to overtime. I'm not sure who starts on what side when we switch. Not that I think it matters too much because now Secret are really starting to wake up and get themselves involved in this LAN. We'll see how it goes here in round 12.
Yeah, it's just one of those, I think, where you look at it and say, you know, I think you would pick attack, generally speaking. You know, you would have chosen attack for overtime should you get there. It's not gone that way today. It's been a defender-sided border, but that being said, when you get into overtime, we would normally expect attackers to do well here, so it could be one where we just get that momentum completely shifted, as we do see sometimes. But, like you say, we've got to get there first. Round 12 stands between Team Secret and at least a few chances. As I said, I feel like border is really important for Team Secret here. Being a lower bracket. If they lose here, that's it. They're done. They are finished as far as the EML Finals are concerned, and it's G2 who will probably, book themselves a rematch with Falcons. But Consulate being that last map, Secret, I feel like they really need to keep a hold of this one. However, another well-placed Claymore. They've been done with it twice already, Des. Make that 3. Advantage G2.
It's a little bit keen almost, aren't they? To try and make these aggressive plays work. Savage on 1. Adrian was looking for the same elsewhere. But surely by now they're starting to learn their lesson. At the same time, you can't exactly just completely back off and not be aggressive on those kind of plays because you have to keep G2 guessing at what's actually coming. But not a great spot to be in a 5 versus 4. They're going to need a hero on the side of Secret. Need to see who it's going to be. A C4 attempt coming out. June, no! Stays in the fire too long, and we all know what happens then. Shoes melt. Loses his life, and a 5v3 for G2. Surely, Tim, this is theirs to wrap up.
Bit more damage done than to his shoes, Des, as he was taken out 5 versus 3. G2 now looking comfortable. They just need to get themselves established inside of the building. That's the one thing that they don't really have comfortably so far, and this is the problem. If they suffer some attrition of numbers as it goes along, they know they had an opportunity to bully the shield, but that's a great reaction from Blaz on the Blackbeard. He manages to spin and get the hit and get the kill. Doki Alamai 1 apiece, and G2 take map 1. Border is done.
And winning away Secret's map pick is the biggest part of all. I'm now with you, Tim, where I start to worry about what happens on our second map pick of Cafe. It's definitely a G2 strength map. It's not exactly Secret's best. Until they beat Virtus.pro recently, being honest, most teams are beating Virtus.pro now. 4 maps in a row they'd lost on it. To Falcons, M80, M80 again, and guess who? G2. They lost 7-1 on that map to G2. This is starting to look a little bit dire for them. So I'm very keen to see how it plays out, what they've learned from last time, and how they turn their fortunes around. That break is ready. When we get back, we'll find out how that goes. See you in a few.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
A great start for G2 in the lower bracket final as they win Border. And it wasn't even their map pick either, but talking about this one, and in particular for the neutral viewers out there, what an exciting game this was. It was an absolute fragfest between these two teams.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. I think it starts, you know, on round 1, round 2. There's just so much pace. Both of these two teams inside of Europe are our two fastest teams. You put them then on the smallest map that is 2 squares on top of each other, they're going to find fast entry engagements, they're going to find fast rounds, and that's exactly what we saw. So when that happens, when the teams are reasonably well matched up, what does it come down to? In my mind, it comes down to managing the big moments, and I think generally, this round is a big determining factor of those big moments. The fact Doki got away with a defuse in a 1 versus 2 is a sign that G2 just about managed the big moments. I thought they did that really well on their defenses. And then I thought on attack, one key area when G2 were attacking was East Stairs. How often did we see them take East Stairs on their attack, but also punish June below, who was looking for C4s up through that verticality? They were ready for that, and that's what's differentiated their attacks for me.
Yeah, some real big moments though. I will say this, Adrian fought tooth and nail to bring back the map, and that round with Ella was absolutely insane. And I think there were other examples of that the next few rounds. That extends the Flash versus the C4 was actually also really funny. Yeah. And you can see here, by the way, the fight for East Stairs really was determining in almost every round, like you said, especially in attack. I think that G2 abusing the shield and abusing also that control over there, also sometimes to Capitao, was just really helping them well, problem solve the strong positions. Just one thing about what happened in this match: 6 clutches, 8 multi-kills. Yeah. That's just how close it was. Most of the time going in G2's way, and I will say this, in the entries game, they were dominating as well. They were the better team, but just like one single round difference, and this went to overtime, and I think it's mainly on the back of those clutches. 4 clutches to 2. That's the big difference in the points for G2.
It's absolutely crazy. That's half of the rounds came down to a clutch situation that happened. It's and that just speaks to these two teams, and it speaks to the map and the pace that they play at.
And as a reminder, like 8 multi-kills, it's at least one player getting 3 kills or 4 kills. Like, it's absolutely insane, going crazy, and it's exactly what
we cannot underestimate frag fest.
Yeah, frag fest. Two teams that are absolute fragging champions. They are super aggressive. They love it on the most frag-heavy border map.
Yep.
We expected it.
It was the perfect battleground for it as well. And I feel like it really tells a story about managing those big moments for a team like G2 inside of this match. When it comes down to the multi-kills, comes down to the clutches and stuff. But that also means that if the coin falls in a different way, all of a sudden we could be looking at a different round, and Secret are really banking on that to happen in this next map. We're going to be going to Cafe. Looking at that one though, what are we expecting, or what do we need to see rather, from Secret to bring this one back?
I think the big story for me is the entries game. I can see that some players that are responsible for that. You mentioned him before, Jack. You said he's like make or break. He's one of the most important players on the side of Secret. Mowgli. I think he needs to step up, especially in that entry game. He had a lot of entry death in that matchup. I think he's a very important player that is super capable of gaining those entry kills. And I think if they can start the rounds in a better way, they will know how to control them. They fought back. They were able to reverse some advantage situation, but it needs to start in a better way, and I think it starts with him. He needs to be the player that gets those entries.
Yeah, I think so. I totally agree with that, and I think really this map will come down to G2's attacking half / Secret's defensive half. So whoever wins those 6 rounds, in my opinion, will absolutely win the game, because Secret have had difficulties defending, as we've documented, as we spoke about, specifically on this map. We saw them really try and focus on it last week. Triple jump outs, you know, getting outside the building, being aggressive, but doing it together. If G2 are ready for that and punish that, and they win their attacks, then I can only really see one winner. But it's all down to that half for me.
We did see a strong Secret on Cafe against VP, but they're playing all the way around on the spectrum.
Yeah.
VP is the slowest team in the game. You're looking at G2, one of the most fast-paced, aggressive team in the game. It's not going to be at all the same play style. And what worked against VP is not going to cut it against G2. So they will need also a Savage that is able to call new things against them to win.
Yeah, and what we're seeing as well is with these players kind of being unleashed with the way they're taking this tournament as a way to prepare, as a way to focus on the fundamentals. We're hearing our players talk about that a lot. I like how this really unleashes the players. It gives for even more exciting gameplay than what we've even seen on this first map. I really hope that continues going into the second one, though. Do we think there's a chance for Secret, or are you still back in G2 in this one?
Well, yeah, I backed G2 really heavily before the game. I will say there's a chance for either team on either map.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about the 1%. We're talking about the minutiae of details that separates these two teams. They've just played a map there, by the way, that's 6 clutches. That could have been a completely different story in any of those rounds. and we have a completely different result. Slash is still playing in overtime, maybe. So, you know, it's very, very close. Do Secret have a chance? Of course they have a chance. They're not a bad Cafe team. It's just that G2 absolutely love the map.
It's two teams with such high quality that the devil is in the details all the time, at every single moment. It's one tiny mistake, and I think I can say it again, one tiny mistake, especially in the early round, that then cost the late round to collapse, because that man advantage is crucial in most of the rounds, and that needs to start once again for Secret with the entries game.
The details will be so important, but the chance is there for Secret to keep themselves in this tournament and have a chance at more prize money and maybe better seeding for SI as well. They need a bounce back on this second map though. We'll send it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Anne. Well received over here, as this is turning into quite an interesting affair, Tim. G2 not quite enough to overcome Falcons earlier. Have put on a hell of a show on Secret's map pick, and now we get to go into Cafe, G2's map pick, where Secret haven't had the best recent history, as I explained earlier. 4 losses in a row, except for the recent beating of Virtus Pro. But during those 4 losses, they lost handedly 7-1 to G2. They start on the defense. Is that going to be enough to get them a good foothold here on Cafe?
Well, it's not really to me about is it going to be enough. It's that it needs to be enough, Des. You know, in reality, they have to come out and get themselves a good start here. They know that they're on G2's map. They know that they are kind of backs to the wall here and that they've got some work to do. And I don't want to keep going on about it, but in the back of their mind, the next map is Consulate as well. That's as good as it gets for them. They're hoping to get there. And normally, it is a map that they would be hoping not to play. So there's a lot stacked up against Secret at the minute. But if there's a team that have got the resolve and have got the ability within their lineup, you know, to do this one, to bring it back and to get the win, it is certainly them. G2, we saw in that Falcons match, kind of dipped off a little bit in energy towards kind of map 2-3. So, you know, let's see how they do this time with that kind of longevity through the best of 3.
Surely a lot of locking in to be done. Secret, I imagine a lot of chats in between these games as well around what needs to change and improve. We heard Twister's cry for more energy. They didn't want to whimper out the way they did previously. This needs to be a strong showing, and they're on the best side to start there. And to kick things off on Tim's favourite site in the game, it's Bar and Cocktail on Cafe. Why is it your favourite site, Tim? What is it you love about it so much?
Get me up to top floor, Des. Get me up to top floor all day long.
As long as you're on the attacking side.
Yeah, exactly that. Look, you know, my problems with top floor have been long documented now. I've been speaking about it for years, and the stats have backed me for years. It seems it's always a primary, or not always, but it's so commonly a primary site choice for teams, and the stats just don't back it up. And, you know, I've got kind of a bit frustrated over the years of watching teams go up there and lose important rounds, and it's the #1 site choice. And I've even had players, coaches, when we've chatted, they've been like, wow, like, what is it about top floor? Do you know what? I say, honestly, look at the numbers, like, it doesn't back it up. And at any given time, the best that it gets for defenders is usually 50-50. Like, it is not a site that goes above a 50-50 win rate for defenders. Secret come out with an upper. It's not to, like I stress the point, it's not to say they will never win it, Des, but it's just the fact that it's a primary choice at best 50-50. It's always an odd one.
Anyone would say that Savage is pretty happy to get that kill, Tim. At least he looks very, very comfortable about it.
As well.
Yeah. It's a dream player to get rid of as well. Yeah, the Dockerby, no calls available, none used. Perfect time to get that kill. And then in comes Alamau and absolutely crumbles Secret. Winning, well, particularly Adrian, I guess, and somewhat Savage winning everything there is to win so far. G2 already left in a 2v5, and not even 60 seconds have gone by.
Yeah, really big risk from Alamau going in for the pistol fight with the Warden there. Something needed to move, like the trigger control from Blaz. He's got in completely behind them here. It looked like they didn't have a clue, but I think Noah heard him come in, heard the little walk down white, and managed to pick up the kill. Adrian gets a third in the round to close it out as a trade. That's going to be Team Secret taking defense #1 on top floor. Will they be able to get 2, though? That's the question, Des, or will it still sit at 50-50? We'll find out later in this game.
You'd be hell-bent on finding out exactly what it is, Tim, for sure. But very, very dominant first round. But throughout today, I want to think of at least of the what, 4 now to 5 maps we've seen. 3 of them have started out with 1 apiece to get things moving. And so I'm looking at it and thinking, okay, it's now G2's time to show that bounce back and show that they can attack well. Because admittedly, it was quite a risk. I mean, really being honest, Alamau didn't need to drop his shield there and go for the engage. Like, he had a second player with him who could have arguably baited out. Go for a knockdown if you have to. But taking the pistol fight, I think that was the big risk. But I also understand 2 guns up is better than 1. So I get it. Just you're against Adrian, who's having a brilliant day so far.
Yeah, exactly that. Sometimes you've got to roll the dice. Sometimes it doesn't pay off, you know. And that was one of the times that it didn't pay off. So round 2, we are going to move on. We're going to have Mining as our next site. So a top floor hold coming out from Team Secret once again. Very similar to what we've just seen, I would imagine. And got Adrian on the castle again. Just going to try and protect White Stairs and other areas. The Sledge of Blaz will deal with those easily enough. I like to see the Brava being brought along. Just looking across that list, we've got Banshees, we've got Magnets to be taken down, we've got a bulletproof cam that can be captured out. Lots of work for the clutch drones to be doing.
Brava, yeah, absolutely. See it often brought along and there's like Evil Eyes on side, but in this case it's more for those Malusis, the bulletproofs, you name it. All the key bits, as well as, of course, fulfilling the role of a drone, which is giving away some pretty crucial information. You know where the Malusi is, sat inside a site. It's not exactly groundbreaking information that you'd see a Malusi sat inside a site after all those Malusis are spread around her at this point, but it's information, nonetheless, that you can start to act off of. Now, where Adrian is a very, very common spot where you'll see players defending Cocktail sat in. He needs to move first and foremost with nades, with the players pushing in through a rappel onto the top window. There are lots of things you can do, but they need to get this part of the map cleared out first and foremost.
Mowgli's just going to dip back into Freezer. He's going to be looking for a bit of support from Adrian. He's not going to find it as Doki manages to take him down. Doki picks up a second, taking Mowgli out of the Freezer. Doom, however, does get some kills along the way. 3 versus 2 as Stomper manages to find one up at top red. So G2 have top floor control and can now start thinking about site. They've got an absolute age of time left available to them as well. They've still got Blaz with the Sledge. I think G2, despite the 3-2, you know, 3 versus 2, obviously they're in a better situation, but I just think in terms of utility and everything else, they are in a much better situation than Secret.
Absolutely. Well, can they close out a 3v2? We've seen many man advantage situations, or sometimes even multiple man advantage situations thrown away today by various teams for various reasons, but one that G2 need to get online if they want to show that one apiece is a thing to start out this map, as many others have as well. Doom for now dug deep inside a site. Savage looking to contest verticals if G2 dare peek onto them. But they've got a good 70 seconds to work with here, Tim. No rush at all. Still got nades they can use to move players around as well. G2 look pretty well equipped to get this one done.
You would expect so. Still a minute left on the clock. You know, like I said, an absolute age of time for them to work with. They can just now massage these 2 last defenders into difficult positions exactly like that. Blaz ready for the kill onto Doom. G2 have just got a good handle on exactly where everybody is. Doki waits for the swing, and as it comes, he takes it down. Much better attack in round 2 from G2 than we saw in the first one. First one kind of felt like they were just throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what stuck, whereas second one, they get in there, they win the fights, they take the control they want, they keep the utility on the board that they need in the sledgehammer, and then they use the time effectively after that. Great stuff from G2.
Yeah, much better. And again, that 1-for-1 is what I wanted to see to really get this game moving, because now you've got this deadlock that needs kind of air quotes breaking in a way. Who's going to pull ahead in the half? Again, I assumed it'd be the defenders back at the start of this game, but it could honestly go either way. G2 at least still looking pretty full of it as well. You know, Secret we mentioned, we don't want to see them being too close, sorry, too quiet. Need to see more energy from them. We'll see if that follows through in round 3, because they did absolutely slaughter G2 back in round 1.
Heading down to kitchen for round 3 then. Just having a look at those lineups. Nothing too wild. The Echo is being brought along for Team Secret. Keep an eye on that one. Adrian on the Tuberai, we would expect to see him playing inside of VIP, I would have thought. He'll be looking to keep that kitchen hatch closed, prevent access into Freezer for as long as possible. So they are going to be, as a combination, 2 of the big operators looking to create denial here for Team Secret. So keep G2 from advancing, keep them from having the opportunity to put the diffuser down on the ground. So keep an eye on Adrian and Savage and how they do through this one. G2, by contrast, what's important for them? Taking control of the building. So the fight with Mowgli up on top floor is going to be a big starting point. They need to get in there and either flush him out or get the kill as quickly as they can and start working down towards that mid floor. Keep Alamau alive so that he can open up the verticals, and that is going to be the process for them. Just looking, there is quite a bit of attention towards Bakery at the minute as well.
But at least holding on, yeah. How many are they stacking up? It's just a 1 for now. Second player off towards the right as well. One getting ready on small bake, so it's still early parts of the round, of course. Need to get themselves in position. But yeah, it looks like Bakery is a big part of their push here. Those shields of which to march in forward are very, very common. You know, KCOs use a Monty to apply pressure, or you spam the living hell out of utility into the back, but they have no nades left here. Nothing to really make anyone inside of Bakery themselves actually move away. So for now, Noah can hold tight, just knowing that, okay, my fight's going to become pretty even here, unless I get flashed to absolute death then maybe that's why Savage is around and able to help. He has got one of his Yokais inside a bakery who's able to assist.
Mowgli going to be taken out by Alamo, 5 versus 4, as G2 managed to get themselves the entry. Plenty of time left on the board as well. If I recall at the beginning of the round, I said getting that kill onto Mowgli and taking that top 4 control is, you know, priority number 1 for G2, and they're able to secure that. Needs to be careful here. There is a threat from underneath. Savage, however, needs to make sure he doesn't overcommit. Takes a lot of damage. Losing the ability of those Yokai drones at this point would be a big loss, but Doom, he's got upstairs. He's managed to get onto the flank and he hits Alamo. That's now 4 versus 4 with Doom up above. Noah finding Loira. Big problems for G2. What was looking like a promising attack has just crumbled.
It has, not looking too great here though, Tim. Yet they've aligned up well. I thought it was going to go smoothly for them, but then the stomping and Blaz effect comes online, Tim. It's another man advantage that's been dropped away. Secret at least going to get killed. Blaz hitting the deck, and we're into a 2 versus 2. I feel like I've said that line so many times today, where it looks like one team is set to win, and it ends up coming down to a very tense 1v1 or 2v2.
Just going to wait for the peek around the corner, stomping, looking to try and find a little bit of room. Adrian, going to see Blaz just finished off there, bleeding out. Leaves us now in that 2v2 locked. No opportunity to get the man back on his feet. We saw the value of that back in the last map, of course, when Adrian was picked up. Challenge comes in from Red Stairs. Doki's now going to be aware of that, but having sent the air jab out, it's going to just mean that they need to be careful about pouncing forward. Doki gets the kill in response onto Adrian. He knows that Doom has got a long way to go. He's tracking back, trying to find his way back to site, but the diffuser goes down. Doki can now take up defensive positions, Des.
They can indeed. Oh, and tries they might. G2 yet again just eke out another one of these close end round situations. So frustrating as well for Secret. They've had a few of these now where they've come so narrowly close to winning a round, but it's always G2 getting that final shot. And so G2 hold on that lead or build that lead ever so slightly. In that first quarter, they come out with 2 attacking rounds. That is a great start to Cafe.
Okay, then heading into round 4, we're going to get our extra bands coming out. Going to be Castle and Gridlock. Okay, I mean, Castle we've seen have a reasonable impact so far. Secret playing a lot of Castle.
Okay, only one thing that I want to bring you guys, because it might be something important, is about the intel game. You know, last 2 rounds, I was hearing about the communication and everything. You were being able to have information on what you guys were doing. We can use this more into our favor as well. You know, like, for example, baiting that we are going to push, and then just holding them once they push deep in. Just like this round, for example, you know, because they are having information like deep into Pilar or some other situations, which is not a problem for us, but we can use that a little bit more into our favor. And then once it's like 2v3 or whatever, same thing. They will take their time, they will try to drone, see where you guys are so they can make a plan. So we can try to do something before that stage over there, using the information that we already have. Okay?
Okay.
You guys are doing great, guys. Just
Agent, take the Masher here and just play Mirror as defaults there.
Okay. Well, another early timeout. Arguably, after 3 rounds, it wasn't quite as tense or as tepid as what we saw back in Order, but still a conversation of early on things aren't quite going the way that they need. They know that they're dropping valuable rounds here, and therefore some work needs to be done. Doki up to 6-1 so far, by the way. He's had a flying start to Cafe. Certainly no complaints here. You back with us, Tim? Or are you still sorting? He's back. We're all good. Okay, hopefully, Space Des and Space Tim are no longer with us. They have been put onto a rocket ship and blasted off to the moon. So fingers crossed, all is now good. Sorry about that. Onwards we go, Tim. There's a game.
Well, we've been blasted back onto the top floor, Des. Let's see whether Secret proved me wrong. Look, like I say, I know, you know, certain teams, lots of teams like this site, and they're going to double down there. They're going to go there twice. Secret have already won it once. If they can get it done again, I'll shut up about it. And Secret can prove me wrong. But defensively, they are solid up on top. G2, last time, weren't even kind of close, to be honest. The big difference this time around is that Secret won't have the castle that they had last time, so they're going to have a little bit less freedom. They have brought along the Maestro this time. No response of a Brava pick coming out of G2, so those Evil Eye bubbles will be able to have their say on the round.
Will they? Entirely, though? Or will they be dealt with in other ways? I mean, looking towards stomping for one. Of course, not really too many other options outside of trying to roll frag grenades onto them. No doubt they won't be able to destroy all of them is the critical part, but if they can get rid of the ones that are going to have a big impact on an execute, for example, different conversation altogether. Now, looking at least for Secret, every player in pretty standard positions that you'd assume. Look at the bottom right corner of your screen and see where they're all currently set up. Not even really Savage that is the one causing maybe I'm not going to say yet causing a headache, but has the potential to cause a headache down on that first floor, depending on where he comes up later into the round. As long as G2 or at least conscious that the player is off around the map somewhere they could get away with it, but Blaz handily dealt with there by Adrian, making a massive play, peeking onto the window with the Maestro and coming away with the kill.
Also, they're managing to take off those Hibana pellets from that mirror window. Look at this, he's just absolutely pestering them right now. I don't think they even got the bubble. No, they did not. So he can continue to distract. I think it's finally been taken out, but G2 certainly being hampered by this Maestro. And like I say, not bringing along the Brava. I don't know whether he was maybe hidden from the drones, but they certainly haven't been prepared to deal with it. Second bubble is going to be taken out, I would think, by that nade. So that's now going to allow them to start challenging towards the mirror windows. But the problem is, yeah, they spent a minute and 30 dealing with that, but they've still got mute jammers that are holding them back. And they've still got, let's not forget, Maestro might not, he's got the evil eyes, he's got the Elder as well. And Adrian's going to get himself a kill.
That's his second in the round as well. I mean, Adrian overall, a brilliant series too. Like, Blaz is at 12 and 8 at the top, but Adrian just under him at 11 and 8 so far. This map has already, of course, found himself a couple in this round. 6 and 2 he currently sits at. Doom getting one back himself, and it feels like the Stomping and Loira. It's what... Stop it, man! Every damn time they were in a 5v2, and it's come down to a 2v1. Now a 1v1. Please, I can't be arsed anymore. I can't be arsed anymore! This is a little bit silly now, Tim. It's getting a little bit silly.
How many times have we seen that out of Stomper now, and how many times are we going to continue to see it? The thing is, he's had the big moments, he's had the aces, he's had the big like 1v4, like the big clutches, but the thing that really stands out for me, Des, is the volume, and I'm going to have to go back and look at the numbers at some point. It's the number of 1v2s that he hits. It's absolutely unreal. Like, when he's in those positions, his ability to win them out, and usually within about 5 seconds, 5-10 seconds, it's bang kill, and he just has such a good understanding of the game and where those challenges are going to come from. We saw it just the other day on Bank, you know, where he peeked around from the mirror, he got one, and then he sprayed through and got the second one that was inside of sight, just kind of predicted that movement across. Just brilliant stuff, and again, delivering for his team. Great stuff from Stompen, an unbelievable turnaround, as you said yourself, 2v5, and G2 end up winning it. 3-1 G2, Secret looking like they are in trouble.
Serious trouble. I went back to look at our previous map and how many clutches were won by G2. They won 4. Doki won a 1v2, Blaz 2 1v1s, and then Doki another 1v1. We've just seen Stomping pull out the same here. Like, it's so frustrating for Secret because there are so many of those rounds that, you know, you look at it there. If they'd won those 4 rounds, they lost, what, all 4 of them, obviously? Duh, it's a clutch. If they'd won any of those rounds, it could have been a very, very different conversation on border. At the very least, it was OT. Otherwise, it would have been a Secret win. That is how close they are. But I can't help but feel sometimes they're doing it to themselves, like we just saw in that previous round. You should not be going from a 5v2 to a 2v2 that quick and then letting Stomper walk away with a 2k in the final clutch. It's heartbreak for them, but entirely avoidable. G2 up 3-1. Secret very much on the ropes here in this defensive half of Cafe.
Yeah, they've already had the tack time out, so there's nothing more that Twister can do to interject here. You know, we saw that come a couple of rounds ago, so Secret, they're going to have to figure it out for themselves. And right now, it's just not the map for them to be figuring it out. It's also the answer, Des. You know, this is a map that, you know, historically not it's kind of middle of the road for them, but it's not an amazing one. It's if you're on the back foot and you want to be coming out and turning things around, you want to be on your own map. Noah does manage to pick up Alamau, but again, it always seems to be Loira. The answer is there, gets the pick up onto June. Blaz with the late trade onto Noah as well, 4 versus 3, and again, Secret have gone from an entry kill and a man advantage to now being on the back foot.
It's again one of those where now I don't think G2 will let it slip away. Certainly not. 2 kills fly their way. Adrian, he's had a great map so far, Tim. But is it 1v4 great? I'm not so sure. No, it is not. G2 closing this round out nice and quick. 4-1 now. And it kind of feels inevitable which way this series is now starting to go.
Yeah, it really does feel that way. Loira was getting the plant down there, decided, no, you know what? I'm going to have that final kill. As soon as he knows that the drop has happened into the utility room, he pops his head round and picks it up. Good stuff from G2. They just look like they're in a flow state at the minute. They're just cruising. You know, no matter what happens, like I said, Noah got that good entry. He was able to pick it up with the Nitro, I believe, and then the response is there, but it's not just there as a 1-for-1, it's a 2-for-1. And G2 are in the ascendancy, having the advantage again. All good stuff from G2, looking phenomenal at the minute on Cafe. 4-1 up and looking for a 5-1 half.
I think they're going to get it as well, Tim. Unless Secret can pull something out the bag here, but I think they're a little bit out of ideas now. They had that attack timeout after 3 rounds. And look at where we stand. It is not looking pretty. But maybe, as I always say, Tim, with there being 2 halves to a game of Siege, Secret could show us something special on the attacker Cafe. But knowing their record on it, getting 7-1 by G2 before, feeling a little bit doubtful. Let's see how G2 do, though, in round 6 on their attacking side. Got the Monty coming along for Alamau here. Not seen it all that much throughout this series, once or twice for sure, but not all that much. We've seen a lot of G2 today.
And then they're going to have to try and go again against Falcons if they get this done. That's the difficulty for them, especially after being battered around in those second 2 maps today. And Falcons now, let's not forget, I said it a few times through the cast, I didn't actually complete the stat at the end of it. Falcons now on a 4-win streak against G2. And might just have the opportunity to extend that to 5 tomorrow. We will see whether Secret have anything to say about that. But right now, they are 3 rounds away from Oblivion. How about this aggression from Blaz? Beautiful stuff. Shotguns out the window, honestly. Goes in and gets a double. Absolutely wonderful play from the Brava.
It's just a classic, isn't it, here? Whether it's Laura, whether it's Blaz, whether it's Doki stomping. Yeah, Alamau's been a bit quiet today. When you've got 4 players that are doing what they're doing, who really cares? Admittedly, a bit of a fight back coming in for Secret. This is sorely something they need to see more of, players who can turn the tide of a round when it already looks stacked against them. At least here, Blaz and Doki are down, but you're facing off against a shield still. Hopefully, those 2 C4s can do a bit of work in this round.
They're going to have to at this point. They're going to have to, because look at the health on the side of G2. It's not just about those nitros getting kills. That's not brilliant if they can, but just doing some damage, just, you know, putting them to use, finding a little bit of something at least, so that you've got an advantage in that later round when it comes into the fights. That's the first, and it does 0 damage. So they need to find something with the second. Mowgli does have the advantage of having that heartbeat scanner at least, but for now, Alamau looks like he's going to bully his way down. He's just feeding that intel, knows that there's one in train. Shots come through, he takes the fight, beautiful stuff, and this is what I'm talking about. Alamau now has the space. He's going to start putting the diffuser down. Can they do anything about it? No, Mowgli, he finds himself cut down. Lyra with the last, G2 with another. It's a 5-1 half, and they look great on Cafe.
Yeah, like, it's heartbreaking because Savage was in a pretty good spot to be able to stop it going down, but one didn't have enough shots, I think, before the reload. The impact didn't quite find his man, and by then, his position was long given away. All too easy for Laura to step up and get the closing kill. G2 up 5-1 then. 2 rounds, and they move on for a rematch against Falcons tomorrow, and I'm really curious to see what will change between now and then.
In come the bans, Monty and Azami. Nothing too surprising there. Will it be a double shield ban from G2 is the question. Wouldn't surprise me against Team Secret, if I'm honest. And it will be indeed. Blitz will be taken away. So no Blitz, no Monty for Savage. And it's going to be G2's strategy here, I think, is at least force Team Secret away from those shield operators. Don't let them use that common pick, be able to get in there and bully them around. There will still be the Blackbeard for now, but I don't think shields are going to completely be the answer for Team C. Look at that. That was, the second shot on that was just absolutely phenomenal.
This is the one for me that says confidence in your own shield play, right? To drop the shield and go for a semi-automatic fight with a guy at range who's got an automatic onto you and knows exactly where you are. Actually, probably the remainder of the team on the side of Secret shows a lot of confidence in Alamal there. It may be one of only a few kills that he's collected throughout the series, but it was a bloody critical one to find. G2 now choosing to start us down in the basement, Tim. Clearly they have heard your rants about the top floor and think, you know what? Let's listen to the old man. Maybe he's got a point, and they're trying to start at the opposite side of the map.
Maybe he knows a thing or two. You know, maybe he knows something. Look,
maybe he's cast a bit of siege.
Secret just went 50-50 on top floor. Who'd have thought it? What's the saying, Des? I'm not often wrong, usually just early.
Okay.
Twitch Strong goes in. Good progress, taking out a couple of pieces of utility there. I think it was one of those black eye cameras and certainly one of the Vulcan canisters. So a good start. Rotero also going in, just clearing out a bit of stuff from Freezer. A little bit of a run out from Alamo on that reading door. I think G2 just using their advantage here to put a little bit of, not fear necessarily into Secret, but just a little bit of caution. It slows you down. You know if they're jumping out, they're running out. We've got to be cautious of that. We've got to be careful. We can't, just go maybe at maximum speed. We've got to think about where those threats could come from. So I kind of like that from Alamo, really. There was no real risk to him. I'll just have a little pop outside, have a look, let him know I'm there, and it just gives Secret something to think about.
Absolutely. Well, think about not losing this game would probably be a key one for them, I expect. It will slow them down at least a tickle, especially if they've got to work their way through the entirety of the top floor. Given there are G2 players upstairs on that top floor, namely Loira, Doki supporting him from below on the second. And there's always a challenge to come. Onto white stairs is always another battle to work through at the same time. It's Stomping that's lurking around this part of the map. And a Demon here at 7 and 2 as well. Certainly not easy. Savage doing his best in towards Cope, but again, nothing being given away by Alamo.
No, absolutely not. G2 are doing really, really well here at delaying. A minute and a half gone. Secret still battling over getting in through main door. Well played by them, though. They've managed to cut Alamo off, but G2 again finding a response down in Mowgli. However, Secret battle back. This is turning into a real battle of attrition here. Back and forward the numbers go as Mowgli is collected. 5 versus 3 now, but Stompin', he's on a fight back. Triple Des.
I tell you what, this kid's unstoppable at the best of times. Finally put down, but the damage had been done with a 3K there.
And then he just laughs. He's just laughing about it.
Yeah, man, did my thing, shot some people.
Stompin', they've got friends, they've got a family, and you're doing that to them. They're just laughing.
He just flows like water. It's so
unreal.
It's delightful to watch, really is. And yeah, we said it about Blaz in the prior round. It's not just Stompin' that can do it. It just seems to be that Stompin' does it more often than most. It is magical to watch. What a play and what a situation they're now in. Secret down 6 and 1, and it feels like Malta maybe yet another tournament. They just fall a bit too short of the spotlight.
Yep, G2 now. I would get to the point of saying now for G2, it's kind of unforgivable to lose it from here. You're 6-1 up. For Secret to come back, they need 5 rounds in a row. Given how they've already played on Cafe, G2 have got to close this out now. They're on the defense. They can control the pace of the game. They're not going to top 4. They're going to play Mining and Fireplace. And look, this is G2's series for the taking. They obviously just really, they want a response to Falcons. They want an opportunity to go back against them tomorrow and say, look, 7-2, 7-2. Yeah, that's not how it's ending between us.
Absolutely not.
5 seconds left.
One thing I am quite curious about here, and maybe I'm just being really stupid and misremembering, but I swear normally it's Doki that sat next to Stompin'. Stompin's in the 4th seat, Doki's up at the very end, Alamo, I believe, is normally in the middle. It's a bit of a change around here on who's in what seat, if I'm not mistaken.
Could be right, could be right.
Yeah, just an interesting observation. I think a few players have moved around. I think Savage normally is elsewhere too, but maybe I'm wrong about that as well. Who knows? Still trying to play musical chairs here in my brain. It's not working out very well. It is a weekend after all. Anyway, onwards we press. And we'll see how things start out. It's always up on the roof. We speak about Cafe a lot. First, you've got to get to the building without being spawn picked. Then you've got to get to the roof typically to get yourself started. There's a lot of prep to do before you can even start thinking about what's inside the building typically on this map, because it is quite rife for a lot of aggression coming out of defenders, and there's a large gap between where you spawn and the actual building itself.
Lyra on the Solus, disappearing down onto that bottom floor, so something that Secret need to be aware of. IQ is present from June, so we'll be able to go hunting possibly. They've got that covered as well. Really well played from Secret. They've paid attention to that previous round. We saw Alamo doing exactly that, just peeking out of the door on reading, looking to get aggressive. And Secret have learnt that and they've been ready for it, so I love that from them. They're not going to get caught out. June manages to pick up Alamo. 5 versus 3 now. Like I say, that's the Solus dealt with. That's the Pulse dealt with. That is a lot of intel lost for G2.
It is indeed. 2 players gone early. However, I will come back to what you said. So many rounds today, Tim. That doesn't mean the end of a round, and it certainly doesn't guarantee the Secret walk away. The winner, Falcon, managed to escape at this point, is looking pretty surefire, unless Doki's got something to say about... What? Stop. Perfect read. Pre-fire on towards both makes it look easy. 2v3. Surely, Secret don't give away another 5v2.
The thing is, mentally, it's got to be in Secret's minds at this point. It's happened a few times now, and you start looking at the situation, thinking, not again. They're all outside of the building. Doom and Noah drop into red stairs. As I say that, the IQ can start taking away some of that utility. There's still one Nitro left on side for Doki. If they could buy a kill with that Nitro for free, honestly, G2, I think, win it from there. I don't think there's any stopping them, to be honest. But Blaz, we've already seen as well, having a great game. This, believe me, is on a knife edge for Team Secret right now.
Look at where Noah's pushing from as well. Look, I thought they planned on reading door, but he's in completely the wrong place to make that happen. He's moved himself away. Blaz wasn't in a bad spot there, actually. Could have maybe got himself a free kill in towards reading, but they know where the pressure is now starting to come from. Noah needs to be the one that they deal with, is moving his way forward here. Are they daring to try and look for fights on this? No, surely not. At least Noah gets one back, but Doki already got two for himself in the round. Why not making a couple more, my son? Secret going to try their very best to get the plan down here. Doki taking a couple of shots. Has to win. He gets the one. And Noah, he's going to win it. No! What a way to end this series, Doki. Take a bow, my son. Feeling not too well today, but he looked on top of the world there in that closing round, Tim.
Yeah, the performances from Doki just keep on coming. We saw huge delivery from him in Munich, and he's just done it again. Absolutely comes in and just farms them at the end of the round, one after another. He gets shot, and he just keeps running forward. All that does is tell him where the next kill is coming from. Bolts in there, gets a double, finishes it with the pistol, just in complete style. G2, I think they were ready to be out of the server. They wanted it done and dusted, and Doki delivered.
I did get a little bit of context from Fresh, who said, yeah, they have changed heating, you're right. Doki said, and I quote, I'm aura farming now. And I think we've just found out why. That middle seat might just be his place to sit in the future, I think, Tim, when he can make plays like that. But even expanding this across both maps that we've seen so far, fantastic showing by G2, and I can't wait to see that rematch tomorrow. But that's all for now. Let's throw it to a break. When we get back, our desk, they'll break it down for you. When he can make plays like that, but even expanding the...
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays Paris, pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
standing here with Doki and Stompon after this victory in the lower bracket game. I want to ask you guys, first off, are we feeling any better? I heard the two of you are a little bit sick.
To be honest, no. I need to get home and rest for the grand finals tomorrow as soon as possible.
Won't keep you here for too long. You feeling any better than this morning?
No, the Malta major has made us all very sick, so it's not good. But we pulled through. We pulled through, Zach. So very proud of us.
Well, you definitely did. I mean, to quote the analyst, a sick player, quite literally, Doki. You were popping off earlier today. Does this have to do with the seeding change at all as well?
Oh yeah, because I'm in the middle. Yeah, I'm the MVP. I can't believe. Are you hearing this? I'm the MVP of the Malta major so far.
Okay.
I made that up myself, by the way, so I have no idea.
Self-claimed title happens. Is it aura farming in the middle of the scene now?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Shaiko. That's why he sits in the middle. Big fan, you know?
All right, let's talk about this game though then. The first map was a little closer, but the second map, so dominant. You were winning all these plays you were making. What was going on?
I don't know. I think we're just a better cafe team than them. Like, we've seen it at the major also. I think they weren't ready for the cafe, but they left it up, so we just had to pick it and win it, so yeah.
Hearing this as well at the background?
Yeah.
All right, talk about the game earlier as well though. What happened in you guys' mind going up against Falcons? What happened?
I think, to be honest, like after the first map, we were already feeling pretty poor. I'm not trying to make excuses, just how it is. Like I never make excuses, but I'm genuinely so out of energy right now, so it's always tough. I'm always an energetic guy, you know me. So after the first map, it was literally like we already gave it like our all. In the second map's like me being the kind of energetic guy in the team, me being lower and down, kind of has a spiral knock-on effect on the whole team. So I think everyone was kind of not there mentally, not there energetically, and we just said, like, we had some food, we reset, and then said, you know, let's just make grand finals tomorrow. We have a game to win now, and then hopefully we feel a bit better tomorrow and we can just do our best. So yeah, I'm happy we came back, so proud of the guys.
From a crowd's perspective, it seemed like you guys were there with all the chatting that was happening in the game. Mentally, though, was a big thing. How are you going to make sure you're going to beat Falcons tomorrow?
Definitely have a better mental than the first game today. Like he said, our whole team was kind of like just not like as
we were dead.
Not like as emotional. I feel like we didn't really care that we lost during the game, especially. We weren't really like communicating like we usually do. So if we want to win, we got to fix that tomorrow. So
sounds like a recipe for danger. Thank you so much, and good luck in the final tomorrow.
Thank you.
It's good to speak to both these players after they won the lower bracket final. And when we're looking at Doki and Stompon in particular in the in-game performance, I mean, sure, they might not be feeling the best, but they were definitely performing like crazy today.
Absolutely. I mean, across that map, they were absolutely crazy. They were the two basically carrying G2 to a victory, making sure they reached that grand final. For Doki to say that, you know, even without the energy, even with the two of them to be sick, and then despite that, still drop a performance like they do. It goes to show muscle memory seems to be here.
They do everything together, don't they? Yeah. You know, they live together, they clearly get sick together, and they frag out together, as we saw there with Stompon. He was, you know, phenomenally crazy.
Yeah.
Those skills are insane. And every time, by the way, there is a trend. Every time it's G2 on the back foot. Every time it's G2 in like a 2v5 or on a 3v4. And then Stompon just pulls out of nowhere a 3K and just he wins it.
And it just laughs about it.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I just hated it for Secret because Secret was playing well in some rounds, but the discipline was just disappearing.
Yeah.
That one round where they're on top floor and they're 5v2 and they just sent three bodies
bang,
to
bang,
someone.
bang, 2v2.
Yeah. It's just the kind of thing that they really need to fix before SA.
Something we've also been talking about a lot is the entry game, and it wasn't really working out in the way that we were hoping for it to be working out today.
Yeah, and honestly, it's been a real consistent issue for Secret, and I know we've said some culprit. Look at this, Blast Rappelled in on a roamer, by the way, and still wins that gunfight and wins the trade afterwards. Like, there is a consistent issue with Secret Mino. It seems to be that despite having some of the best individuals in terms of gunplay, despite having an overall playstyle that thrives on aggression, the entries game was just terrible against G2 today. And I've mentioned it before, Mowgli was supposed to be the one main actor, the one main player that was supposed to step up for this. He had a really rough Munich major. I was hoping to see him bounce back a little bit, and he struggled here today.
And I think a lot of the symptoms of what we just saw came back to, you know, the issues that we've maybe been hearing about is that when they're attacking, they're okay because they're unified under one vision. They're with Savage, they follow his plan, it's quite micromanaging. On defense, you've often got to make melee plays with random teammates that aren't necessarily your IGL. You've got to be coherent as a unit with whoever's on your team. And Secret don't seem to be quite hitting that mark. That's why you see in Blast Repelling, like did, just get an entry onto Aroma because it seems a little bit disjointed when it's out there, especially on the defense.
Where both of our games being done today, we can have a look at the bracket and see where we're currently finding ourselves because it's almost fully filled in right now. At least the names in the certain positions. We just need the numbers behind the grand final there. Unfortunately, we do say goodbye to Secret here. They finish as the third best team here inside the EML Finals. But looking at that grand final tomorrow, I mean, a rematch from the upper bracket is definitely going to be spicy.
And the story makes sense. The champion of stage 1 versus the champions of stage 2, right? You expect these two to be battling for the title of EML. They were the one teams that were able to have the highest pick. It's going to be a really interesting day tomorrow, especially with the tier 2 teams. I'm super excited to show some grassroots, some tier 2 talent, to have them on stage, some really important players, some that were on tier 1 before, Grabby, for example, Evan Newport at a certain point as well for Secret. So it's going to be a great matchup either way. Really interesting to see those matches.
Looking forward to that, of course. There's a lot of implications with that matchup with the tier 2 one. We'll talk about that too. Besides that, it's great for them. They get to play on a stage once again. I mean, they got to travel to Canada. Now they get to play here in Malta, so it's quite exciting. But we'll have all those games tomorrow. 2 best of 3s, as we said. We'll crown a tier 2 champion, and we'll crown an EML champion for 2025. That is it, though, for us for today. We'll see you again tomorrow, and have a great rest of your night.
Explore more thrills. Visit Malta.